pleasant good morning to our viewers from the Annesville, the main Annesville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. My name is Stanley Hines. We are bringing this game, the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars game between Jamaica, who have won the tournament thus far. This last round of matches still to play. Played 4-1-4. They are playing against Barbados. It's a sunny day here at Annesville, probably one of the best days we have seen for the past week or so. It doesn't appear as if there will be any interruptions today. A lot of clouds around, but apparently the dark ones are not with us today, and we're very happy, very thankful for us to be broadcasting this game live. Sunny day, Barbados. They are batting here against Jamaica. We'll get to that in a while. We're into over number 1. Outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. No runs. It's one without loss. Barbados batting here. And first of all, we got to get to the teams. The Jamaican team. It's Adrian Ware, Michael Clark, Tamari Xavier, Justin Charles, Brian Javid, Trevon Williams, Stephen Wedderburn, Nasheen Mead, Devondre Vogo. James outside the off stump, and he defended quite well. Steady over on target there from first over from the Jamaican fast bowler from this northern end. Pitch seemed to be slow, but it's dry and nice, and not much wind as compared to what transpired over the past couple of days. More like a settled type of weather situation, and they will really see how well they'll be able to bowl to get this ball to seam about on this pitch. It's early days. As I continue the Jamaican lineup, I reached as far as Vogo. Then there's Deshaun James and Alex Hines. Good morning to you, Sylvanus.
Pleasant good morning, Stanley Hines. And we are here at the picturesque Annesville playing field. We are looking at this Rising Star under 19 West Indies tournament, Jamaica versus Barbados. Barbados not off to a flying start this morning, but showed they are assessing the wicket. Jamaica, on the other hand, looking for first blood. Still early days yet. As you've heard, it's a very good day, a very clear day. Perfect day, as we should say, for cricket, and we hope that this fine weather will continue throughout the day. As we await this delivery. Ball to Brathwaite, who is playing it down to long off for a single. Batsman through for a single. That's all there will be. Both teams have experience playing here at Annesville grounds. As we await James, left arm over the wicket from the southern end. For this delivery, it's airborne just to backward square, but fall short of backward square. Tried to turn it off his hips, but it bloomed and just dropping short of backward square. Luckily for him, he did not go through with any powerful hitting. And here it is for the other delivery. It is full, cross-batted, down to mid-on, straight to a fielder. No run.
No ball.
No ball signaled by the umpire.
It's a free hit.
So, a free hit to Barbados. James just overstepping the curious. And here is this delivery, and he has... Is he bowled?
It's a free hit. He cannon into the stump, he cannot be out.
Yes, it's a free hit. but it cannot into the stumps there. Luckily for him, it's a free hit. So he took his chances there, but there is no alarm there as he lives to fight. And here is James over the wicket again. And this one right on the stumps and the batsman in defense. He's playing back along the wicket to the bowler. No run. Bowling to this delivery from James is attempting to sweep and he has given out. This ball was pitched between middle and off stump, and Bolden looking to sweep off his middle stump, missed, and the appeal went up, and the umpire raises his finger, and Barbados has lost their first wicket at a total 3-for-1. Gunny.
Yes, and an early strike there by the Jamaicans in the form of Hines, looking to cut that one some over mid-wicket. Flighty delivery missed, and was palpably LBW plumb in front around middle stump, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. And again, shot selection not of the very best. Should have been trying to get a feel of situations out there. And we're seeing far too often too many of our young, the young batsmen doing this thing. They are there and just trying to hit boundaries far too early and are gifting their wickets away, basically. That one he should have easily come forward and defended. Get a feel of the pitch, get a feel of conditions rather than going for the big ones, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. But
yes,
fortunately for Jamaica, he didn't last long, because in the previous over from James, he should have been taking that first slip. He was given a life, and this time he was palpably LBW, and they're on the way now 2 for the loss of 1. Barbados not off to a good start, and Jamaica continuing where they have left off from the start of this tournament.
Yes, Gunny, definitely, and bad selection, and we hope that we've been seeing this throughout the tournament. That was a very bad selection from Bolden that caused him his downfall. I was spoken about assessing the wicket, and we are just into the third over, and that did not materialize. So Barbados 3-for-1. It brings now number 5, Joshua Dawn, to the wicket, and James will come around the wicket, left arm to Dawn. He's bowling to a slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, long off, a mid-on. Mid-wicket in, backward square. And here's for this delivery, he's bringing the batsman Dawn forward in defense. Plays out on the offside. That brings it over to an end. And a very successful over by James to start the Jamaicans inroad into this Barbados innings, Gunny.
Yes, well, it's successful over there from Hines from the southern end, bowling left arm over. James will continue from this and all that end, but certainly not the start that Barbados really needed. It's a question of trying out to restart, basically, because one has left already. It's a matter of 9 more wickets, and they need to sit down and settle themselves and bat and bat and bat, because in this tournament so far we haven't seen anybody gotten over 200, and it's not really really and truly good omens for the future. But certainly we need to see the young batsmen at this level here steady and concentrate and bat for long periods.
So we look at James now, Deshaun James. And there's a white signal by the umpire in this first delivery. So that's another run to the Barbados total. And yes, Gunny, you're right. We are yet to see these youngsters really bat for long periods. At least they are on stage now and they are vying for acceleration into the senior team. The focus is on them, and they need, where batters need to bat very long. Sure, the selectors would be looking at that. And here's a delivery now from Deshaun James. Pitch on middle stump. The batsman just playing down to mid-off. No run resulting. Yes, going back to the young batters needing to bat for long periods, Gunny. This has not been one of the hallmark of this tournament. We have seen some batters get start and then they give their wicket away. But we hope in this game we would see batsmen put their head down and really bat for long period and score big runs. Here is James, this one down the leg side. Brathwaite having a switch at it, the arms of the umpire outstretched, a wide signal. Total for Barbados goes on to 5 for 1. Barbados losing the all wicket of Boland, who tried to pull a ball off his middle stump, sweep a ball off his middle stump and missed it, and was a judge leg before. So Barbados looking to consolidate. And here is a short delivery. Batsman up on his toes and plays it down to cover. No run. Gunny, we have just seen the end of our main festival, Carnival, and of course, some of these youngsters might have had a chance to take in a bit of it, but they are here now. They have work to do. Cricket is the main focus here, and we hope that they will concentrate on what they come here to do. Here is James to Brathwaite up on his toes. The batsman goes through for a very quick single. And Gunny also, we have seen some good running at the wicket in parts, but again, that is another area of concern. So, bright sunshine here at Annisvale. As you've heard before, there are some clouds around, but no threat of rain. Cool breeze blowing across the Annisvale playing field. That will be welcomed by the players as non-striker is having some adjustment to his pads. You're not missing any cricket. Barbados 6 for 1. As Deshaun James runs away from the commentator's booth. Ball on the line of the leg stump. Pushes into the mid-wicket region. Batsman cross for 1. Total for Barbados now on to 7. Barbados, for our listening viewers, winning the toss and decided to bat. We would really like to see a big total posted here by Barbados and especially the batters. And here is a delivery that is rising on the body of Brathwaite. He fended off. It just runs behind forward of square. The batsman crosses for 1. Another run to the Barbados total. Goes up to 8. 8 for 1. We're in the 4th over. Here is James again. Batsman is playing in defense. Ball plays up to short mid-on. That brings number 4 over to an end. The total
Yes,
for Barbados is
it's the end of the over, and the total is what, 7 for 1? 8 for the loss of 1 after 3 overs. Testing over there again from James from this and all, and then right arm medium, certainly getting some inward movement, some seam, definitely seaming the ball back into the right-handers. And he had one vicious short delivery that Bradford had to defend, but he defended it well, and he has survived over thus far. But certainly Jamaica applying the pressure on the Barbados team after 3 overs, 8 for 1, as Hines continues from the southern end.
Ball was pushed back from Hines. Pushed back, by Brathwaite. Just to the right of the short mid-off fielder. Diving away to his right. Just missed it by inches. Batsman cross for 1. Total for Barbados 9. There's a delivery that is slashed down to deep extra cover, crosses the fence for 4. Lovely shot there, coming from Dawn. Funny.
Yes, delivery outside the off stump, but asked to be put to the boundary, and it was done well by that's Don, and he goes up to 5 as a gift, and he said thank you very much, and he did the correcting all along the ground. No man moved, 4 runs, lovely shot indeed to advance the Barbados total.
There is Hines bowling on the legs of Dawn, who plays into the mid-wicket region. Batsman through for a single. And we have seen some sensible cricket here, Gunnies, between these two since the fall of the first wicket. And this is exactly what Barbadian batters need to do. Play the ball on its merit. Here's a delivery that hit straight to the short mid-off fielder. Half stop, long off, runs in and field. In the meantime, the batsman cross for single. Brings Dawn into strike. This time he plays straight to the short mid-off. No runs. Total 15 for 1, Barbados. 15 for 1. Taking the first knock here after winning the toss here at the Annisfield. And here's a delivery that was played just in front of cover. The batsman were in 2 minds there, but eventually they scampered through for the single and was safely home. No damage done. Yes, Gunny?
Yes, it's the end of that over. Interesting over. One loose delivery that was pounced on by Don, and he slammed it to the fence for 4. Other than that, we saw some good running in between the wickets and advancing the Barbados total in the meantime. At 16 for the last of 1 after 4. They're going at just 4 and over. Early days is a question to settle themselves, try and bat properly and as long as possible, and hoping to put a good total to their name and to their country's name as well. So that we'll see how the Jamaicans fight back. They're continuing the ploy of the seam from one end and the spin from the opposite end.
There is James. Torn off the legs to deep backward square, the batsman, 2 for a single. And Gunny, we have seen these batters really taking their time. Their shot selection has been good, and they have been doing a good rebuilding process thus far.
There's no other reason for them to sit there and just try to hit the big shot, stay there and walk the ball around. It's a good surface. The ball is coming on. James is getting the ball to seam about a little bit from this and other end. Is to keep the eyes open and bat properly.
Another single as this delivery from James takes the inner half of the bat of Brathwaite and runs out again to backward square.
What I would like to see James do is to keep those in swingers, these in cutters around that 4th stump, off stump, rather than a middle stump, because they're ticking them away quite easily down to the backward square of a single all the while. And based on the field placing, he really should be bowling just on the outside that off stump and bringing the fielders into play.
Couldn't agree with you more. Experienced Gunny Hines, and here's the delivery that is torn pretty fine down to where fine leg should have been. There's a vacant fine leg. It's run close to the boundary. It's slowed up inches within the ropes. The batsman was able to cross for 3. So 3 good looking runs there to a delivery that was turned very fine indeed, Gunny.
Yes, the same thing I just spoke about. The line is not right. It's definitely a poor line around that leg stump, and he clipped it away. And he got through for it. But the bowler himself need to recognize, if you look at his field, slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. He should be bowling to those fielders. Let the batsman come on the front foot and drive rather than keeping it on a middle and leg. There he goes again, same spot on that leg stump. He tucks him away quite comfortable for a single, and the skipper ought to recognize that the bowler need to be spoken to. He's bowling those loose deliveries, and they're ticking him off quite comfortably.
Yes, Gunny, and you're so right. And then you cannot set a field for bat bowling. I've seen some adjustment made where there was a vacant fine leg, where that ball almost go to the boundary, the delivery before this one, but no other adjustment in terms of the line that the bowler has been bowling. So the skipper need to think about that. As for this delivery, umpire's arms is outstretched, so no ball. James making the extra effort, but it's pretty short. Batsman had no problem in playing that on the mid-off. So James,
it's a free hit.
Yes, it's a free hit as well for that no ball. James would be advised to bowl one side of the wicket and to pitch the ball on about half stump. This one driven up to mid-off, full toss. Batsman didn't time it as you would like, but was able to get a single. Gunny? Yes, so here at the Annisvale playing field, it's the Rising Star West Indies Under-19 tournament being played in St. Vincent, Jamaica, leading the points here. Lovely shot from a short ball outside the off stump. The batsman riding it very well and playing it out to cover, getting 2 runs. 2 runs to the Barbados total, and they're going around merrily. They are now 26 since the loss of 1 wicket some near 15 minutes ago. And these two, Brathwaite and Don Gunny, has been doing well in rebuilding the Barbados.
Yes, well, what you're saying, a very poor over delivered there by James. He must recognize by now that he cannot be bowling both sides of the stumps. He's bowling leg side strain regularly there. Then when he bowls that ball on the right line, he is going too short. So he needs to readjust his whole thinking and try to get that ball in a back of a length situation on or outside the off stump, forcing the batsman to play there more consistently.
There's a ball from the left arm Hines being played out to mid wicket for a single. Single to Dawn. Single to the Barbados total. Pushes on to 27. 27 for 1. We're in the 6th over. Here is another single to push down to deep long off. Gunny, and we have seen the rotation of strike here in this innings from the Barbados, and they have been, as you said, picking the space, turning over the strike quite easily and ensuring that the Barbados scoreboard is tick over. There's a delivery again from left arm Hines. Punch through extra cover. The batsman turning for the second. That's all there will be. Yes, Gunny, I was speaking about the rotation of strike, and these two, Brathwaite and Dawn, has been doing that quite well.
Well, what is happening there into the power play? And they're not bowling a consistent line. They're not bowling on one side of the pitch. They've strained the ball all over the place. So this is the kind of thing that's going to happen. They're going to tick it between and get singles. And the rotation, here goes again. They're not really bowling to their field as they should, as they have done, as a matter of fact, during the tournament. So we'll find that the Barbados batting in Dawn and Brathwaite. Life is very comfortable for them.
Very comfortable indeed. Skipper of Jamaica would have to think about his field placing.
No.
So too would be...
Yeah, what he is doing is the correct thing, but the bowler has to bowl the line, whereby he has put the sweeper out. There's 5 on the offside now, so you have to bowl a proper line. And I believe that gap between extra cover and cover itself, that squarish cover, is too wide. Now, here it is, that he has repositioned the field and he has gone the ball on the opposite side. So it is the inconsistency of the length and the line of the Jamaican bowlers this morning.
So Hines definitely have to get his line adjusted, but brings number 6 over to an end. Barbados win along merrily on 32 for 1. No real alarm since they started their innings except for the loss of the early wicket, and these two, Brathwaite and Dawn, has been pushing things quite along nicely for Barbados, whereas Jamaica on the other hand will have to rethink the bowling strategy. Bowlers will have to, as you heard from the expert Gunny.
Yes, the thing about it is that they need to, I'm not too sure based on the fact that they have already won the tournament, so if they are relaxed, so to speak, because basically this is the first time this is the third match I'm seeing with the Jamaicans, and it's the first time I'm seeing they're losing their line so consistently and so regularly. They are bowling the ball, spraying the ball all over the place, as against keeping that immaculate length, line, direction in the other games. I really don't know what is happening. I don't know if it's after effects, if they went to Carnival, choose a jump up, I'm not too sure.
And you're quite right, Gunny. This is the first time I've seen the line so
very poor lines. Some very poor lines. The outside off stump, too short, outside leg stump. And the Barbadian batsmen are very comfortable. They are ticking it over and they're collecting the singles and keeping the scoreboard moving, which is the correct thing to do.
In the meantime, there's a bowling change at this end. We have Nashon Mead with the number 20 on his back. His first delivery. Quietly on the onside, no run. This one is short and pulled down to deep backward square. Nice shot. And again, Gunny, same thing you keep saying all the time. There's a change in bowling, and yes, he has just come on, and he has to make sure right from the start he get his line right. Barbadian, on the other hand, who come from or likes fast bowling. This one is very short and comfortable for the batsman to be pulled. This one outside the off stump didn't trouble the batsman. Very wide indeed. The batsman didn't have to play. The umpire had a signal.
Mead bowl a beautiful spell over Signhead in their last round. They really troubled the Winner Islands batsman with proper line, proper length, and he got the ball to seam about, and so far he has not really replicated in this over thus far.
I think he has started his over bowling a very short length. What I've seen from him is that he appears to have some pace. Don't know if they are being carried away, the Jamaican bowlers, with the shine of the ball, and they really want to extract as much pace out of the wicket, which is really uncalled for at this time. I don't think that's what Skipper Barnes would want from his bowlers. There is Mead again. This one is punched through extra cover by Brathwaite. Batsman crosses for 2. There's an overthrow. No. They decide against it as it was backed up by Skipper Barnes on the onside. And yes, Gunny, for the sake of West Indies cricket, I mean, there are a lot of things that bowlers have to get right, including their line and their length. And of course, using the new ball when they're giving it to bowl. Here is Mead. Ooh, that's a beautiful delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind. The umpire is still on move. The Jamaicans are up. Not out, says the umpire. Beautiful delivery. This one, Gunny, pitched and moved.
Well, the thing about this cricket here with no replays and no third umpire, once the umpire says not out, it's not out. If he says you're out, you have to walk. It was an absolute beautiful delivery, and I rather suspect that he nicked it. I think he nicked it without even a monitor. Yes, he didn't touch it. Not well, apparently, no. The way he's moving out, but the umpire didn't raise a finger, so he did the correct thing. The Australians say you walk when your car run out of petrol. The umpire says not out. Allow play to go on. The Jamaicans they're not too happy with the decision, but the thing about it, the umpires made a decision. You carry on with the game. Yes, you may feel dejected. Yes, you may feel disappointed. But at the end of the day, the umpire is not out. Carry on the game and let's go from there. So he has survived a very, very confident appeal. We do not have a monitor in front of us to really see what happened. So we'll go on the umpire's decision and leave it right where it is. Not out. At the end of that over. How many overs has gone thus far? 7 overs and the total on to 36 with a loss of 1. But certainly, that delivery reminds me of one that he got the one of the batsman out with August. Very similar.
Yeah, that was
Very
a
similar.
beautiful over, Gunny. And you were speaking about Mead.
Yes, it was a similar delivery that lifted and went across him. May have brushed maybe his elbow or his shoulder, something, but certainly it's a beautiful delivery.
So Hines continue from the southern end. This ball is pitched down leg. The umpire signal wide. One more to the total. It's now to 37. This one, as he's back and punches. A lovely shot there by Dawn. Lovely shot by Dawn. This one was pitched trifle short and he rocks back and punches to the offside for 4. Beautiful shot there, Gunny.
Yes, there's a lovely shot there indeed.
And so we see some adjustment now. Sweeper is being pushed right back on the extra cover boundary. But Hines will have to be pitching between wicket and wicket. We can't set field for bad bowling, and here is one played out to extra cover. Easily, a single taken. And yes, Gunny, we are seeing from the Bajan batters that their shot selection has been remarkable. They're selecting the shot quite well. We'll get your comments after this delivery, which is pitch on the legs, but wasn't walked away, just in front of short mid-wicket run.
They're not really playing any big shots, They are walking the ball in the gaps.
And of course, we say that's intelligent cricket. No need to be going over the top too early. I guess that will come later down in the innings. Still early days. Hines need to get his line right. He's bowling left arm around the wicket. Full toss, punch, a beautiful half stop there by the fielder at extra cover. Full toss, that was banged to the offside, and the fieldsman showing himself to his right. Pull off what would be another 4. Again. So many gaps in the field, Gunny, that easy pickings for the Bajans.
Yes, and sensible batting by the Barbadian pair, Dawn and Bradford. They're batting very sensibly against some wayward Jamaican attack this morning, spraying the ball all over the place, and certainly sensible batting, consolidating, recovering from an early loss, having lost bowling LBW to Hines for 1, and they're up now to 44 for 1, and certainly they are letting the Jamaicans know, yes, you may be the champions already, but we are here to give you a fight. And there's some sensible batting, I would say, by both batsmen, and consolidating position. Hopefully, if the Jamaicans continue to spread the ball all over the place, and who knows, they may get the biggest total of the one-day tournament thus far. The way they are bowling, one on the off stump, one on the leg stump, wide, full toss. And certainly, the Jamaicans definitely not mentally prepared from what I've seen this morning for this encounter. And Barbados are capitalizing on it.
Well said, Gunny. So we're back here at the Annisville playing field and looking at cricket, lovely cricket, as the Under-19 West Indies Rising Star Tournament. This contest is between Jamaica and Barbados. Made into a second over, and for this delivery, a single has been taken off it as the batsman just drop it in front of on the onside and scuttle through for a single. Takes Bajans total on to 45. 45 for one. We are into the ninth over. 45 for one. Here is Brathwaite flashing out the delivery that was pitched just about outside the off stump. Looking to slash down to cover. Misses. All through to the keeper. And Gunny, we have seen Mead bowl in his last over, delivery that was what we call down the corridor of uncertainty. We wait, and here's another delivery. Again, off target, going down the leg side. Batsman scurry through for another single. Yes, Gunny, you were saying all along that they need to get the line right, and in some areas they're bowling straight and another time they tend to off, so their concentration has not been spot on this morning, the Jamaicans, so they need to look at that. And here's a delivery. Nicely played as he slashed down to backward point. It runs close to the backward point boundary. Batsmen are through for two. The return comes in. That's all they will get. Gunny, a lovely shot there from.
Yes, certainly. Back of a length, gave him a lot of width, and he made use of it and forced it between that gully and backward point down to close to the rope, and he collected 2 runs. Yes. Good shot.
Meat and drink for the Barbadians. They would like the short pitch. And here is a similar shot this time. Punches through cover. 2 more runs.
So that's the Barbados 50 that is up, and as I said, they are capitalizing in some way with Jamaican line bowling here, and they have gotten it off 8.5 overs, and certainly this is some good batting in the face of some indifferent bowling. So they're doing the correct thing, capitalize, why not?
So the Barbadians, batters not under any real pressure this morning. First wicket going to a very bad shot selection. White signal by the umpires. This delivery was pitched pretty wide outside the off stump. The batsman didn't have to play. Total on to 51. 51.
I like the approach of the Barbadian pair in Don and Bradford. They're playing ball on its merit. The ball is there to be tucked around, collect his singles. They lose one, they're trying to punch on it to get runs. I like the approach.
Yes, indeed, Gunny. And they are definitely setting the platform for the law order batsmen to come and to launch the attack. And that's the way how they should be going about it.
No matter laying the platform, no matter batting as long as possible, because the thing about it, how much patience do they have to bat deep into the 30th, 40th over? They may get a century, the way and the line, the length that the Jamaicans are bowling, except somebody comes, recognizes, hey, we're not bowling properly, and try and keep bowl one side of the pitch and see exactly if we can restrict the scoring thus far.
Gunny, what do you think about the pitch from what you have seen this morning?
It's a slow pitch, but we have not really seen him over a proper line consistently. So it's a little difficult to assess, but it's slow.
So Hines continue to bowl from the southern end, or the back end as we say here at Annisvale, the Mecca cricket. Nothing seems to be working right now for the Jamaicans. This is a delivery that was just played up to the captain, actually. Is it?
It's where?
It's weird. Okay, so it was played to mid-off, and he just comes across nonchalantly, a bit lackadaisical, and misfield the ball, enabling the batsman to get a single. Again, easy like Sunday morning gunny. This one plays out into the extra cover region. Easy single. There's so many gaps, gunny, as you rightly saying, and we still have not seen any pressure being put on the Barbadian batters.
Well, they are into the power play, and anyway, you go ahead.
Yes, so Brathwaite settles. This delivery plays on the offside to extra cover, no run. Barbados winning the toss and batting, 53 for 1. And here's a delivery that's driven powerfully to the short mid-off fielder, ricocheted into his shin. And the batsman scampered through for a single. Very powerful hit there by Brathwaite, Connie. Again, batsman allowed to free his arms. This one on the line of the leg stump played up to mid-on by Dawn. No run. So Dawn playing this one to extra cover. Goes through for 2. He now moves up to 32. He's from 32 runs off 28, and he has been pushing along very nicely, Gunny. The total for Barbados now up to 56 for 1, as there's a mid-wicket conference between both batters. That brings the over to an end, and it brings my turn to an end as I hand over to Cruikshank, my fellow colleague.
Yes, and Barbados is as easy as, today is what, Wednesday? Is as easy as Wednesday morning. Enjoying this type of bowling here from the Jamaicans. Not the same ruthless type of approach that we saw in the previous games. As I said, I believe they have dropped their guard. And life has become very easy for the Barbadians, and they are capitalizing on it and saying to themselves, well, thank you. I'll see how many more I can get. Good morning to you, Alison.
Yes, good morning to you, Gunny. Good morning to our viewers. And I do agree with you. I think that the fact that they have already won the tournament, they have just let the intensity down just a notch or two, and sometimes, that's just enough. And I want to credit the Barbados pair as well, who are at the wicket. Dawn, he has played well in the previous edition. We saw him last year. And he has looked the part, currently going at above a runner ball without much fuss. This one is played onto the man at third man. Single taken by Brathwaite.
What a day difference makes. We saw Mead with his beautiful spell at Sign Hill 2 days ago, and we've seen a different Mead except bar one delivery that really reminded us of what transpired on Monday. Certainly, they are all over the shop.
This one is Fuller. Coming off the bottom of the bat there as Dawn was looking to drive that one through the mid-off region. Well, Gunny, every day is a new day, and that's something that we know in cricket. You can't live off your performance from the day before, so you have to come out today with the intensity to perform again to back it up.
You need to tell some West Indian spectators that we cannot live in 1975 and 79 success.
Oh my, and he has dropped it. It's where it ricocheted, he palmed it up. It was close enough to him that if he reacted fast enough that he would have gotten the second chance. But how much will that come back to haunt the Jamaicans? Because that is Joshua Dawn that they have just dropped, who has looked in very good form in this inning so far.
Is it the same player who has misfielded twice
Yes,
and
yes.
has dropped a sitter again? Maybe he's just not. That's not there. That's about the best I can say because it's really a simple catch that should have been taken.
So Mead again. Good delivery. And we have seen from Mead that wherever he's bowling, whether it's we saw him at Signing a few days ago, that he gets lift from just back of a length. He doesn't have to bowl it short. The ball rises. Seems to be a strong young man that is able to hit the pitch hard.
He's deceptively quicker than he appears. He's not running with any real aggression, but he's hitting the deck hard.
Short again. And this time, Dawn doesn't make the same mistake twice. It's away to the mid-on boundary. That's 4. And that one was a tame delivery in the end there, Gunny.
Yes, a very short delivery, asking to be put to the boundary, and this time it was hit to the left of Mead, of Mayer, and into the boundary for 4. But certainly a fine shot there from Dawn as he advanced the Barbados total. And they're saying thank you very much, but certainly a mixed back there. He should have been on his way back to the pavilion. He isn't, and he's going continuing to see how far he can advance his Barbados total. And basically, we'll say in local parlor, help himself to some runs.
Yes, because I'm sure he'll be saying to himself, well, you have 2 bites at the cherry. Not very often that it happens for a batsman, that you get that second chance. Usually your first mistake is your end. And so it's 61 for 1 after 11 overs. Hines will continue. He'll be bowling to Brathwaite. Dawn currently batting on 36 not out.
Brathwaite 19.
So he was dropped on 32.
Brathwaite on 19.
And Brathwaite is on 19. As Hines, he will continue to bowl from the southern end to Brathwaite. This one is fielded there by Ware this time at extra cover.
You say where or wed?
It's cut in the gap, but there's a man there at extra cover, very fleet of foot is James. He gets there very quickly, keeps it down to 1.
The line and the length that Hines is bowling, don't you think that sweeper should come in a bit more and the square cover should go more to his right and try and cut off some of these singles?
Yes, I agree with you. And one of the things that we have seen as well from him is that he has dropped short and wide a lot more today than we have seen from him in his previous spells. He has been very, very tight with his bowling. His lines and lengths have been commendable throughout the tournament thus far. And that gap again being exploited, as you mentioned, Gunny. Really a case for that area to be reinforced and for the sweeper to come a little squarer.
That is a result of the line and the length he is bowling, because the backward point doesn't come into the picture because he's not bowling short.
This time he's bowling to Brathwaite. Oh, that's good delivery that time, but doesn't carry to Barnes. Jamaican skipper at slip.
Because if he shifts the field around to this right and the backward point come to square cover and square cover go into a straightish extra cover, he will force him now to do what he shouldn't do.
Just try to play a lot squarer.
Exactly.
Or behind square on the
Then
outside.
you will bring the slip into play and create the chances much greater of getting him dismissed. But they are the ones who are there. They are the youngsters. We have seen young persons around the world at this age group who are thinking cricketers. And yes, they are going to make the mistake. They are young people. But in this day and age, you have to learn to think on your feet very rapidly the way the world is advancing.
So 63 for 1 after 12 overs. Barbados here with a solid start. They'll be looking to put up a formidable total to challenge the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans have really had it all their way.
Yes.
So far in the tournament, they have won quite easily in most of the games.
And who knows, the signs so far would seem to suggest that we're going to get our biggest total for the tournament from any given team today. The signs so far.
That's quite possible at this stage. Mead to continue. Gets it in the gap. Does Dawn. should complete an easy two. As Ware is after it. Throw comes in now to the keeper.
I think what the Jamaicans really need is a bowler to come in and try and tighten things up a bit. I think that is what's happening. There are too many deliveries that are sprayed all over the place. They need to find a bowler to come and bowl, let's say 4 overs or so, create a little bit of pressure to see what the Barbadian batsmen will do.
So Mead again to Don, punching that one to extra cover. Is this a case where they can introduce the leg spinner Redwood a little bit earlier in this game?
Yes.
One over to see what is happening.
See exactly what is happening. But they are out there, they have a set plan, they are walking to their plan, and but there are times in life you have to do some readjustments. Yeah.
Don looking quite good at the wicket in this innings. Mead to bowl to him now. Slow delivery, dipping one. Gets some bat onto it down to the man at backward square on the boundary, gets a single. That was actually a good attempt there by Mead. Good thinking by him to try that slow delivery. It almost dipped under the bat.
Yes, that was the variety that came up from him there. And, you can see he's trying. And maybe that drop catch, had it been taken, might have spurred him on.
Not a good delivery, full, but driven straight to the man at mid-on. Gets his feet behind it.
The thing about it today, there isn't that heavy wind that we saw over Sign Hill. We have to comment on it, the heavy wind. Someone spoke to me from the United States and they said they were listening and they were looking at serious wind that was blowing in that game that we were commentating.
It's almost a strong gale on that morning. Slow delivery again from Mead, but this one is a different slow delivery. It seems like the back of the hand one turned a little bit away from Brathwaite, who watched it carefully and was able to complete a single.
He said he was actually wondering if there was some weather system around the start of the wind. He was looking at it and he said, wow. So we were just saying it like it is. But there's none today. What we're having is beautiful weather. And really, the bowlers have to bend their back a little harder towards seeing what they can extract from the pitch.
Loud appeal for XBW, but
Clearly
umpires looking there. Signals not out. Well, no decision from him.
Yeah, from my position here, almost straight behind, clearly going missing leg.
Yes.
Clearly.
So yes, with that angle that he had there.
Clearly it was an appeal, but umpire had an easy decision to make to say not out. The total remains on 66.
7. Yeah, it's totally different from signing. We could say that, and we also could let our viewers know that we are on the inside, as opposed to where we have to struggle with the wind at Sign Hill.
Yes, we are.
And we are also behind the bowler's arm instead of at square leg.
Exactly. So we are in a far better position in terms of doing the commentary. But we did what we had to do. And as Barbados continue here, Jamaica badly needing a wicket.
Yes, they need to make some inroads.
But they are being held at bay by Don, who's batting really well, soaking up the balls that are delivered, deliveries that are delivered to him.
So Hines this time, this one got some turn and bounce.
That one definitely turned and bounced. Slow. Not a prodigious, quick turner, but certainly really bounced.
This one is driven, but should be fielded comfortably by the man at mid-on, and there's no run. So Brathwaite strike to Hines, who usually bowls out in his first spell. So he usually goes through from overs 2 to 20. 10 of his overs being bowled consecutively on several occasions in the tournament.
Don't you think the captain might have a rethink today based on the position of the opponents?
I think he should. I don't know if he will, but I think he should. I think he has to introduce some of his other bowlers just to see if anybody is able to extract anything from the pitch and to dismiss these two, because they're looking quite ominous at the wicket. Oh my, that's a lovely drive there from Brathwaite. But again, we see James rapid across the ground. He gets there in absolutely no time. He may have had some background in track and field.
Well, they are from Jamaica. I wanted to say athletics. It's Jamaica.
So Hines to Dawn this time. Played nicely, defends it, respects it. And that's the end of over number 14. The score is now 68-1, so it's a good over. Went for only one run on that occasion.
Yes, one of the better overs bowled by Hines for the morning. He was thereabouts, looking like the old Hines that we saw. And certainly, this is the type of over I believe that Jamaica needs to see. Lessen it. It's rather going at 5, 6, 7 and over. Let us get it down to 1 and 2. And make it a crawl to see how the Barbadian batsmen who are settled would respond.
So, of course, the field restrictions have been dropped a few overs ago. 3 fielders outside of the circle after this delivery. I'll get back to that. He squares up just a little bit on off stump to that delivery. Into away movement there by Mead.
Yes, and with Barbados recognizing there's nothing to lose, we cannot win the tournament. Why not look at personal statistics and try and get as big a total as possible and position it themselves whereby they can really challenge the champions.
Absolutely, Mead. This time it's wide outside the off stump. Doesn't find the gap, does Brathwaite. So there's a long leg in place. There's a man at deep backward square leg on the boundary, and there's a third man. On the offside, there's also a man just behind point. Cover, extra cover, mid off. On the onside, there's a mid on, a mid wicket. Short mid wicket, that is, in where. And there's I've mentioned the backward square already. So here's Mead. Not a slow delivery this time, but on this occasion, it was telegraphed. Saw him slow down his arm just a little bit, and Brathwaite was able to get it to square leg for a single.
Mead continues to try for his country from this to another end, and you can really see him bending his back. So he's trying to effect the breakthrough, and Jamaica seriously needing a breakthrough here, whilst his Barbadian batsmen are holding him at bay and taking over the scoreboard, so to speak.
This one is a single down to backward square leg, tucked nicely by Dawn off his pads. Seemed to play very efficiently off his pads.
I'm very impressed with him, to be honest.
He's an organised player.
He looks an organised batsman, to be very honest with you. And he's playing the balls on his merit in this innings thus far.
So Mead this time again to Brathwaite. Fuller beaten outside the off stump. That one left him off the pitch. So a change in his length. He hasn't been up in that length for some time now, but the adjustment made, and it's a good delivery.
Yes, it was the line that we saw him bowl, as I said. That type of line in the previous 2 games that I saw. And that was one. We have seen a couple of deliveries that we have grown accustomed to him, but we haven't seen enough of it today.
That one squares him up again. A hint
Exactly.
of away movement of the pitch there.
Exactly. That is the Mead we have grown to see, and we defended quite nicely. And Barbados coasting along quite comfortably at what, 70?
Yeah, 70 for 1 after 40, after 15 overs.
Yes, so they are going along quite nicely. They have solid foundation being laid here. And it's a question where, probably Jamaicans asking, where are we going to get a wicket? How are we going to get a wicket?
Well, I could say one thing. I've noticed that in that last over, for the very first time, I think, since I've watched it, I've watched 3 games for the Jamaicans now. And it's the very first time that I've seen before over number 40 or 35 that there's no slip to a bowler. So it's an indication of what is happening here, the pressure that the Barbados team are putting them under. As Hines continues to dawn, full delivery. Punch down to extra cover where James has a feeling. Single taken.
And, we're speaking about West Indies cricket. Skipper needs to be proactive.
This one goes
A quick
straight to the man.
single,
Oh, that was a chance for a run out there. He really should have got at that one. Looks like Redwood, number 10 on his back. Because that one went straight to him, and by the time he was at that one to feel it, the batsman were really in no man's land.
They were in no man's land, and the ball was right on him. All he needed is to settle himself, compose himself, and return to the keeper, and he certainly would have been a goner.
Yes.
But he rushed it, and they got an easy single in the end.
So that's an opportunity there for the Jamaican team. That's done. Turns this one to Mead, who does the fielding just behind square on the onside. Another single to Don. And Don was the man who was running to that danger end, so that could have been a big wicket for them again.
Well, I think they will welcome any one of them. Doesn't matter whether
Absolutely.
it's Braffett or Don. I think they'll be happy with anyone.
Sprayed back calmly to Hines. In the last couple of overs, has I said,
Look his good old self.
Yes, he has refound his discipline, his mojo, so to speak. This one is punched down to the man at extra cover on the boundary. Does the feeling, keeps it 2-1.
Interestingly, Alanson, if we had that sort of technology, it would be nice to see how many runs scored between that gap that I keep speaking of.
The wagon wheel.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we might be able to get it. I'm not too sure what the scorers have, I
A
think.
lot of runs are scored in that area. And
Yes,
here's
and that's another
single.
one again.
Yes, another single. And the captain needs to be proactive. I think he's just there for slip and doesn't appear to give you that inclination that he has to make a few change and put pressure on the Barbadian batsman, because they're just guiding the ball through that huge gap and they're collecting comfortable things in the meantime and keeping the scoreboard rolling on. So he should have been reactive, and I said move the backward point because he's not bowling short. For the cut to come into the picture, pushing him on the drive. You need to push that man in that straightest position. Let him go, try and pierce the gap, which will bring everybody into play in terms of getting a wicket. But
it's a case as well, Gunny, where something else that they could have tried as well is to cut the offside, because of the line that Hines is bowling. He hasn't really strayed onto the leg stump, and force them, if they want to go get the runs, to try to go across
all of that.
and against the turn. So, because for now, pushing through extra cover against the left arm spinners, right-handers, it's not really fraught with any danger as they complete 2 runs here. Very good running from both batsmen.
Alison, they are very comfortable because they recognize that there's a big gap. Just guide that ball into that gap, and you'll get comfortable singles. We get 4, 5 and over, we're going to be comfortable. That's exactly what they're doing. That's where the skipper comes into the picture. We're speaking about the future of West Indies cricket. These are the guys. They have to learn to understand and be knowledgeable about this game.
And as we have been discussing there, during that time, Michael Clark, man with the very famous name, comes into the bowling attack, all-rounder. Can't forget his name at all.
And for the first time, the Jamaicans are under pressure here. First time in the tournament, due to their own doing. It's part and parcel of the problem.
So Clark to Don. Good delivery from Clark. And we have seen from his bowling so far in the tournament, not bowling with much pace, but he gets the ball in good areas. And he's a thinking bowler. He's always looking to do something to get the batsman dismissed.
Some of the things we are saying, Alison, myself and you and myself, is that we're looking at the future of West Indies cricket.
Another good delivery from Clark. This one slower.
Which we are speaking about is not criticizing them in any destructive manner. It's a question of saying things in a positive way, so that we will see that they are already thinking on their feet. Because as I said, the next step is where? Senior West Indies team.
Clark, Don this time. I think he threw him off by advancing. It will be a wide. How many can they get? It should pull up just in front of the boundary. It does. The man where has to run all the way down from backward square to do the retrieving. So they get a wide plus 2 runs. So 3 extras there. And he was advancing down the pitch. You saw that Clark was bowling a very good line and length, and he was trying to come down the pitch, and he threw him off. He went for something around leg stump, and it went down the leg side for a wide. So Don again, facing up to Clark. Short, pulled well in front of square. Should be 4 runs. Goes away to the boundary now. And I don't think that that's the length that he should be bowling, especially to Don at that pace.
Yes, at that pace he's bowling. I think he got that's his 50, you know.
Yes,
That's his
he-
50. That's Don's 50. That wonderful shot there. Short of a length, he rocked into the back foot quickly and hammered it to the left of mid wicket into the cow corner area for a boundary. And certainly a well played century, a well played half century here by Don, and putting a lot of pressure on the Jamaican team. Certainly well played, young man.
Yes, for 50 or 48 deliveries with 4 fours to Joshua Don. This one again is down the leg side. So he's making that advance down the pitch. And he's also going across his stump to off stump.
And he's actually throwing Clark off his
Yes, he
line
threw him
and
off
length
there.
as well. And the ploy from Don has worked and worked well. Don has really it's really been a steady innings, a composed innings, recognizing the situation that his team is in, realizing the Jamaicans apparently not really up to it with all, and they have dropped their intensity, I would say, from what I've seen thus far. And they are saying, okay, if that is the way you're operating, we will capitalize. And certainly they have capitalized to the good of Barbados as they motor on here. And certainly, why not? Next starts should be harboring a
Should be a
century.
3 figures, yes.
That's right. That should be a start.
Conditions are good for batting.
Everything is there in his.
He has a good start and he has gotten a chance as well. So he might say, well, look, he's on my side today as well.
Today's my day. Why not capitalize and try and get a century? That will make sense.
So Hines will be continuing to Brathwaite. He's giving Don very good support. This time it goes to the man there at extra cover. Changing personnel. They have switched way out of that short position. Punching his Brathwaite. Gets a single again in the same area. Through extra cover to the man on the deep. James.
Listen, the thing about it, there are 2 fielders out there who are not in play whatsoever. Short, fine leg, and the backward one. You just recollect on the number of deliveries that have gone to these 2 guys. Very little, if any. So why not plug the gap and force them to try and do something different? That's the point I'm making.
This one is hit uppishly, and of course, if the man was up, he may have had a chance at completing that catch. But yeah, it's definitely time to try something else because the way that Don and Brathwaite are going, they are not taking a huge amount of undue risk. So
Undue
unless
risk.
you prize them out of the wicket, doesn't look like if they're going to give it away.
Well, apparently, somebody is saying something to somebody because he's actually, the sweeper is coming up to cut the single.
Yes, he's in the circle now. Maybe that one that was hit uppishly convinced him that he would have had a chance at the wicket, but maybe it is a case that the horse has already bolted, but it's a good change of the field. So now let's see if the batsmen will adjust in terms of their scoring areas now. Brathwaite pushes this one down to the man at mid-on, cannot score. And at the end of the over, the score is on 86 for 1.
Very, very good total here. Partnership of 85 between Brathwaite and Don. And 83 the total score, 83? 86 for 1 in a partnership of 83. And probably the biggest partnership of the tournament thus far.
But definitely from the games that I have witnessed, it's the biggest partnership that I have witnessed in the tournament so far.
Yeah, except the one Monday between
Wedderburn and Barnes.
Yes, again.
But I still think that this one is
one is
bigger.
bigger.
Than
This
that.
is a bigger partnership here. Yeah, so it's really and truly been Barbados morning. There's no ifs and there's no buts, and they must be comfortable with his team position at the end of 20 overs. 20 overs has gone already. I think it definitely must be comfortable in this situation. Yeah. 86 for the loss of 1 at the end of the water break.
18 overs.
18 overs gone. They're going at now just on a shade under 5 per over. And this is a solid platform being laid here towards a big total without any real attempt at big shots. It's just walking the balls through the gaps, exploiting the weakness in the Jamaican field placing and their bowling. And all kudos to Don for a nice innings thus far, ably supported by Bradford with good support, and certainly Barbados well on top here against the Jamaicans. Their fielding is not the best, not of the best. They have misfield, a couple of misfield, quite a
And
few.
that is unlike what we have seen from them in the past games, Gunny.
We have seen what, about 3 chances gone. There was one
One
very
catch,
early on.
close run out.
Yes, there was one early on at slip. Then there's the sitter a while ago to Bolden. And a couple of misfields, some half chances. And the Jamaicans have definitely not been up to it this morning from what we have seen thus far. And Barbados capitalizing. And let's see if they are going to be a rethink now that they have a little session between themselves, have a little water break and so on. See if the captain will certainly look at the situation differently and recognize they are really under the pump.
Yes, and I'm sure now that they have had some time to discuss it, that they'll be thinking to themselves that they need to devise a way to break this partnership, the Jamaicans, and the two at the crease, the pair at the crease, Brathwaite and Dawn, who have put on 83 runs. They will be saying more of the same, and so will the dugout be saying at this point, the dressing room will be saying more of the same as well, as we have had a wonderful start here to this game. Splendid weather here at the Ardersville playing field. A lot better than we have had all tournament. Breakaway in the distance is in view, and it is excellent weather here. We have calm seas, wonderful day for sailing, for going to the beach. It's summertime now, school is out. I'm sure that, you know, some of the children will be wanting to go and take a little beach trip today. Who knows? It's the same summer. Same summer. Once we're in the Northern Hemisphere, we're in summer.
It's not. There's nothing named summer in the Caribbean. There's sun from January 1st to December 31st. What we have is a long vacation period for schools or learning institutions. So I would say the vacation programs or vacation.
Well,
this thing about summer, I don't buy it.
It's a Northern Hemisphere summer.
No, I don't buy it.
Well, that's you have your opinion to keep.
There's no winter, there's no spring, there's no autumn.
No, we don't have winter.
That's why. Why? So where is summer? Summer is all year.
Summertime.
Glorious Caribbean weather.
Summertime.
Something that we all have been enjoying. Thank God for the sun that we are on today. For the past week, we haven't rain. There's rain and sun, wind and breeze.
Clark to continue here to Dawn.
Now this field placing is much better here now. Yes, it is much better as Clark comes in with this military medium that he's bowling.
Also, the keeper has come to the wicket. Williams, he has seen Dawn advancing down the pitch repeatedly. So he's saying that I'll put on the helmet. Stay in your crease, young man. I think that's very important because that little advance down and across the pitch that we have seen from Dawn has thrown Clark off quite a few times.
Yes, in that previous over, we've thrown him off, and with the back pressure, we call it the back pressure by staying up at the stumps.
And he has bowled a naughty delivery there, very short. He apologizes to his teammates immediately. And we said that, of course, he cannot bowl that length to Dawn at that pace, and he has been summarily dismissed to mid-wicket for 1 bounce 4.
Well, English commentators said that one of our better players used to bowl a lot of lollipops. You remember that famous thing? What he basically got was, he just stood up there to be put to the boundary, and Don did the correct thing. Over the ropes, it went for another boundary. His fifth and he is a 55.
This one is shorter, wider. So adjusts his line. But he has bowled those 2 short deliveries which have been dismissed in his 2 overs. So he has to be careful with that. Dawn is strong on the pull shot. Better line this time. Also mixing up his pace outside the off stump, so no run scored. Total remains on 90 for 1. Half stopped there by, looks like Barnes. That's the feeling at extra cover. And at the end of over number 19, it is 90 for 1 here at the Arnesville playing field. Barbados taking on Jamaica on the 19.
Yes, in the West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament. As I said before, they are going to just a shade under 5. And someone as Clark's pace, lack thereof, cannot be bowling these loose deliveries. They're going to be put away. And with someone like Don, you're bowling to, certainly the balls are going to go over the ropes. And what he needs to do is to keep that line, keep that length, a fuller length, allow him to drive through the offside, hoping that he may just lift one. Once he bowls his shots, it's really meat and drink.
And I think what we saw from him in some of the other games is that he tried that short one from time to time. He had on his way, but he was on the quicker pitch to our left as we sit here now. This one is driven by Brathwaite, who has been efficient as well in the partnership. Score goes up by 1.
But interestingly enough, they have resorted back to the big sweep, and the big gap is there again.
This one is played back to Hines. No run taken. Into that gap once more, as predicted.
You see, part of the reason to Allison, they're not going over the top to play inside-out shots. Because if look at what has happened now. Just brought him the same spot we keep speaking about. Let them go over the top, which they're not really attempting to do, or has not done for the morning.
No, they haven't taken those risks. Slight misfield. This is a chance here for a run out. Oh, my direct hit here certainly would have gotten him. That was James, who is rapid. He covers the ground in no time. And I think a direct hit there would have gotten Brathwaite. And he missed, and he was home. But James moves, he's like a hare on the outfield.
But the ball seems to be following where?
Another good delivery there. Respected by Don. Hines in his last few overs, as we mentioned, he has regained his line and length. This one is off the edge, down to the man at backward point, and they take a single. Score moves on by 1. So at the end of over number 20, the score is now 94 for 1.
Yes, 94 for 1 at 20. Barbados large and in charge here at the Arnesville playing field. And Jamaica under tremendous pressure to try and effect a breakthrough. Wonderful partnership here between Don and Brathwaite. And we'll see how it goes as the morning wears on, as I leave you for my little break and allow Sylvanus Morgan to join you, Allenson, on the opposite end.
Yes, I'll be joined by Sylvanus Morgan, Sylvanus Horn. And yes, he will join me here in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Alison. Good morning again to our viewers. Barbados going along merrily here at 4.7 runs per over. 20 overs haven't been bowled, Alison. And after the fall of the first wicket, it has really steady ship, these two.
Absolutely. And Clark is bowling to Don, who already is on a half century. Clark to Don now. This one is back of a length. He defends it comfortably. Back to the bowler, no run taken.
Yes, and these are the type of deliveries we'd want to see Clark bowling. Trying to contain the batsmen at this time, who are really set on a big total here.
This one is played quite nicely by Don. in front of square, but fielded now. James seems to be the perennial boundary rider. He's probably one of the quickest fielders in the competition. And he feels that one, gets it back in.
Yeah, he has been doing the bulk of the work so far in the outfield for the Jamaicans.
This one seems to have come off the edge probably, as Brathwaite was looking to hit that one forcefully through the offside. This one is driven back to the bowler, who feels sharply.
Also, we have seen Clark getting the ball to move back in to the right-hander very sharply, even though it's about 20 odd overs old.
Well, they're using different balls at each end, so it's about a 10 over ball from this end. Nice take there from the keeper. Quite smart work by Williams down the left side, and from what we have seen in the tournament so far, he's, if not the best, definitely one of the best keepers that we have seen in this competition.
Yeah, that was very good glove work there by wicketkeeper Williams. It's always spectacular to see Allison when the keeper goes down the leg side and whips the bills off.
Absolutely. As Clark continues, as you mentioned, getting that inward movement. And just to update our viewers, in the game at the test match at Dominica, Windsor Park, the West Indies are batting first. They are 31 without loss. Brathwaite and Shandapal at the wicket.
And that too is welcoming news for West Indian fans and those pundits of West Indies cricket. Of course, West Indies have been faltering badly for quite some time, Alison, and we're hoping this series against India, for us starting off in Dominica, as you heard, that we would be able to bat and make a very big score and be able to put India under pressure.
Yes, yes, and I think at this stage of West Indies cricket, it's a case where the test matches, when it comes to one-day cricket and test matches, West Indies have really almost fallen off the cliff as far as the white ball cricket is concerned. But from time to time in the test matches, they still have their moments. And I think that's something that is very important that persons need to recognize. A lot of persons have lamented what happened in Zimbabwe, but if we really look back over the last few years, we have seen very poor performances from West Indies in 50-over cricket for a long stretch of time. So it's not a new phenomenon by any means.
There's a change of bowling, Allison. Yeah, Redwood. From the southern end.
Redwood is bowling now to Dawn. Just around the leg stump, but he gets turn. So he still played it with a straight bat, anticipating that away turn. And Redwood has been impressive so far in the competition, getting a 4-wicket haul in the game before the last one and 2 wickets in his last game. It'll be interesting to hear how many wickets he has in the competition up to this point. That is driven by Dawn out to the man at the sweeper boundary. Single is taken.
Yes, he has been one of the leading trump cards for the Jamaican bowling attack, and he do get a lot of punches from the wicket. So, for the sake of the Jamaicans, they would hope that he could wreak the breakthrough for them. This delivery is played on the offside, no run resulting. Yes, Alison, we're hoping that from the Jamaican standpoint that Redwood will have the breakthrough for Barbados. These two has been batting very soundly indeed and set and making big scores here today. Something which we have not seen throughout the tournament. This is probably the longest of the partnership, even if you have seen a longer one than this one.
Yes, it's also probably the best batting conditions that we have had in the tournament so far. The driest day, nice sunny weather, and a pitch that is looking quite flat. So they need to take advantage of the conditions. Flighted delivery, and he looks to go over the offside. He was looking for something violent over the offside on that occasion. First time we have seen that from Brathwaite.
Yes, definitely. That was very much attacking stroke play from him, looking to go over the inside out, in the inside out shot, but misses. Just nearly missing the edge.
And this one is a top edge. It goes out to the fielder, just drop short. And as soon as you have the first over from the leg spinner, things have started to happen.
Yes, it is indeed a good sign for the Jamaicans that Redwood now introduced into the attack has caused some sort of concern for the batters. They are looking to get on with it, and then he's posing some problem here and there. Almost got a wicket hit over.
Yeah, so 98 for 1 at the Arnesville playing field after 22 overs. 98 for 1. And we saw that even in his first over, he got that last delivery to turn right to the toe end of the bat. So he wasn't able to time that pull shot that was attempted there, Brathwaite. So it'll be interesting to see the contest between the two set batsmen and the attacking leg spinner in the next over. As we have Clark, who will continue. Just some slight adjustments being made to the field. Fine leg comes a bit finer. Clark, he continues. Quick single being taken. In the end, they're quite safe. Once they beat the man at extra cover, there was enough time for them to get through for the single. So good judgment in the end by the two batsmen.
Yeah, that's very good running between both Brathwaite and Dawn. Brathwaite, we see Allison is really trying to get that front leg out to the pitch of this military medium pacer. He has been swinging the ball, darting the ball back into him, and he's ensuring that he try and cut out whatever swing there might be.
This one is Fuller, played with soft hands by Dawn. Played quite late as well. Run to the total, he went straight to the man at backward point. So there is a third man, a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and the fine leg. Square leg is halfway to the boundary, just outside of the circle. He's betwixt and between, not quite out on the boundary, not quite in the circle. So an interesting position. Maybe they're looking for a top edge, a lob pull shot. This one is punched, half stopped there by the fielder. Single still taken, so another one goes on to the total. Dawn also moves up his tally.
Yes, Clark is bowling to a 5-4 field.
He's off the inside edge, no run taken.
Yes, so I was saying that bowling to a 5-4 field, we have seen Dawn very quick to pounce on anything short, and then there's a vacant mid-wicket region, so that is something they would try to cut out.
This one is short again, but outside the off stump, punch there by Brathwaite. He was looking for two. The fielder came around quickly. The throw wasn't over the base, but because he got rid of it quickly, deterred the second. Fielder is weatherborn.
Yes, and that is very important, Alison, to get to the ball as quickly as possible and throw in as quickly as possible, avoided the chance of batters getting a second run there. But that was a very steady over there from Clark this time, Alison. I think his line he has adjusted.
Yes, that over going for 3 runs, 101 for 1 at the end of 23 overs. So this will be a key period here with the bowling of Redwood. For the Jamaicans, if they are to try to peg the Barbados team back and to get themselves back into a good position in this game. Barbados out front now with 9 wickets in hand. This one is a full toss. Push straight to the man at mid-on. And the single is taken.
One thing we would not want to see, Alison, is that teams getting such a good start and then, they have to falter in the middle. We have seen that time and time again in this tournament. I think this is one of the better starts for Barbados thus far.
This one is played on the onside by Dawn. He has shown the ability to score off front and back foot, pace and spin. And he has been manipulating the ball into the gaps quite well in his innings.
Yeah, he has played exceptionally well this morning. And he continued to play as well. So he has a new bowler to contend with. We have seen a fall shot already from Dawn to the leg spinner Redway. And here he punches this one onto deep extra cover for a single. Yeah, so both batters have been batting quite well. They are facing different bowlers. But Redway, who is getting some big turn, they will have to be very careful with the pull shot that they would want to make, Alison.
Yes, and you could see that one turning off the straight again. It was a flatter one. It wasn't flighted, but it still had quite a bit of turn on it. As we mentioned in a previous stint, that extra cover gap is open. And they have continued to score in that direction. This time it's fielded by the man short. Need fielder there. And no run is taken, so Dawn doesn't score off that delivery. It's a flighted delivery. Gets some turn, comes off the outside edge, goes to the man at backward point. And that's the end of over number 24. And it is now 104 for one, another 3 runs off that over.
Yeah, another good over there from Redwood, keeping things fairly tight for the Jamaicans, who are still looking for a second wicket. They have been toiling all morning, and no success their way as yet. So credit to the Barbados batters as well, Alison. They have 1 or 2 scary moments, but they would have gone past that now and really settling in nicely for a big total. We'll see the Barbadians maybe over 200 plus runs.
Yes, 200 so far is the highest total of the tournament. This one is guided down to third man by Bradway. He's looking for 2 turns now. Good running by him. Second, he had a look up just to see where the fielder was, and then he decided he was coming back.
Yes, that was nicely played by Bradway. Just opening the face and running it down to deep third man. Picked up 2 runs, 2 well-played runs.
So Clark again to Bradway. Fuller delivery this time. Gets that ball to tail in as with his angle and also his action. Quite chest on, so he's getting the ball to come into the right-hander. Again, it has some inward movement. This one sharp.
Yeah, this one was pitched just a little bit wide of off stump, and was coming back in some sideways movement there. Batsman caught the batsman in 2 minds. He was looking to drive, but then eventually dropped his hands there. No danger.
So Clark aborts his run on this occasion.
Alison, you see that the offside field has been strengthened for Clark, and this is where the captain would want him to bowl just that middle and offside length.
Another shot down to third man there by Brathwaite. He's playing the shot nicely. It's a shot that could have some danger associated with it because the ball is coming into him, but he's waiting on the inward movement, so he has played it quite late so far.
Yeah, he definitely has been playing this shot pretty late down to third man, and he has been effective thus far.
So here's Clark to Dawn. This time he plays the same shot down to third man. And that's definitely an area that they are looking to exploit in terms of the scoring based on the length and the line that is being bowled by Clark. He's bowling to his field, so he's bowling outside off stump. I think now what we have seen from the Jamaicans is that they're going to bring the third man up to try to reinforce that area.
Yes, they're trying to cut out the single because all the batsmen were doing is just opening the face and run the ball along in that area and picking up singles all the time. There's a shot that is punched to extra cover. Fieldman diving, misses. Batsman is able to turn for 2 runs. Yes, the Jamaicans are really under some pressure here now with these 2 batters, and we have seen where so many gaps are in the field, and Skipper Barnes is trying his best to see how much he can cut down on these singles because they do count. Every run counts, and you never know when it's their turn at the crease, Allison, what would be the result from these singles, because quite a bit of singles have been scored in the Barbadian innings.
So it's 110 for 1 after 25 overs. So halfway through the allotted 50 overs that they have to bat. So another 25 overs remaining. How far do you see them getting from here, Sylvanus, especially with 9 wickets in hand? How many do you see them getting from where they are now?
Yeah, with the current run rate that they're going now, they're just about almost 5 runs over. And with 110, and if they continue like this up until lunch, yeah, I think I could see them pushing over the 250, 280 perhaps.
All right, that's a lot. If we had 3 persons, we could have triangulated and see who who came closest with their prediction. I'll say based on conditions and the way they are batting now and the bowling attack, I will say that I'm giving them maybe about 230. Because I'm expecting that somewhere along the line some wickets will be taken.
Well, interestingly, Alison, we have not been seeing a flurry of boundaries, but nonetheless, the scoreboard has been rotating very frequently. And 1-1, as we say, full basket. So even if they get 6 singles, it's 6 runs. So there has been a continuous scoring and rotation of the strike.
From where they are now, they should be aiming for 250. At least. But as I said, you never know. So I'm expecting some form of fight back from the Jamaicans, so I'm saying 230. Thereabouts.
Well, we have not seen any devil in the wicket, neither have we seen anything to give the batters any problems. They have been scoring freely off nearly every ball, so once they continue like that, we could expect a big score for Barbados.
Ooh, and that one is off the edge, but it does not carry to slip. And again, you see the danger posed there by Redwood. Got some bounce, some turn, but in the end, I think it was played well by Don, who slackened his grip a little bit, so it didn't carry to the man at slip.
Yeah, that was well bowled by Redwood.
Flighted again, but too full. Full toss, actually. Single to the man at extra cover on the boundary. Was looking to get another big turn in delivery, but just over tossing on that occasion.
Yes. Redwood line has been very, very good thus far, except for the occasional full toss. And he has been asking the batsmen questions. So they have to be very careful, very watchful. And the Jamaicans hoping that Redwood will bring that breakthrough for them. Here ends another over. That's the end of the 26th over.
Yes, 111 for 1. So only the single coming off that over. And so far, Redwood, he has bowled 3 overs. And he has gone for 7 runs. So his introduction has, slowed the progress of the Barbados team somewhat. And in the previous stint, we were saying that, they really should have introduced him earlier. I was saying that before he was even introduced because I expected that he would make some impact in terms of either stemming the scoring rate or maybe getting a wicket or 2. Nevertheless, we continue. Clark to continue. Well into his spell now. Single taken off that first delivery by Don. Field remains more or less the same, except that the third man has come into the circle as he did come into the end of that last over. But the fine leg is back, so he's the only one outside of the circle. Full delivery, getting some swing in. And another dot delivery.
Yes, Alison. Yes, the Jamaicans would have seen how easily Barbadians were playing the pace in the earlier part of the game. And as you rightly said, I would have introduced Redwood much earlier. As a matter of fact, I would have loved to see they have spin from both ends, but that didn't happen. They continue with a pace and a spin. But Redwood seems to be the threatening wicket taker here for Jamaica, so we'll see what happens from here before lunch.
Clark again to Dawn. Lovely bit of work there by Williams down the leg side. It's a wide but beautiful stumping. Excellent work there by Williams. We have spoken about his prowess behind the wickets, and he has made that into a wicket for his team.
That is a spectacular piece of stumping, and we were talking about it, Alison, that it's always good to see when the keeper goes down the leg side and just in a flash get the bills off, and this was one of them from Williams that caused the wicket of, is this Brathwaite?
It's Dawn.
It's Dawn.
Big
Dawn, the
Dawn.
danger man Dawn.
Yes.
Just didn't get his foot back in time, and the bills was whipped off in a flash by Williams, and the Jamaican has gotten the breakthrough. Well, a wicket is a wicket, whether it be a run out or the catch. It was a beautiful piece of stumping. It's good to see.
Yes, I wonder if it was a planned dismissal there from the Jamaican team. The way that the celebration ensued. It looked like it was something that they thought about, to bowl one down the leg side, see if he would get the back foot lifted. And that was a wonderful take there by Williams. We have and they have seen the back of Dawn for 64 runs. Good innings by him. He looks a bit disappointed. I think that he may have been thinking that, I had a possibility of getting 3 figures here today, but he has been dismissed. No need to hang his head. Very good work there by the wicket keeper.
Yes, Alison, it's unfortunately to see him go. Actually, he was batting so well and he set for a big total, but that didn't happen. It was really, really good work by the keeper, Williams, who got that bill off in a flash. Back foot was out of the crease, so he has to go. He has fallen for 64 well played runs. So Jamaica has gotten the breakthrough that they were looking for, and as you rightly said, Alison, it seemed like there was some plan between the wicketkeeper and Clark, because he was sliding these deliveries in occasionally down the leg side, and this time he did get
so the new
Dawn to make a fall shot.
So the new batsman is Achilles Brown. Has that Greek name, Achilles. Achilles Brown. And you'll all remember that mythological story of Achilles, who had one weakness in his heel. And that's where they were able to exploit. So Clark to Achilles Brown. Another one down the leg side. Appeal for like before, but it seemed to be sliding down and also a bit high.
Yeah, that one was a bit high, going down, but Alison, we know in cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. One bring two. We have seen that in many of these games, more so when there was a water break. You see wicket falling after a break. So Jamaica now, with their tail up, so to speak, looking for the 3rd wicket.
This one is turned just for the square, so Brown is off the mark with that flick shot. And I mentioned when we were speaking about the projections that I expect some type of fight back from the Jamaicans, and they have taken the big wicket of Dawn. So let's see if they can persist now with that pressure that they have built over the last few overs.
Well, yes, the Jamaicans usually say we small, but we talawa, and they're not going to give up. They must be relieved now to see the back of Dawn, actually.
So that's the end of the over, 115 for 2. So that's the first wicket to be taken there by Clark today. And I think that in tandem with Redwood, they have been able to build some pressure on the Barbados team. And although we didn't see an injudicious shot to get the wicket, we did see a bit of brilliance there from the wicketkeeper Williams.
Yes, well, the game is a thinking game, and bowlers and everyone have to play a part. And the wicketkeeper and the bowler would have really walked out down there in getting him stump leg before. So it's Redway again. We'll pick up the attack.
So Redwood, he is bowling to Brown, Achilles Brown. 27 overs have gone in the innings, 115 for 2. The Barbados team. This is the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars competition. This one is full. Tuck to the man at mid on. They're going through for the single. It doesn't gather cleanly, and they complete it safely in the end. That's Weatherburn there, the fielder. So
Brown is off the mark to open his account.
He's already on 2 runs. Ooh, and another lovely delivery there. Does it come off the edge or is it just the bounce and turn?
Just the bounce and turn. That is a beautifully and well-flighted delivery. And we keep saying, Alison, all along that Redwood is going to cause some problems for these batters. Brathwaite, who was there from the beginning, seems to be a little bit unsettled by the bounce and turn of Redwood.
It's another flighted delivery. This one is actually not flighted, but flatter, quicker. No run.
It's always difficult proposition, Alison, when you lose your partner. Now you still have to, and here's a delivery short. Batsman was playing a forcing shot just to the left of cover.
Yeah, that one was hit officially. And maybe a case of maybe a more agile fielder may have been able to get a hand to that one as it eluded way. So they haven't looked very comfortable at all against Redwood. Slight change being made to the field.
Redwood now, Alison, is a bit more confident now. You can see that he's really pitching between wicket and wicket. That ball just pitch outside leg and cutting back sharply. Batsman was able to play it out in the mid-wicket region for a single. So I was making a point, Alison, that Redwood is settling down nicely now and he's causing some problems for the batsmen. I've been pitching this ball just on or about middle and off stump, getting some good punches as well.
This one is short outside the off stump. He plays it down to the man at backward point. There's no run. That's the end of the over number 28. So the score is now 118 for 2, sorry, 118 for 2. Another good over there from Redwood. We'll give you his analysis shortly. He has bowled at this point 4 overs and he has gone for 9 runs. So being very effective here for his team. I think he'd want to get some in the last column though. He'd want to get some wickets.
Yes, he has been very economical thus far. So here is Clark again.
Yes, that one is coming in, as we have seen. That is the general trajectory of of Clark's bowling. He's gotten this one to come into midland leg. No run.
Alison, we have seen Clark seem to be a very enduring bowler, one who will bowl very long spells, as we have established. He's not a terribly fast bowler by any means, but he just put the ball there on about middle and off stump.
Well, just from his body language and his demeanor, he looks like a fit young man.
Indeed.
And the way he carries himself on the field. So Yar's foot looks to be full of energy. So he's showing that in his ability to bowl long spells. So the Jamaicans, although they have only taken 2 wickets, they have assisted with keeping the field in, as this one is cut straight to the man at cover. Quick single, but Brathwaite has shown that he is quite fleet of foot since he has been there at the wicket. He's a diminutive man, but he's very fast between the wickets.
Yeah, he's very, very, very quick between the wickets, and that is a well-judged single by the batters.
Yes, they have persisted with keeping most of their fielders in the ring, something that we have seen from them, unlike the other teams in the competition, who have tended to push back their fielders once the first power play is over. And they are by no means fully large and in charge in this game. So even though they are only 2 wickets down the opposition team, they have still elected to keep most of their fielders in the circle, which is not bad at all.
Yes, and we see what pressure can do to a team. Here's a quick chance, and there could be around there. Complete mix up there. Alison, I'll leave you to describe that. Total mix-up.
Well, I think the big issue is going to be now who is out, because the both of them are herring down to the non-strikers end. The striker, he hit it to the man there, just short on the leg side, and I believe that what the striker at that time was Brathwaite, and he just ran down the wicket. His batting partner did not really respond to his call, but he decided to run through anyway, just to see if he will make the ground. And I think it will be quite close to see who is out.
Yes, I think when the shot was played, the batter was on the back foot. The ball went straight to the man at just back out of square there. There should not have been a run, actually, because the non-striker did not respond to the call. And then we see both batsmen heading for the same crease. A total mix-up. And Barbados now has slide to 190 now for 3. They've lost their 3rd wicket. That's something that we would want to see. Total mix-up by both batsmen. Misunderstanding. Clearly, should not have been.
Yeah, just looking at the last delivery, remember we said that he has been running some close singles and he's quick between the wickets. But you have to give a count as well for your batting partner. And at no point in time did his batting partner look interested in that run. And there was a start, stop, start kind of stutter. And the two of them ended up at the same end, unfortunately.
Right, so a single is a single only when it is decided between the two batters. You alone can call for a single and run. So you must have that acknowledgement from your other partner.
But to be fair to him, I think his batting partner started off a little bit. And that kind of threw him off, where once he saw him moving down a little bit, then he just ran right through, because it would have been a very tight single anyway. And so that's the fall of Brathwaite, who had been there from the start. He made a total of So Brathwaite was dismissed for 40, run out. So both set batsmen have been dismissed, and it's an opportunity for Jamaica to really put some pressure on the new batsmen, as the captain Seeley comes to join Achilles Brown at the wicket. Singer taking off this delivery.
Yes, and we were saying, Alison, that what pressure can do to batters. We have seen Jamaica applying some pressure there in the fielding, trying to stop the singles, because all along the batters, Barbadians were getting the singles through the gaps. We were closing in those gaps, and we have seen some tight over coming in from Redwood and Clark, and that would have caused the Bajans to lose 2 quick wickets by the run-out routes.
So this one is well pitched, showing some respect there by the skipper, as he defends that leg spinning delivery.
So Jamaica showing their water. They're thinking. They're not giving up. They have been long awaiting wickets to have fallen, and they have gotten 2 quick wickets by the run-out route.
It's another lovely delivery there from Redwood. It's really causing some problems here. I think this only disappointment would be that he hasn't gotten a wicket just yet, but he's putting a lot of pressure on the Barbados team.
Yes, definitely. Redwood had been definitely putting in a very humane spell here for the Jamaicans.
Well played there by the captain in defence. Seeley watches it carefully, pushes it back to the bowler. I think the skipper now will be saying to himself, well, I don't want to be taking too many chances against Redwood. We are in a fair enough position still. And if we can weather this little storm, we can get back to putting some pressure on the Jamaicans later on in the innings. As this one comes off the leading edge, some turn. And that's the end of the over. The score is now 120 for 3 after 30 overs. So just after some comments from my co-commentator, Sylvana Son, he'll be joined by Stanley Gunny Hines.
Yes, so we have seen the Jamaicans now making a turnaround in this game. They were able to get the breakthrough for Jamaica. 2 quick wickets have fallen for Barbados. There are 2 new batsmen at the crease who will now have to rebuild. Skipper Nathan Seeley has just come to the crease. He's already off the mark. And Barbados having such wonderful start, Gunny has lost 2 quick wickets. We are just, and there's a wide signal by the umpire from this new delivery started by Clark. The total goes on to now 121. 121 for 3 of 30 overs. Clark and Redwood building the pressure on Barbados, and here's a delivery. He is inside edge onto the stumps, and this is another wicket gone for Barbados at 121. Brown trying a forcing shot. We have been saying this all morning. Clark bowling steadily, sliding the ball back in. He was trying to force this on the offside. It took the inner half of the bat and went onto the stump. So he has to go, bowled by Clark. So it's 121 for 4. Again, we are seeing a slump after a break, a short water break. And after 2, a run out and a stump, we are now seeing Barbados wiltering under the pressure of Jamaica, Gunny.
Yes, I would not really say wilting under the pressure. They're actually finding themselves into problems. Because from that wonderful second wicket partnership of over 100 between Don and Brathwaite, and Don was out brilliantly stumped by wicketkeeper Williams down the leg side of Clark for 64. He really, really batted well. And following that, we saw Brathwaite. He was run out for 40, a mix-up. He was run out for 40. And we have seen Brown just playing on, being bowled by Clark. How many he got? 5. And Barbados sliding now to 119 for 4. 119 for 4. 121 for 4. 121 for 4 is doing some notes here. 121 for 4. And suddenly the Jamaicans have repositioned themselves into the game when they were looking down in the dumps at over 100 for 1. Now they are right back into it. And certainly they should apply pressure to see exactly how the Barbadian middle order batting would stand there. But certainly they're back into the thick of things. And this situation about getting 250, 280, I do not think they will reach it.
Yes, Gunny, definitely. But the Jamaicans have been playing the patient game all along. They were outplayed in the earlier part of this game. Barbados have been batting along quite well and have had a very steady and long partnership. But now we have 2 new batsmen at the crease. We have Nathan Seeley at the wicket, and we have Gladson Bowens. Yeah, 21. Here's the delivery. It's a lifting outside the off stump. Bowens taking the bottom hand away. Gunny, Jamaica really back into this game. Seeing the fall of 3 quick wickets. And here's the delivery, a flashing drive. He would be well advised, Bowen. He's just coming to the wicket. He needs to watch and see how things are going, Gunny.
I think the Barbadians will do well to reach 200. So the predictions about 250 and 280, I think, is out of the window from what I'm seeing and knowing cricket as well as I do. I think they will really do well to get to 200.
Yes, Gunny, the game of glorious uncertainties. What looks like over 200 now definitely look like under 200. This brings the 31st over to an end. Total 121 for 4 Barbados.
And the Jamaicans are really and truly now they're looking cock-a-hoop. They are on their toes, recognizing well from their lethargy this morning with the poor bowling tactics and poor line and length. Suddenly with the fall of one wicket, they have seem to have been rejuvenated, and they are really moving around, as we know the Jamaicans like to do. And certainly they are looking to put more pressure on the rest of the Barbados, batting most of these two at the crease, new ones at the crease in Sealy and Boynes. Another wicket will certainly set the cat among the pigeons.
Yes, indeed, Gunny. As Redwood continue from the southern end, and here is bringing the batsman forward. Redwood has been settling nicely into his attack and has been causing very much concern for the batters here, Gunny. Yes, the lads from the land, wood and water.
Yeah, the Jamaican leg spinner Redwood, certainly he is the key individual in this. He hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's created enough pressure.
There's a full toss. Hit over long on. One bounce, 4 runs. This was a full toss, Gunny. One of the rare bad delivery we have seen from Redwood.
Probably his first bad delivery. Full toss, and he started it over wine long on for a boundary. He's off the mark with 4. That's
Sealy.
Sealy. He's off the mark with 4, and certainly it is a welcome boundary as far as Barbados is concerned.
Indeed. Redwood to try again. Another full toss, driven. Stop, mid off, wide mid off. Single resulting. Gunny, in these games we are not seeing, well, we know the state of West Indies cricket, we have not been seeing much spectators, but I was thinking along that knowing that this tournament is coming to St. Vincent, the organizers could at least get some young school lads to come around and at least look at these youngsters. And
yeah, but one of the major competing thing is Carnival.
You're right, Connie. But it would have taken a humane...
School is on vacation.
School is on vacation.
How are you going to get them to come? You know the mentality of our people.
Interesting.
Today, the day after Carnival, most of them are going to the beach or sleeping or something of the sort.
Yes, you're right, Connie, but cricket is still here at Annisville, and here is a delivery that is tugged to what we'll call Cow Corner region, wide mid-on.
Yes, a flighty delivery there on the leg stump, badly lined. First time we're seeing it is over from Redwood that is not on target. Boynes on his knee swung that one high over the Cow Corner area for another boundary, the second in the over, and certainly both Boynes and Sealy decided they are going to take the attack back to the Jamaicans, having lost some quick wickets, and try to restore that position they were in. That ascendancy.
Yes. Boynes is showing that he would not be bogged down, and here is a thick outside edge.
Yeah, that one seemed to have hit the bowler's rough mark, spun and bounced, and went past first slip, and they got a bye. Fortunately, didn't take the edge and lopped up into there, but certainly it spun and bounced away from everyone. May have been, certainly had to be in the bowler's foot mark.
Sealy playing this one up to wide long on. Well played by him. Just coming forward, and you could see him turning the wrist and getting 2 welcoming runs for the Barbadians, 132. These two, Gunny, will have to ensure that they bat up until the lunch and interval. Barbados to definitely go close, anything close to 200.
Well, they are there with the bats in their hands. It's a question of they wants to apply themselves in light of the situation where they have lost some quick wickets, reconsolidate the Barbadians' position to see exactly where they would end up, because the way things are going, if they continue, they can very well stumble to under or just around 200. But they are still in a good position. It's a question of repositioning themselves, concentrate for long periods over the next, let's say the next 10 or so overs without losing a wicket, maybe add another 30, 40, and then see how best they can go towards the back end of this innings. Well, there it goes, another wicket to Clark.
Unfortunately, another wicket goes down for Barbados. A delivery, just military, gentle stuff, Gunny. And here is Bowens just standing up, kind of jump on him, but he was unable. He's a short man. And this one jump on him, and he was unable to really keep it down. It just spew to the short, mid-off region.
Well, I've just said it, Sylvanus. They need to really bat the next 10 or so overs and try to ensure they do not lose another wicket. Look to add another 30, 40. But here it is. The ball seemed to have stopped on him, or the variety. They pushed at it too early and lobbed a simple catch to short mid-off. And Barbados crumbling here a bit. And I'm not too sure about the prowess of the rest of their batting lineup, but certainly they're under pressure. They're under pressure by losing all these quick wickets here, and Jamaica must be cock-a-hoop now with half the wickets down at 121 now for the loss of 5, being at one stage 116 thereabout for 1.
Yes. It's unfortunate that Barbados having such great start. And we really envisaged that they would push on to 200 plus, but that is not the case. And they have lost some very quick wickets in the middle. And there's a constant rebuilding process now has to be done by the Barbadian. Jamaica must be complimented for their hard work. To stick into the Gunny, they have had their chances where the Barbadians would have taken the advantage in the earlier part. But now, they're here, coming back in this game, very, very good indeed.
New man in is
Jaden
Roberts. Roberts, the new man in.
Jaden Roberts facing up to Clark. He's off his pads on the onside, no run.
Yes, as Jamaicans sensing blood, so to speak, as we say in cricket, recognizing they are sliding through the Barbados middle, and they are hoping to press further to see how quickly they will be able to take another wicket or two. As I said before, Barbados will really struggle to reach 200. The way things are going.
Yes, and
Clark is very deceptive. He is not running from any long length. He's bowling a sort of a military medium, let me put it that way, and he's creating problems for them with his lack of pace, and they are playing too early and getting themselves into all sorts of problems.
yes, well, I would think that we consider him to be a shoulder bowler, very strong in the arms, Gunny.
Yes, but he's not delivering the ball. Maybe I believe he's bowling probably at about 70. I don't think it's anything more than that, because he's really bowling just a shade above a slow bowler, so to speak, but below a medium bowler. He's somewhere in between there, and the batsmen are unable to read him properly, read the pace that he's bowling with, and creating all sorts of problems for them. And he has taken 3 wickets, 3 is for bowling figure scorer, 3 for.
Yes, well, he has been doing just what the captain
We'll get
orders.
the figures in a little while.
Just what the captain orders, Gunny. He has been keeping things tight.
And taking
Jamaica
wickets.
and taking wickets.
They're trying to sort it out. 3 for 30. Yeah, they just sorted it out. 3 for 30, the main bowler for Jamaica, as they stumbling here a bit now to 122 for the loss of 5.
So Redwood continue to toil in the sudden. Yet to get a wicket. But he has been bowling very well. Gunny, I don't think the Barbadian batters have been comfortable playing Redwood up to this time. And here's a delivery that's spun. hitting and spinning away outside the off stump, going to the slip region, bringing the batsman forward. Intelligent bowling by Redwood. There's a peel for LBW, but this one was pitch outside leg.
Yes,
That
that one
one.
outside the leg stump, looking to sweep that one, striking it on the pad and appeal and knock out clearly outside the leg, pitched outside the leg stump. How did he lay free? Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run in there. The pressure continues to mount, and the scoring rate continues to fall.
Very much so.
No overs. He's out, caught and bowl.
Well,
Drove it
there's a
straight back.
decision.
Well, we're waiting the
Question.
umpire's decision. It appears as if he's out, caught and bowl, but we'll wait on the umpire's decision. There's some animation out there. There is discussion with the umpires. The two batters are still there, and the Jamaicans are wondering what is happening.
It seems
We
like
ourselves here wants to know what is happening.
well, it seems like it was hit back
be a
to the
bomb
bowler,
ball.
and it is a bomb ball.
It seemed to be a bomb ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Spectators catch. But doesn't look so at one point in time. It looked like if it went straight.
Look, it
back
was a
to
clean catch, but apparently it is a bomb ball according to umpires, and he has survived. So it's 122 for 5 now, and 123 for the loss of 5. 134 for 5 as Jamaica continue to hunt for wickets. Delivery from Clark, online, on length. This military side sort of medium defended well there, and there is no run. And Barbados really need to try and stay focused and try and bat as long as possible. This one, short of a length delivery. Once I'll say that his pace, the length was not right, the pace was not right, and he got spanked to that cow corner area for 4, and well hit by Sealy there as he goes up to 10. It's 138 for 5.
Yes, a very good shot there by Sealy, realizing the short delivery, punching it very early, get it into the vacant deep mid-wicket region for 4. Welcoming boundary for Barbados. So they would really like to see a few more of those, Gunny. It would enable them to edge closer to this 200 mark. And here's a delivery, there's a loud appeal, and he has given him out. He has given him out. This delivery was pitched between wicket and wicket, and looks plumb to me, Gunny. Very plumb indeed.
Yes, and that one seemed to have kept down a bit also. And he went back on the back foot at a fuller length and striking him on the pad. After a little delay, the umpire decided, yes, that ball was going to strike the stump. And the umpire sent him out, and Barbados lose another wicket.
Yes, and the skipper Sealy having doubts in his mind, but the umpire raises his finger and he has to go. He's walking out somewhat dejected, not in his head, not feeling pleased about the decision. But it was a delivery that hit him very low down on his pads. Jamaicans went up, the loud appeal, and the umpire said, yes, you were struck in front of the wicket. When you're out, you have to go. So Sealy departed. Sealy gone for 12, and the Jamaican now are really with their tail up as the Barbadian finding it difficult to score now. And we have seen how this game has swung, Gunny.
Yes, from the moment Don went, it seemed to sliding down the slippery slope. And then all sorts of problems, at 134 for 6. As I said before, and I maintain it, I think they will find it very difficult to get to 200. So Jamaica seemingly coming back and to be large in charge of this match here. The West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 cricket tournament here at the Andersville playing field.
Well, the lads from Jamaica, the land of wood and water, it's really been just what the captain, manager, and the coach would want them to do. They have been a very disciplined bunch so far, Gunny. We have seen them plugging away at one stage. They have to wait patiently to get their wickets, and now they are making some serious inroads into Barbados. So Jamaica, 130, sorry, Barbados 138. 138 for 6. The being 114 for 2 is reeling. 34 overs gone. And this has been a very big slump for Barbados. Losing some 5 quick wickets in succession.
Yes, so at 138. 138 for 5 Barbados, slipping from 114 when they lost their second wicket when Don was brilliantly stumped by Williams off Clark for 64. And from there on in, the Jamaicans have tightened the screws on the Barbadian batting lineup. And they have moved from 114 for 1, 114 for 2, they are 138 for 6, and seemingly in real problems here against the Jamaican. Clark in particular, he has finished his spell 10 overs, 4 for 34. 10 overs, 4 for 34. He's broken the back of the Barbados batting lineup and has positioned Jamaica in a wonderful position. It's a question, will they be able to execute to take the other 4 quick wickets within reason? And Barb's hoping that this pair would try to extricate themselves and see how close they can get closer to 200 now than anything else.
Yes. Well, folks, the new batsman at the crease, along with Jaden Roberts. As he awaits his delivery from Redwood, and this bunks and turn outside the off stump. This nagging length being bowled by Redwood. Yes, and Barbados, as we say, Gunny, with the pressure on, has really, scoring rate has really dropped now to 3.9 runs per over, having been somewhere around 5.4 runs per over. Jamaica has really restricted them and have restricted their run rate as well. Runs had been very hard to come by now. Run as this delivery, taking the inner half of the bat and going down to the square. Batsman got another single. It's 139 now. 139 for 7. .140 for 6, sorry. And here's a poor bit of feeling by the mid-off fielder. Straight to him, he was diving. There's no need for him to dive. He's fielded and allowed the batsman to get another single. Total is now 141. 141. 141 for 6. So, Barbados, we must remind our viewers, winning the toss and electing to bat. Has reached 141 for 6. You're now seeing jinx break. You're not missing any cricket. So we'll take a break here now and we'll come back in. We'll continue? Yeah. Okay, we'll continue. Rather than taking a break, it will be a short break. So,
yeah,
and we have seen the second half.
We can actually use the scorecard. What we use from the scorer. How many overs? Okay, right. You can read out the scorecard.
Okay, so we have in the Barbadian innings, Brathwaite going for 40, run out by the run out route. Bolden, LBW, Alex Hines without scoring, Joshua Dawn. He was stumped for 64 off. He faced 80 balls. Achilles Brown was bowled by Michael Clark for 5. Ethan Seeley, LBW. Michael Clark for 12. Gatson Bowens caught for 4. Not out batsman. Jaden Roberts on 2. And Folks on 1. Barbados 141 for 6, having won the toss and electing to bat. So far, 36 overs have been bowled.
There's slipped to 141 for 6 as that partnership was broken with a very brilliant piece of stumping from by Williams off Clark for 64. Rapitos one out for 40, and the rest just hammering in as the Barbados, having won the toss and batted here at the Atmosphere playing field in St. Vincent and Grenadines. 141 for 6 from 36 overs. 14 overs remain. Can they get up to 200? Your guess is as good as mine. The Jamaican, from the moment they got that second wicket, really turned down the pressure. But previously it was all Barbados. Don and Bradford really putting the Jamaican very, very poor bowling early this morning. They really bowled poorly with some bad lines, and field placing left a lot to be desired. The catching was not of the best either. A couple of catches went to begging. A lot of half chances also went a lot of begging. And the Barbadian pair, Dawn and Bradford, capitalized on it, quite rightly so. And the moment they got one out through a brilliant piece of stumping, that seemed to have motivated the entire team. And from there on, they have really turned the screws. And Barbados have slipped badly from 114 for 1, 114 for 2 to 141 for 6. And Jamaica certainly in charge at this point in time as play resumes.
Yes, as play resumes, Jamaica fully in charge here now and looking to wrap up this Barbadian innings before lunch.
I was a bit surprised when I heard the West Indies scored it. When I said before I got the information 31 without loss, they are now 53 for 3. 64 for 3. 64 for 3.
Wow. Serious concern here for West Indies. Administrators gone.
Well, it's not the administrators who are batting the ball. It's the cricketers. They are the ones who are going out there to learn to concentrate and bat for long periods. So, there's nothing new really. Anyway, let's continue. Wow. That one was pushed to long mid-on. And had that field hit the stumps, I am almost certain he would have been his way back to the pavilion.
Yes, a very tricky single there. Could have resulted in a run out, but no damage done as the batsman missed the stump.
It seemed to have been James.
Yes.
He was left and he had a throw it, missed, and had he hit, Folks would have been on his way back to the pavilion, but he got a single, 142 for 6. Driven out to mid-off, and there is no run. 142 for 6. Folkson 2, Robertson 2.
Yes, Gunny, still having this contest here between Barbados and Jamaica. And Jamaica now taking the lead, has been able to come back and put pressure on Barbados at 142 for 6. So there we go. Ball from James. Played back by Folks. Barbados now would like to have some quick runs on the board, but they are being pegged back by the Jamaican bowlers who have done their work and would have steadied things and have the game swung back into their favor after a very, very good start by Barbados. But seemingly, we thought they would have gone on to make 200 plus runs, but that is not the case. We are watching James delivery played back on the onside of the wicket. That is Stumps. Clark. No harm done. So yes, Gunny, with a few remaining overs, just say roughly after this, you have some 13 overs remaining. Do you still fancy Barbados getting up to 200?
Yeah, there are a lot of overs still to bowl. This is 37. There's a lot 37. That's 13, 6, 78 deliveries. A lot to bat still. So they need to try and see how far they can get this one clipped out on the onside. Misfielded again as part of the Jamaicans' lapses today, and is going to get to the boundary. It does. This one on his legs, and Roberts clips that one away. Should have been fielded right through the field, man. Seemed to be Way again, who's really been the guilty party for the entire weatherbound this time. It went right through him and to the fence for 4. He gifted 4 runs away, as I said before. I'm not too sure if they are really right on top of this game from the more recognizing that they have won the tournament since Monday. But certainly should have been stopped. Missed, very bad piece of fielding there. Another 4, 146 for 6.
That was a loose delivery there by James, Gunny. Not what captain would have wanted him to bat bowl. This is a much better line on the outside. The batsman, this one was placed straight to cover. Batsman scurry through for a single. Get it? Quite easily in the end. As it was struck firmly to the player there. At cover, this total goes up by 1 to 147. And that brings 37 over to an end. Jamaica looking to wrap up things here, at least to try and restrict the Barbadians under 200 now, whereas the Barbadian batters would be thinking that if we can get another 40, 50 plus runs, give us a fighting chance, Connie.
Well, it's a question of using the heads, try and bat as long as possible and see how close they can get to 50 overs, by which time the score should have been advanced to somewhere closer to that 200 mark. Against another bubble by the Jamaican fielders. That one to his right, short square. Had he picked up, it could have been a close call.
Definitely, Gunny. Had he picked it up on the first bounce, could have been some trouble for the batsman. Here's one bouncing and turning again. Redwood continue down that nagging line. Keeper whips the bills off.
I think they're taking their eyes off the ball before they actually collect the ball in their hands. That is why they're missing like that. They're taking their eyes completely off the ball, which is the basic is not in place.
There's a bad delivery that is struck over the head of mid-on, down to the boundary for 4. 4 welcoming boundaries that help Barbados. 152 now. 152 for 6. Connie, bad delivery.
Yes, a flighted delivery, full toss, and he carted it over long mid-on to the boundary for 4. And Gabayada says thank you very much for any run made here now was welcome, and certainly with that full toss, he got the treatment it deserves, and 4 more precious runs to Barbados.
Robert saying thank you to that delivery, and here's another one. He's driving, and this it's gone for 4. Lovely shot, fuller length, and he was to the pitch of it, driving, beating mid off down to the boundary for 4. Gunny.
Yes, that one flighted, and a much better shot this time by Roberts. Flighted, got out to it and give it the treatment it deserved, and really hit it. It was struck very powerfully past the man at mid-off, who has been sent back now to long off, but 2 powerful shots there by Roberts.
So Jaden Roberts batting here in the low order, trying to ensure that Barbados get that total that day. Jaden Roberts ensuring that Barbados get up to that 200 mark. Taking the scoreboard over here. He is aimed very straight and circumspectly pushes up. Long off comes off the boundary. 1 more run. 151 for 6. Let's bring number 38 over to an end. Gunny.
What is score? One score? Oh, 157 with Roberts on to about 14 thereabout. Roberts on 12 and Folks on 7. And they're trying a regard action now in the bottom close of this innings. 38 gone, 157 for 6. And they're trying to ensure that every run that is available, they try to put it on the scorecard for the Barbados team. And this delivery, one that kept a bit low and he's bowled. One that kept a bit low and he went back rather than coming forward, and he had his off stump removed. And just as he appeared to be in a position to advance the Barbados total, he's bowled. And Barbados have lost their 7th wicket now at 157 into the 39th over. And wickets continue to tumble here at Arnesville for, as Jamaicans pick another pepper.
Yes, Connie, this delivery was right up to the batter there and keeping very low. That end seems to be keeping low, and James himself has been bowling on that middle and off stump line. And this one, the batsman was playing back. It crept through his defense, and he was completely bowled. So
yeah, he should have been on the front foot rather than going back and squaring up. Had he been on the front foot, the ball may have struck the bat, or there would have to be an appeal for an LBW. But he got the leeway, and the ball went under into the stumps. And Barbados, even for the trouble now, 157 for 7.
This brings Leacock, Jaden Leacock, to the crease. Barbados really slumping badly here after what would have been a very good start. We have seen twists and turns in this game, but we have to commend the Jamaicans for sticking to their task.
In spite of the intransigencies on the field.
Exactly.
Because they certainly they haven't given me the impression, and so too our Alan Stansworth, because we have seen them already. The high standards that they set, they certainly have lowered their mark, but they recognize any problem. All they needed was a wicket. They remained patient, and eventually they got a wicket, and they have slicing through the Barbados batting.
James is out on the onside by Leacock.
I think that run out of Bradford really may have turned the tide. Yes, Don was out a brilliant stumping there off Clark for 64. But that mix-up between Bradford and Brown, I believe, has twisted the game towards Jamaica, because Bradford is very solid, looked good, but eventually, unfortunate for him, he got in a mix-up and he got run out, and things just started to happen for Jamaica and against Barbados.
Yes, and after the fall of those wickets, Barbados seems unable to really put a partnership together, Gunny. And we have been seeing wicket falling steadily here. Not what Barbadian would like.
Not what the doctor ordered. That's for sure.
So the Jamaicans...
Jamaica very, very happy, recognizing the apparent total that appeared that you all predicted may have happened. It's not going to happen, except these low order put on these additional runs.
So we still have a game on hand, Gunny. Wicket runs on the board is runs on the board.
I agree with you. Runs on the board is runs on the board, and the Barbados bowling attack is not a bad bowling attack either.
So we have a match here on our hands, but really and truly, Jamaican has shown their worth here and why they are winners of this format of the game.
Remember, Jamaica scored a comprehensive win in the last game against the Windies, 112 for 2.
There's a delivery that is played down to third man for a single. Total moves up by 1 to 156, 158, 159. Scoreboard having it is behind. Scoreboard, if you're monitoring, I do hope that you make the adjustment. It's 159. 159.
7 from 39 overs. And the big question, Sylvanus, the Barbados pair at the moment in Leacock and folks should set themselves a target, and let's see, we have 11 overs, 66 balls. Let's see how far we can advance our team's total. That should be their target. But the question from us, can they survive 11 overs?
Well, that is indeed a good question, Gunny. But 11 overs, no doubt, is quite good bit of overs for them to at least put on another 40 or so runs. If they can do that, there's a sweep shot. Not in control, but nonetheless, going down to the 5-leg region. The batsman get 2 more runs. 10 with that sweep shot.
Yes, he swept it nicely along the carpet, collected 2 more runs. 2 valuable runs to Barbados.
And here's a delivery. Again, Redwood just hitting it there. Just on about off stump. And it spins away past the outside. Prodding bat of folks. And this is a quicker one. And he has to dug it out. Has to come down hard and it well bowl. Gunny, this one, you can see the variation in Redwood bowling.
That was a good delivery.
Gentle breeze blowing across Annisvale from east to west. And here's a delivery that is punched to the offside. Brings the cover point boundary into play. Batsman get 1. Now 162. 162. 160. So this brings me, after this over, I will yes, so Redwood continue to bowl as for this delivery. It's a batsman is trying to lay Dably cock. Goes down to first slip. Resulting in a single. 163. 163 Barbados. Scoring for every single run at this time with some just 10 or so overs to be bowled. Nudges on the leg side again for 2 more. 2 more welcoming runs to the total. So the score move up to 165 now. Barbados 165, and that brings the 40th over to the end as I would take my leave.
Yes, and another good over there as far as Barbados is concerned. They got to 8 in that over. That's as good as well as it is for them. Every run counted at this particular point in time.
Yes, good afternoon, Gunny. Good afternoon to our viewers. Not good news from Dominica for those who are interested in the score with the West Indies versus India. 4 wickets are down at lunch. Atene is still at the crease. Young man, but of course he'll be under severe pressure considering the match situation. But a remarkable slide here from the Barbados team after being 114 for 1, Gunny.
Yes, I remember when all the predictions were made, I was saying they were lucky to get 190. I see her looked at me. That's how cricket goes. So, another delivery outside the off stump and pushed, and there is no run. But certainly, the Jamaicans have been allowed to get back into this game. There's no ifs and buts about it because their feeling is not of the very best today. catching is still similar thing, not good enough. But yet still they have found themselves in a wonderful position still.
So imagine what would have happened if they had taken those early chances. They could have had the Barbados team in a very poor position, even more so than they are now, as 2 runs are taken there by Leacock.
Yes, Barbados could have been in a far worse position had they taken the catches, but because of their low level of intensity, Barbados were allowed to and capitalized beautifully by Don and Bradford, and they made them pay heavily. And the others should have, once they arrived at the crease after the dismissal of Vaughan, should have capitalized, but they didn't.
This one is hit airily, should be caught. Oh my goodness, so another wicket down. That's the end of Leacock. Looking to aim something out down the ground, saw the mid-off and the mid-on up, tempted him to go over the top, but the length was not there for the shot. It was too short. And that's another wicket to James. And that's another wicket down for the Barbados team.
6. He got 6.
So he was dismissed for 6 runs, Leacock. And really at this stage, being 8 wickets down, they really should just be thinking about batting out the overs.
Precisely the point I made to Sylvanus. Try and look at the scoreboard, realizing, hey, do some quick maths. That is what is needed. 10 overs to go, 10 sixes are 60. I keep saying this all the while, you know. It's not 10. It's 60 balls remaining. 55, 45.
Yeah,
let
even
us
40
bat.
runs would be, you get them 100
Make a
runs.
big difference.
Yes.
Yeah, and try to get the score to that psychological 200. But if you're trying to just say, oh, we only have 10 overs leave, 9 overs leave. Look, there's another gifted wicket. There's no two ways about it. Back of a length, because he saw the mid on and mid out off, he decided he's going for a big shot, and he's perished.
Yes, and the new batsman coming to join folks at the wicket is Worrell. Sorav Worrell, that is number 9.
Worrell or Warren?
Worrell, like Frank Worrell. Yes, Worrell, number 9.
Diminutive man. Let's see what he can do towards helping his country for this position of 169 for the loss of 8. I think they got that score against the Leeward Islands, you know. In their previous game, 168, I think they got, and Leeward's got 169 for 6. I think I'm right in saying that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think for 5. I think
a
Leeward's
5 or
got,
6
yeah.
or something like that.
Ooh, that's a lovely delivery there, Gunny.
Lovely delivery. He had absolutely no idea what happened. It just went zoom past this bat into the keeper's gloves. And is it a matter of time? Based on that evidence of that one delivery he has faced.
Well, you look at it the other way and say, well, I didn't nick it. I'm still here.
Well, it's quite true. He's
Get away
still
with a few more.
Or he might be saying to himself, I allow that one to go by. As we say in cricketing terms, he's left alone.
He's off the mat now with that shot. And that's what they need to do. They need to get these singles where they can. And if the two of them are still at the crease in the 49th or 50th over, then they could try to chance their arm at that point.
Yeah, but first of all, they have to show the application in terms of batting the next 7 or so overs before they get to the 49th over. So they'll have to show that application, because also they can look at, let's see if we can get 4 per over. We can advance the total closer to 200. But they have to be thinking about that.
Yeah, they will surpass the 200 runs if they get 4 and over.
Yes, but they have to be thinking that way rather than try to play big shots. Stay here and stay here and stay here and see how much we can advance our country's total. The new bowler is
Mead is introduced to the bowling. He has come back to the bowling.
from the opposite end.
Yeah, so I think the Jamaicans they are sensing some blood on the pitch, and they are looking to one of their premier bowlers now. Their premier pacer today, Edwards. I think they probably have rested him, knowing that they have secured the title. And Mead will be looking to dismiss the penultimate pair here now.
Getting him prepared for the 3-day tournament.
Yes, I believe that Edward is probably preparing for the 3-day. Giving him a little rest.
based on the fixture, there is a little bit of a rest between now and the 3-day. The 3-day starts on Saturday, so there's Thursday, Friday, and then they're into Saturday. So maybe it's a good move.
And it's fair enough. I mean, they have already secured the title, so there's no need to over-exalt their bowlers if they feel that is the case. Outside the off stump is Mead, left alone there by Folks, who seemingly, so far at the in this short innings that he has played, seems to be the one who is looking to bat through the overs by his approach.
Seem to have a cool head. Hope I'm not speaking out of turn or too quickly.
This one is short, and rightfully so. He pulls it over mid-wicket. Should get 2 runs comfortably. Will they look for a third? No. Fielder already has it.
No, he's doing the correct thing. Keep the strike. Because I'm not too sure he has that confidence based on what you've seen thus far of Leacock. Is it Leacock?
Worrell.
Yeah.
Yes, Worrell.
Leacock is the one who's out already, playing that loose shot there on the Scott of James at mid-on.
Ooh, this one keeps low, but it's covered up nicely there by Folks looking at the ball closely. That's a sign that he's doing that.
Well, from what I've seen thus far, it seems as if he probably can ask for promotion to whatever number it is, go 1 up, at least 1 up. So it's West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament here at the Annisvale playing field. This is really a lovely shot there by going close to the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. That's really a pleasant shot there.
Yes, Folks there.
Just open the face and run it between cover and square cover point down to the boundary, but close. They only got 2, but really a pleasant shot. As I said, just previous to this delivery. Maybe looking for a little promotion.
Yes, that might be the case. That one was a bit too full from me, but he's searching for the wicket, so trying a few different things, trying to polish this off before 50 overs for his side. Another one and off, some covers it up. Quick single taken, but doesn't get it cleanly, does the fielder.
Another fumble.
Looks like Redwood.
Another fumble.
And
again, it was danger because the thing with it, had he picked up cleanly.
yeah, batsman would have been in some trouble.
Some trouble there. But we are really winding on the Barbados innings here. 175 for the loss of 8. 176. 176 for the loss of 8. Jamaica looking to wrap up the innings under 200. And Barbados trying to advance the total to 200 at least. To let us have a good game this afternoon. 20, 30 runs at this level here can make a little bit of a difference.
Yes, getting them just over 200 runs, I think, will be a huge boost to the Barbados team, having lost so many wickets, a cluster of wickets from the second wicket partnership onward. This one is well bowled on the off stump again, not leaving that area. Is James is looking at if you miss, I will hit.
Defended well too by Leacock. Defended really well, right on top of it, and defended it nicely. Folks. It's Folks?
Yeah, it's
Folks. Oh, it's Folks. Yeah, it is Folks. Get it mixed up. Folks. It really was a studious defensive shot.
Another good Yorker there from James. He's holding on the stump, but played with due respect and caution there by Folks, who, as we said before, looks to mean business. He's probably telling himself now, well, I have to do it. I have to bat until over number 50 to get my side over 200 to a score that we will look to defend.
Letting those know in charge, I'm putting up a case here, some evidence. I want to go a little higher for the 3-day game.
This one, he tucks it off his pad straight to the man. Really should not have been a run. Another misfield there by, it looks like Ware. Short, fine leg.
Wow.
And between himself and Wedderburn, they have had several fumbles today in the field.
Yes, they already has left a lot to be desired.
And this is not something that we have seen from them in any of the previous
and
games.
it is on the best outfield.
That's true. The one that the smoothest surface.
Smoothest surface is this one. And so absolutely no excuse. I think they're doing the basic wrong, and that is taking the eyes off the ball. I think that is what they're doing wrong. If they stuck their eyes onto those balls and ensure the ball is into their hands, they'll then have a better shot of trying to effect a run out.
So James again, he's into. This time it's Worrell who turns it off his pads. He will get 2. So effectively played, efficient batting there from Worrell. So 2 important runs to the Barbados total.
So from a position of tower and strength at 114 for 1 to 180, 169, 179 for 8, it has really been a slump.
Yes. 9th wicket falling at the score of 8th wicket, that is falling at the score of 169, which represents only 50. I make that about 55 runs.
Yes.
And that's the loss of 7 wickets for 55.
Calypso. We're just into the soca mode here. Carnival just finished. I don't know if the rhythm had anything to do about it.
This time. That's the end of the over here. And at the end of the over, the score is now 179 for 8.
From 43 overs. 43 overs, 179 for 8. Can they bat the remaining 7 overs?
That should be the aim. I think that should be the aim and not necessarily a run target. They should be saying, well, let's take what we can get from the 7 overs.
7 overs, if even we end up at 3 per over, that'll send them straight to the 200 mark.
Yes, it will.
That's how they should be thinking.
It will get them exactly 200.
Exactly 200 if they can think that way. The important thing is not to get out.
Yeah.
If they got 4, it will put them beyond the 200. And that should be the thinking. You look at the scoreboard, do the maths quick. I don't know how good they are at maths at the the learning institution. That should be the thinking.
So me and he'll be bowling here now to Folks who has looked quite compact in his short innings so far. Field is up, really, just a sweeper cover out and a fine leg.
Sometimes you wonder if these guys have been shown or taught about partnerships between tailenders, if you want to call them that. Remember that one in Barbados with Courtney Walsh and Brian Lara?
Yes, that was in 1999, I remember it.
Yeah. And there are others. There was this one in England between Roberts and Murray in the World Cup. Derek Murray.
Yes, and more recently there was one between Ramdin and Tino Best. Tino Best made 90 odd. I remember that day, and I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. But he got to 90 odd. He almost made 100 at number 11.
Yes, and also these are the little things that should be shown to them to for a level of motivation. To understand, yes, I may be batting number 9, but I can do what was done before.
Absolutely. So covers that one up nicely again, does Folks.
Winston Davis, right here, he went overnight and he got 77 for West Indies. You know, and these are the sort of things they ought to be shown on the, on the gadgets that are wrong. To let them know, yes, I'm batting 8, 9, 10, and 11. I can get some runs too.
This one is on the pads. Should get a comfortable 2. Folks turns this full delivery. And they are well inside now for those 2 runs. So it adds again to the total. Comfortable 2 there to Folks.
And in the meantime, show some pride in themselves and for their country.
Well, that's the name of the Barbados franchise, Barbados Pride. This one skewing off the outside edge, but still well covered up there by folks, who I think from this point on a lot will depend on in terms of whether they will bat out the 50 overs.
Sometimes, we use words, but sometimes do they understand what you're trying to say? So we're pride. So driven. Speaking of pride, Barbados pride. They need to have more pride in their cricket. Barbados was once the tower of strength in the Caribbean. And everything seemed to have fallen in the negative direction. Negative way, downward spiral, rather than the up. Yes, we cannot harp and continue to live on the past. We have to look at the future and see where we are heading to. If you don't know where you came from, you can't know where you're going. Unfortunate for some of our people, I do not believe. This is my belief. I do not believe some of our young cricketers at this age have a rich sense of the West Indies cricket history. I have my doubts. Honestly, I have my doubts. Because there are so many instances where I understood after this delivery.
It's folks to bowl to Warrior, the beginning of the 45th over. Some swing on that delivery, nicely turned by Warrior, but straight to the man at short mid wicket. James, to bowl to Warrior.
Once traveling to Australia, I understood in a story. And there was the great Sir Gary there. And they didn't know who it was. And they were speaking to him like any good old, individual. And eventually somebody asked him, you knew who you were speaking to? Didn't know.
This one is driven by Warrell. And Warrell, I think, will be thinking about emulating, speaking about West Indies cricket history, will be thinking about emulating his namesake. The batting prowess of his namesake, great skipper, Frank Warrell, trying to get some runs there for Barbados.
It was on the 15 tournament, and an example was spoken to about Brian Lara. And one of the youngsters asked him, who named so? Believe it or not.
I don't comment much on that, but I'll say that Lara just recently retired.
That is the point I'm making. That is exactly the point I'm making. Who is Lara? You think it's easy?
I'm struggling to
You think it's easy?
think about that and believe that.
You think it's easy? My goodness gracious. Don't speak about somebody like Severton Weeks and the others. They don't have a sense of the rich West Indian cricket history. They just don't.
Hopefully that is not the case for these two young men, James and Warrell, as they battle against each other for their country. And that one is caught at short third man. Warrell looking to cut at that one, but it was a bit too close for the shot. And in the end, not getting much power on it. And it went straight to the man there at short third, who took a comfortable catch. And now the 9th wicket has fallen. And that's now a very telling blow there again by the Jamaicans, who continue to pick up wickets at regular intervals.
Yes, and the 9th Barbadian wicket has gone as Jamaica look to wrap up this innings, and the 200 still should be the target of the number 11 batsman who is walking in now. Still should look at, despite the situation, let us see if we can reach the 200 still. And there are so many other stories about the youngsters not knowing about our rich history of cricket. It isn't funny. You're hearing some stories all across the Caribbean, right across the Caribbean. You ask them on TikTok about certain things, they know every single thing. On Instagram. Told about that calypso, did they listen to it? Please listen to it. What has gone wrong with our Caribbean youths? It's a powerful calypso. You trust me what I'm saying to you.
So Dre Springer, he comes out to join folks to the battle. doubt that those comments from Stanley Gunny Hines lamenting some of the current situations there within the Caribbean cricket setup.
All of that is affecting West Indies cricketing. You better believe me.
Interesting field set by the Jamaicans. No one outside of the circle. So they are attacking the number 11 Springer. Looking to put a lot of pressure on him. And looking to keep him on strike as well. They don't want him to get that easy single. As James comes into him. Drives. Shapes nicely enough. Quick single is taken. Direct hit. And he's out. He is out. That's the end of the innings. Springer insisted on the single, but I think that the non-striker, folks was thinking the over is almost at an end and I need to be on strike. And he hesitated a bit, and that was his downfall, and he's run out.
Well. We have seen the end of the Barbados innings via the run out there, and I believe the way the playing conditions are set up, you're going to have lunch. I think that is what I was told by Mr.
Yes, that's what they told us in the last game.
Yes. So I suspect we're going to have lunch. So when one looks at this innings here before as the scorers clean up the scorecard, it's really been a situation whereby Barbados, in the first half of it, was in total control. And from the moment that second wicket fell, everything swung right back to Jamaica. Because Jamaica was just sloppy on the field this morning. Missed catches, missed fumbles, whole set of problem, bad line, bad lengths. Capitalized, let us be honest, capitalized by Don and Bradford. And they really and truly put Jamaica under the sword. And at one time, the Jamaicans look real flat out on the field. They're wondering, where are we going to get the next wicket after having an early one when bowling with LBW to Hines. But the moment they got that down out, a brilliant piece of stumping too. It must be fair. A brilliant piece of stumping off Clark for 64. And then the run out of Bradford with a mix-up with Achilles Brown. That's the end of it. All the Barbados innings just slid down the slippery part. And they folded up for 181. 181. And my prediction of not getting 200 is absolutely correct. Because as you said, you were giving them like 230 thereabout with a couple of wickets in between. But you are really and truly too far off, because at this level of cricket here, you want to be careful. Once two men are in, the others seem to relax themselves and then eventually folded for 181. But certainly, it was a good fight back by the Jamaicans.
Yes, they must be commended for bringing themselves back into this game after where they were. 114 for 1. 1.7 wickets falling for 55 runs. And they kept at it. They kept taking wickets. As soon as they got that partnership, the end of that partnership, as you mentioned, the entire language on the field changed.
Yes.
They were just, going through the motions prior to that and during that partnership. But as soon as they got the wicket, you could see everything change. And I think that Clark must be commended for his spell of 4 for 34 of 10 overs. He showed a lot of energy. I think he bowled those 10 overs consecutively. We were talking about fitness earlier, and I said to myself, just looking at him on the field, he looks to be a fit man, because a fit young man, because he always seems to have a lot of energy in whatever he's doing.
Very bubbly.
And so said, yeah. So
he was very bubbly
yes.
out on the field for the entire morning,
all the
despite
time.
the problems that they were having in terms of missed fields and missed catches and so on. But he really broke the back of the Barbados batting, and he is easily the pick of the bowlers.
Yes. Almost in with a chance of getting a 5-4, which would have been very good for him.
Yes.
But 4 for 34 for him. Don, earlier we saw from him a very good innings of 64.
Yes, a very good innings by Don. And Bradford supported with a stodgy 40, but he supported him fully. But there's nothing else rest to be said positively about the Barbados batting, to be very honest with you. And the others hang in there. They got a 5, a 6, a 10. And the Jamaicans and them ensure that they are well in tune with the situation and to give themselves more than a fair chance of recording a fifth consecutive victory here. But runs on the board are runs on the board. They will have to come out and get 182 to win.
Yes, and we saw the Winwood Islands defend 200 here in the first round, and they defended it by some margin as well, even though when we saw the innings, we were thinking to ourselves that they left a few runs outside on the field. So runs on the board, as you mentioned, are runs on the board. They would have to get them. And I just want to comment a little bit on Don's innings. What was impressive for me is that when he got to about 50 runs, he had only faced 48 balls, and I didn't see him play a shot in anger. So he maintained a very good strike rate by just manipulating the field and by playing each ball on its merit, and he also struck his boundaries along the ground.
Yes.
Which was risk-free cricket from him, and that was good cricket, and those are things that we really want to see from our. I mean, he's a bit more experienced than some of the others because he has played under 19 a couple of years before, and he is also playing, I think, in their competition over in Barbados with the adults as well. So he's showing that at this young stage that he has a good understanding of his game.
Yes, he has the propensity to go beyond this level, from what I've seen. And the good thing about it, I didn't see any Barbadian really try to play, as you say, shots and anger, looking for the big ones and getting out. They were just, how to put it, they just lost their wickets.
Yes,
maybe succumbing to the Jamaican pressure after bowling had left. And I think the Bradford dismissal run out was a key. That run out, I think that was the key to it all, despite Don, unfortunately, brilliant stumping.
Certainly cut up on the pigeons there.
Yes, and after that, it was a matter of how long can they survive, and they didn't survive the 50 overs. They were dismissed well within the 50 over range. And Jamaica would, after lunch, will have to come and get 182 to win as you wrap up before we go and have some lunch and get back.
We're about to have lunch here. This is the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars competition here at the Arnoldsville playing field. This is the final round of games in the 50 over competition. And Jamaica, when they come back, they will have to get 182 runs off their 50 overs. And you'll join us then for live action. Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field as we will have the Jamaicans going in pursuit of 182 runs for victory, trying to overhaul the 181 made by the Barbados under 19 team in this Cricket West Indies under 19 Rising Stars competition here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here with me in the commentary box is Mr. Sylvanus Morgan and I am Alanson Cruikshank.
Good afternoon, Alison. Welcome back. And we looks like we're in for intriguing afternoon game of cricket as we see Jamaica out to reply to a target of 182. First delivery. Balls. The run resulting.
Yes, so Leacock opening the bowling for Barbados, and where the big man, he's on strike for the Jamaicans. This one is pushed. Oh my, almost went all the way to the man at mid-off. And the bowler is a bit distraught. He's thinking he could have made a better attempt at that one.
Yeah, definitely. It was pushed airy-fairy, just dropping slightly short. Had he come forward a bit, I think the midfielder would have really taken that catch. It would have been a low, and had he taken it, it would have been a very great catch indeed. But that wasn't the case. He lives to fight another day.
So the field here, 2 slips, man at backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And this one is cut away into the gap. Should go close to the boundary. Should be touch and go. Yes, they will get it back. 2 runs there to where? As the throw comes in now.
So the Jamaicans has opened their account.
So at this time we have a long leg in place. Not really a fine leg. He's quite square. That's one of the men who is outside of the circle. And we also have a third man. So fairly standard limited overs field here for the Barbadians as Leacock comes into bowl to where? Dot delivery.
Yeah, listen, we have seen Jamaica already won this tournament. But Wade, quite a very attacking batsman and seems to be in a no-nonsense mood this afternoon.
Yeah, that's how he always approaches his innings. We have seen him go very hard at the bowling, hitting that first shot on the front foot uppishly to mid-off, almost going to hand. And there's a loud appeal for LBW. This one with the angle coming in, he saw that one there. He was looking to whip it through the onside, but beaten. Struck on the pad, not out, says the umpire. Umpire signaling to the bowling team that it was going down.
Well, that one seems to be doing quite a little bit. Ball is still new, Allison. And Leacock just drifting it slightly into the pads there. You could see the batsman trying to whip it off his pad. So, in the umpire's judgment, I think it was going for the down leg. So, not out. Good shout nonetheless.
So, Springer covers up nicely. This time does well. Shows respect to a good delivery on about off stump. 3 without loss in the midst of the first over. There he comes again. Cut away. That's a nice shot there from where. 4 runs all the way. Well placed in the gap. Just a little too short there from Leacock. And he was all over it.
Yes, very short ball there and deserved the treatment. Short and wide and the batsman freeing his arms and slapping this one through the offside for well played boundary. Convectional shot. Very good shot indeed.
So 7 without loss at the end of the first over. Yeah. So it's a good start so far from the Jamaicans. They'll be pleased with that. They're in pursuit of 182. They have chased well in the tournament. And I think that their confidence will be high at the beginning of this chase. The Barbadians will be looking to get some early wickets to put some pressure on the Jamaica team.
Yes, well, as I said, Weir is in a no-nonsense mood here. He comes out looking very attacking, not afraid to play his shots. Still early days yet. And Leacock, quickest of the Barbadian bowlers. So he will have to look at his line of attack to the opening pairs as well. So Beckford. It's Beckford.
Vogo.
Springer is the
It's Vogo is batting and Springer is about to bowl. So Springer bowling to Vogo. Covers up nicely. Oh my, it's an infringement. He's over the front line. No ball signal. It will be a free hit. It's a bad start by Springer.
Yeah, listen, we have seen these opening bowlers striving for the extra pace and making the mistake of going overstepping the front crease, resulting in a free hit. Something that they will have to work on and something that you don't want to be encouraged as you move on to the higher level in cricket.
So Springer to Vogo, free hit. Looks to pull it. Doesn't make good contact. It was wide outside the off stump. He would have been better served hitting it through the offside. Getting a toe end of the bat and not being made to pay for going over the front line on that occasion, Springer.
Yeah, I think Vogo actually trying to hit the ball too hard. As he take his time and just look for field placement, it would have resulted in a much better shot and more runs for him.
This time it's down the leg side. Wide call by the umpire. Springer, my memory serves me correctly, played last year in the same competition. The 3-day version. There was no 50 over competition last year. So he did play for Barbados last year. So did Don and a few others on the team. So they're in their second tournament. And they should really bring that experience to the fore in this competition.
I just don't want to compare Springer with Michael Clark, but after this delivery.
This one is well played. And there's no run.
Yeah, I was saying that both Springer and Michael Clark of Jamaica bowling from about the same distance, but Springer seems to be coming off much faster, much quicker than Michael Clark.
Well, Clark is really a medium pacer. Springer, not express either, but just a little bit more nippy. Stronger action as well. Yes, you could see that in the effort in that delivery. So he puts a bit more into the delivery than Clark, who really just, goes through the crease. Kind of splays away at the end of his delivery, Springer. Almost reminds me a little bit of Mackay and Tini.
Definitely.
Action there at the end.
Yeah.
So he will push it across the left hander.
Yeah, and I noticed that the bowlers with the new ball are encouraged to seem like they want to have more pace than anything else rather than trying to get their length and line correct. It seems to be carried away by the new ball, so that I hope they will pay much attention to.
He started okay, except for that no ball, and he got one down the leg side as well, but so far he has been on the wrong off stump for the most part. Again, a lovely delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Fishing there outside the off stump was Vogo, and he's beaten.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery, just on about off stump. Again, down the line of the corridor of uncertainty there, and causing the batsman Vogo to be fish at it. Really, a very good line.
Springer looking to give his team a much needed early breakthrough as he goes into Vogo. Vogo elects to leave that one alone at the last minute. And that's the end of the second over. And at the end of 2 overs, Barbados are 9 without loss. So in spite of the no ball and the wide, I think those two extras were the only runs from that over.
Yes, those are 2 very good overs. This over from Springer was well on target except for the no ball, as you rightly said. He was bowling just that noggin line just about off stick, making the batsman play, asking questions. Very good over there from Springer.
So it will be where to face up for the Jamaicans. He's facing the second over of Leacock, Jaden Leacock. also played last year, if my memory serves me correctly as well. So quite a few returning players in this competition across all the sides. As he comes in now, where covers that one up on the offside compactly. There's no run.
Yes, Alison, it's always good when you're playing in a team that has some experience with you. You tend to play much better. There's always someone there you can lean on for some advice or two, whether it's in the batting or in the bowling. So players will come and players will go, but it's always good to have those experienced ones who know what it is to be out in the middle.
Leacock again. And he's cut away again. Another beautiful shot. Will challenge the boundary. The point fielder is after it. He may get there. Doesn't. It's 4 runs. Another cut shot there. Expertly played there by Ware for 4.
Yes, another short delivery. Wide of off stump. And yes, Ware just getting back and cracking. He likes to play on the offside. And the bowler giving him the width there. Just free his arms. And just a lovely shot there through the offside field.
Yes, rolling his wrist over that cut shot, keeping it on the ground. So there's not much risk associated with it. So twice he has erred in terms of giving a bit too much width to Ware, and he has paid the price on both occasions.
Yes, Alison. And then with the power play in force, the Jamaicans are making sure that they take full advantage of this power play. Right now we're seeing a field adjustment. The outside field has been strengthened. There's an extra cover in place now. So Leacock could be bowling to 2 slips, backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. So we just have 2 men on the onside, and a straight mid-on, and a fine leg.
This one leaves the right-hander. He leaves it alone outside the off stump, where he's aware of the 2 slips that are in position.
So Alison, what you think could be the ploy here with the man coming in from mid-on, from the onside into the strengthening the offside field? What do you think would be the line of attack? What are they hoping to do here?
Well, you saw it there in that last delivery. He's looking to stay wide of off stump, which I think on that occasion he was just a little too wide, which feeds into Ware's strength. Again, you see that's cut away for 4. And he just smashed it. And as I said before, giving him that width really feeds into Ware's strength. He's a strong man, a powerful man, and once you give him that width to free his arms, he will dispatch them.
Well, it's by now, I think Leacock should see that Ware is very strong on the offside, and he likes this cut shot. He likes to drive, he likes to cut. And he's continued to give him that width. He will be better advised to pitch the ball up. The ball is still new so that he can get some sideways movement.
Yes, with those slips in place, he really needs to bowl just a little bit fuller. I think maybe the presence of Ware is a bit intimidating. But it's better, it gives him an opportunity to get a wicket with some movement. Rather than bowling short and wide, he'll cut that away every day, all day, and make some easy runs there.
Yes, and again, we see another field adjustment. Now we have a sweeper out. So he's bowling now with just 1 slip.
This one is straight, but it's going down the leg side, not out. Adjudged there by the umpire. And correctly so, as it was angling down.
Again, also, we see that the skipper Sealy wasting no time. Haven't seen the strength of Ware. Would have played against him before, and he realized that once he's going to give him that width outside the off stump, so he wastes no time in making the adjustment on the offside.
That's a better delivery there. Strike him on the pad, but he was just coming forward there, just a wrong off stump. So me have struck him just outside. Stifled appeal at the end of over number 3. The score is now 17 without loss.
Yeah, much better delivery there from Leacock. This one just beating the batsman as he comes forward, actually. Just a slight sideways movement coming back in. And you notice, Alison, that one was pitched a little bit fuller than previous deliveries. So that was well bowled by Leacock.
Yeah, he's with his action, he gets the ball to come in as well. So he should concentrate maybe around on a 4th or 5th stump line and get the ball to come further into Ware as Springer continues. This one is turned just through square leg, should be 2 runs, and so taken by Virgo.
has the left-hand, right-hand combination to contend with. You see how effective he would be in terms of his concentration and bowling that steady line, steady length that his captain would want him to bowl.
Yes, and I think that shot took Vogo off the mark. So he's now on 2. Another lovely delivery there from Springer. And that is what he wants to do. That is what he needs to do. Because with his action, as we mentioned before, it reminds me of Ntini, where he will be pushing it across the left-hander or into the right-hander. Because of his action, he veers off very quickly to his left. And that's an angle. If he pitches around middle and leg thereabout, he'll get the ball to go across the batsman.
Yes, he do have some variations, but he seems to be the bowler who takes the ball away from the leg to the off for the left-hander. That was a very beautiful delivery.
Unfortunately, he has overstepped, and it will be a free hit. So it's his second no ball in only 2 overs. So that's a cause for concern for him. Another free hit there. So he seems to be struggling a little bit with his run-up. In only 2 overs, he has overstepped twice.
Yeah, I think we are seeing he's really trying to make that effort in getting the ball in the right places. So that will happen every now and then, Alison, when you're trying to make that great effort in getting the ball in the right line.
This time he's short. No call from the man at square leg. He says 1 for the over, so it's not too high. Vogo batting at the strikers and the left-handed batsman. He's also quite tall.
Yeah, that was pretty short by Springer. That one was dug in, but I think the batter there, Jamaica, just playing a bit too early. He realized it was a free hit, and I think he just wildly swung at that one. Doesn't need contact.
All right, so now that's outside the off stump. Another no ball. Oh my goodness! And I was just about to say that Vogo, he has missed out now on 2 free hits looking to hit the ball. That's a bit too hard, and maybe opting for the onside when he really should be trying to go over the offside.
Springer still trying to do too much. Have so many things in his mind, it seems. He wants to pitch the ball, just get it between middle and leg going away. But he definitely is running in hard and trying to get that line and that length. He's still struggling a bit with it.
This one should be caught, but it's a free hit. And the throw comes in now. They get a single. So again, it seems as if his mindset with these free hits, he's looking to hit the ball between square leg and mid-on. And so the bowler can actually have a plan against him because he's looking for one area to play aggressively.
Yeah, and I think he badly missed out here on his last 2 free hits. He really should. These are about free hits that you should really be capitalizing on, Alison.
Well, I doubt that if he gives Ware some free hits that he will be allowing them to get away with them. So he'll be very careful. He should be very careful to ensure that he stays behind the crease. Not just because of who he's bowling to, but generally as a practice, it's a good habit to have. Don't want to get a wicket off a no ball. This one is played down to the man at third man, single taken.
Yeah, this is a nicely played shot by Ware. Just running it off the face of the bat down to third man. Easily played down for a single. As Ware continue to lead the attack for Jamaica, and it will be interesting to see him when he come up against his spinners. See what his line of attack will be. So far, he looks quite easy against the seamers.
Again, that line seems to be giving a lot of trouble to Vogo, who is looking to play quite square on the offside, and the ball is going across him. That's not really the best way to approach that delivery. You really should be giving more of the face of the bat to that delivery.
Yes, and that end of the wicket, as we have seen, have been keeping low as the ball gets older. Right now, it's taking off, but as the ball gets lower, I could expect it could keep a bit lower. And once he's at the wicket, he will have to be very careful. He has to be more watchful with those deliveries.
So 23 without loss at the end of 4 overs. Jamaican team, they are going at a scoring rate or run rate of 5.75 so far. So well inside of what is required in terms of the scoring rate. But they're still just under 160 runs to get. So still a fair way away. we see the new bowler being introduced is Roberts. He'll be bowling to where? This one is driven through the offside. Beats the man there who got down a bit early. And they're back for 2. Really should have been 3 runs there, not too sure what happened.
Yeah, it really should have been 3. I think it was a bit slow running on the part of the batters. They should have been pushing hard for 3 runs because it was half stopped there by the man at extra cover. But where a heavy-set fella, looking at the delivery, looking at the ball watching, so to speak, was not running as hard as he would like, as he should have.
Yes, it's something that if he wants to have a long career, something that he'll have to work on, his fitness. Roberts to bowl to him. This one is driven. Oh my goodness, that one was hit hard. Ow. And it came off the bowler's arm and struck the non-striker Virgo very powerfully. And this boy, where he's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah, I tell you. Roberts himself didn't even look. I don't think Roberts saw it coming. You know, it was powerfully struck. And Roberts, just on reflection, just stuck his hand out. It ricocheted from him and hit the non-striker there, Virgo. So we see now the physio is coming out.
Well, maybe it's a case, Sylvanus, you have seen umpires in the modern game wearing protection at the non-strikers end because of how hard the ball is coming back. And of course, we know that the bats these days are very good, a lot better than they were even just a few years ago, much less decades ago. So it's an era in the game that I think sometimes people take for granted, but you can see some serious injuries at the non-strikers end.
Yes, definitely. And
for bowlers as well.
Yes, and that one was really, really traveling. About 100 plus miles.
Yes, he came back very hard. Seems to be okay though. He was struck on the arm, so maybe just a case of the physio just checking to see if there's any anything broken, but most likely not. He will have some soreness and some swelling later for sure. I could tell you that.
Yes, definitely. How do you get out of the way?
Well, he had absolutely no time to react because it ricocheted off the bowler's arm. The bowler just a couple of yards away from him, so he would have had no time whatsoever to move.
Yeah, the big man, weird. Giving it all the muscles he has there. It's really traveling.
So Roberts is bowling, and he also played last year in the previous Rising Stars tournament. Has some experience now into where. This one is down the leg side, called wide by umpire. Bowled and the wicketkeeper collects.
Yeah, this delivery was ill-directed down the leg side. That shot for this delivery probably would have shaken up Roberts because it was his bowling hand. Force hit. I don't know if he's feeling any effect from it right now, but he comes in again.
Short again, and I think that he consider himself lucky to have gotten away with that, considering what we have seen from where to that line and that length so far in this innings.
Yes, definitely. And again, you will be well advised to just try and keep that ball up a bit more rather than pound it into the turf. Weird. No nonsense batter. Taking the attack to the bowlers and making sure that he put most of the short pitch away.
Covers that one up on the off stump, and I think that's the length and the line that the Barbadian seam bowlers need to be looking for against both batsmen, really, just around the top of off stump.
Yeah, that was a much better line and length delivery, forcing the batsman to come forward.
So it's Roberts again. Fuller delivery. This one is clipped wide of long mid-on. Should be 2. Really should have been 2 runs there.
Yes,
probably if there was a different batsman and where they probably would have gotten 2.
Yes, definitely. Unlike the Barbadians who are really making use of those runs where they see to be 2 runs, they will ensure that they push hard for the first one. You've always been taught to push hard for the first one, and then you look and see where you can make the second. But as you rightly say, weird, very heavy set. Takes a little while to get down to the other end. So Vorgo, this would be his first time facing Roberts.
So here comes Roberts now. Virgo is up. This one is a short one, lifting delivery. Roberts a tall bowler. Virgo fiddled at that just a little bit naughtily. Could have just taken the glove and gone to the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. This was a well-directed short pitch delivery. I think Virgo found himself in some trouble there. Wasn't sure if he wanted to play or if he should get out the way at the last minute. He just managed to just get his face out of the way and drop his hands. Ball just evading the edge of the bat. So that was a very good delivery there to end the over by Roberts.
So at the end of 5 overs, it's 27 without loss. They're going still at around 5 runs and over, 5.4 runs and over to be exact. Springer will continue. Bowling to Ware. Comes in now. This one is full delivery, a good Yorker. Sliding down the leg side. Loud appeal by the fielding team, the Barbados team, but I think in the end they realized that it was going down the leg side, but a good in-ducking delivery there.
Yeah, definitely. This one almost strained this batsman on his face, but it was definitely going down the leg side. He got a lot of swing in that delivery. So the batsman did well to keep it out nonetheless.
Yeah, with his action, he will get the ball to come in. And here he is again. This one comes in, covered up nicely there by Way on this occasion. No run taken.
So cricket, lovely cricket here at Yannisville playing field. Rising Stars under 19 West Indies tournament being played here. This was format, 50 overs format. Jamaica out front. And in contest here with Barbados. Looking for 183 runs as the target.
This one was a naughty shot. Yeah. He got some inside edge on that one, but if it had struck him on the pad, I'm sure they would have all gone up there. He was across his stump with his front foot. But all is well that ends well for Ware, but another good delivery there from Springer.
Yes, but Springer is getting so much of big in swing that I think it would have been missing the leg stump nonetheless.
Well, he has the wind to aid him. Wind is blowing from the onside to the offside for the left-hander. Again, he's beaten outside the off stump. He's having a lot of difficulty with that angle that we are getting from Springer. He has troubled the batsman Vogels in this spell. Lots of plays and misses.
Yeah, Vorgo, I don't think he has mastered the cut shot well when compared to Ware. He's closing the face of the bat, and hence the reason he's missing that shot.
He's looking for a drive, but a bit late in coming forward. Beaten again outside the off stump.
Very well bowled delivery again. This time, inviting the batsman to have a go. And we're seeing once the ball is pitched up, just on about off stump. He seems to have some good results there for Springer, because that one almost took the edge of the bat.
Here he is again, Springer into Vogel. Fuller covers up on off stump. And there's no run. So at the end of the over, after 6 overs, it's 28 without loss. Just a solitary run from that over. Good one there by Springer.
Yeah, indeed. That was a good comeback by Springer. You just need to bowl a little bit more straighter now. That last delivery, as we saw, was a little bit more straighter, forcing the batsman to play. And this is the length that he needs to bowl, just on about off stump and a fuller length. And he will get the results that he's looking for.
Roberts will continue. There's only one slip now. They started off with 2. Joshua Dawn, the solitary slip fielder. He comes now to Ware. Roberts, this one is fuller. And again, immediately as the ball is a bit fuller, you're seeing there that it's not as easy, apparently, for Ware as it is when it is shorter. So that's a better length. That's where they should be.
Yes, and I think once Barbadian bowlers realized that they should continue to pitch the ball up and hope that the batsman will be either playing and edging rather than dropping them short where they could give time to play.
This one he's driving on the offside, should travel close to the boundary, gets there now. That time he was just a bit too full, he was over pitching. And although it was not a half volley, he's driving slightly on the up, but it was quite full. And there was where punching it defeated the man at extra cover all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, we're looking for anything stiflingly short, and you can see him on the back foot. He is demonstrated he is a back foot player, really. And he gives himself just a little bit room, easing on, putting his weight on the back foot and punching on the offside nicely.
So Roberts to where, how does he reply? This time he goes short. He's pulled away, doesn't get all of it. And they have time for, I think they will have time for 2 runs. The throw comes in now. He's home. It's a close call in the end, but he's home. So 2 more runs. So change of length there, change of tactic from Roberts. Went short. I think he did surprise him a little bit in the end because he was a little bit later on the shot than you might have expected.
Yes, extra effort there from Roberts. Testing the batsman with a short pitch. You could see he making the effort. He did dug it into the pitch and where wasn't quite in position but nonetheless went through with the hook shot. There was no feeler out there, so it was a safe shot in the end. Now we see a man being pushed back to deep backward square for that hook shot. Let's see what Roberts will do with this delivery.
This one has allowed a appeal for leg before. And that was a close one. Did he get some bat on that one? That one was pretty close, a lot closer than the others.
Yeah, it's what a show. This time, and a very good strategy employed here by the Barbadian team because after that short pitch, they would have sent a man back. You would have thought that he would be pitching a short pitch, but no, he bowled a fuller length this time, Allison, and causing some problems to the batsman. It almost caught him his wicket. A good delivery, what a good shout, but umpire thinks that it would have been just going down a bit, doing too much. No damage done.
So here's Roberts again. It's fuller delivery, but straight to the man at mid-on. No run taken.
So Allison cricket, lovely cricket being played all around. And even lower down this year, you have the Masters tournament. Let me just shout up my Masters here, my Masters players in New York. Because I play for the New York Masters as well, and soon that tournament will be coming up in Jamaica. It's a very lovely tournament. It used to be the Michael Holding tournament, but now it has been renamed to the Kingston Jamaica tournament. So I want to shout up people like Hutchie, the Master himself, Richard Stapleton, Elder, how are we doing? Bruiser, and the whole Masters family in New York, man.
Yes, and at this time, not so great news again coming out of Dominica. West Indies after 44.5 overs are 103 for 5. Athene is on 34 not out.
Wow.
Batting with Jason Holder.
Well, we wish these two men all the best, that they can really bat and bat and bat all day. Athene in particularly. Now receiving his cap for the West Indies. He's still a young man on the world stage. Great things is expected of him, and we hope that playing home before his country, he will do well in his first outing.
Yes, we wish the team all the best. They need to forge a partnership to recover from this situation. It'll be interesting to see how they go throughout the rest of the day. But now we're back at Arnesville for the Cricket West Indies under 19 Rising Stars fixture. Barbados versus Jamaica. Jamaica in pursuit of 182 as Springer comes in. Bowls to Vogel, who pushes it back down the ground quietly and calmly, just alongside the pitch.
Alison, it's really mind-boggling, so to speak, that in years gone by, we usually get players just coming out of the blues, and now it seems like without a nursery in place, actually, we're struggling to have star players. Well, Athene probably might be the bright star to shine for us.
We'll get back to it after this delivery. This one is beaten outside the off stump. almost a replay of several that have gone before in terms of the matchup between Springer and Vogel. Well, I don't want to put too much pressure on the young man. It's his first test match. We know he has an immense talent and immense ability. But, I mean, of course, we have to also temper it with the fact that we know, it's his first test match. So hopefully all it goes well for him in the future and all the best to him.
Yes, indeed. As we watch Springer runs away from us. Just outside the off stump, beating the keeper, running down to the boundary, the batsman. Signal buys by the wicket, by the umpire. So this one just pitching and missing off stump. The keeper didn't collect quite cleanly. Batsman was able to put you for one, so that 2 added runs, 2 buys.
The way how, if you look at the way that Vogel is facing up to Springer, I'm wondering if there's a blind spot somewhere for him, because he, as long as the ball gets on that line, he seems to be missing it by some way. It's not a close thing at all. Right. So I'm wondering if maybe he's not picking up the action, because the action is a strange action, but he seems to be struggling to pick up his deliveries on that line.
Well, I was wondering that myself, because I put it down that he was closing the face of the bat, but there seems to be something else that is creating that problem, because he just has not been playing that shot well at all.
It's a good delivery there from Springer. Yorker length, just outside the off stump. And that's a good delivery to Ware, who has been quite aggressive. So he's looking to keep him quiet.
And for those short pitch, Allison, that he has been missing, Virgo that is, this really should be balls that should have been put away.
Yes, I do agree with you. So 35 without loss. And this one pops up looking for that pull shot again. Doesn't seem to be as proficient on the pull as he seems to be on the cut. Where he has attempted a shot twice. One has top edge just over square leg, and that one just popping up off the glove.
Yeah, he has to be very careful. I know he seems to be a man who likes to play his shot, but he will be well advised to take his time and bat. Still a long way off.
And this one beats him again. And that's the end of over number 8. At the end of the over, it is 35 without loss, as Jamaica in pursuit of a 182 score target here this afternoon.
Yeah, just going on just about 5 runs per over is not bad. 7 overs bowled, 35 runs. Not a bad reply in terms of the run rate.
Yes, and you were mentioning where that he could temper it just a little bit. I think that he should know for his side that once he bats anywhere to about 30 overs, that they will be well in charge of the game, probably even home by then. So there's no need for him to rush particularly. He has the power and the game to really dominate at this level. So I think he just needs to rein himself in a bit more, because we saw him in the last game against the Windies. He was going quite well, got a few boundaries away, and then he was out attempting a cross-batted swipe. Roberts now to Vogel. This time he turns that delivery down to square leg region. We wait on the umpire for any signal. Runs, no signal from the umpire.
Yes, Wade will have to be the real trump card there for Jamaica. He needs to stay and bat and have the other players bat around him. His other partner, the non-strikers in Virgo, doesn't seem to have that array of shots like Wade has in his repertoire. So Wade will need to bat and bat long and deep into the Jamaican innings if they are to overhaul this Barbadian total of 182. Because the Barbadians do have some good bowlers to come, especially in the spinner department.
Again, that full of the delivery, giving some trouble there to Ware. The angle is coming in. He's looking to drive that angle that is coming in. He's looking to open the face to it. And so because he's looking to play it a bit squarer, he's leaving that little gap between bat and pad, that one coming off the inner half of the bat.
Yes, and Roberts did take the pace off of that one as well. So he was through with the shot a little too early, leaving that open gap, taking the inner half of the bat and running down on the onside.
Roberts this time is bowling to Vogo. Covers up on the leg stump. Throws the return back to the keeper. Batsman didn't leave his crease, but I think that just in the moment he released that one to the keeper.
It's a little byplay.
Yes, I think in particular where needs to consider here that Johnson, for example, is not playing for Jamaica in this game. He's injured. And the bowling lineup of the Barbadians, as we see that wide called, they are stronger than some of the other bowling attacks that he has played against. And so a lot more depends on him in this game than some of the other previous games. Weatherburn, fresh off a 40 or not out in the last game. But if he gets a start, he should not give it away. He shouldn't be thinking, well, there are batsmen to come.
Well said, Alison. And the fact that they should take into consideration is that after this tournament is a 3-day tournament where they need to concentrate for longer periods.
This one is Vogo is beaten outside the off stump. I think looking at him technically, he has that ball that is going across him. His front foot is staying just around middle and leg when he comes forward. So he's having to stretch as a tall batsman. He's having to stretch outside the off stump. If you look at that last delivery again, so he needs to get himself closer to the pitch of the delivery. His eyes in line with the line. Again, you see what I'm talking about. The front foot didn't really go over to that line.
Yeah, he seems not to be getting across in the normal fashion. He seems to be half forward, just planting his feet just halfway, and then having a swish at the delivery, rather than having a good look at the line that the bowler is coming.
So here comes Roberts again. This time he's on the pad. He looks a lot more comfortable to anything on the leg stump. Looks stronger through the leg side as a batsman, Vogo, than through the off side.
Yes, he has shown that tendency to before to play on the onside rather than on the offside. He's pretty weak, and I hope, for the sake of the Bajans, that they study him well. They would employ the right strategy and the right field placing to attack him more on the off stick, and I think that could bring his downfall. So the over has come to an end. That's the 9th over.
Yes, it's 39 without loss after 9. Yeah, the Arnesville playing field. The Jamaica under 19 team in pursuit of a score of 182, as we will see a bowling change from the northern end.
Nathan Seeley.
Yes, it seems to be the skipper introducing himself.
Yeah.
And he'll be bowling to Vogo. There's a slip in place. Seeley will be bowling to Vogo. There's a slip in place. And square leg, short mid wicket. Long on, deep mid wicket. Mid off, extra cover. Straightish cover point and a man at backward point. Left arm spin. Good delivery to start around off stump on a good length. And Vogo plays it calmly to the man at mid wicket.
Good strategy by the skipper, Allison.
Oh, that's a big appeal. Probably sliding down with the angle and also with the turn back in, but that one seemed to beat him in the flight.
Yes, I think he could find himself in trouble with Seeley. Often concentrate just on about off stump. The area where he seems to be weaker. You see exactly how he will handle him.
Yes, that one had some turn into him, coming off the pad. Interesting action by Seeley. Seems to have a little pause with 2 hands up as he's about to deliver.
Yes. I also think it's a very good ploy by him coming on as first range. Having the batsman to think again.
So on this hit straight to the man at mid wicket.
And we see him making a change, strengthening the onside field after that shot Vogel trying a forcing shot. So he has brought a man over from the extra cover region to a straight mid wicket.
Yes, it's a good change as he comes in now to bowl to Vogel again. This one, they're looking for the leg, but it should be close. It's actually not a bad call at all from where the non-striker. He has seen that Vogel has been struggling a little bit in this over, and the opportunity was there. He called him quite early, and they got the single in the end.
Exactly. And that's how cricket is played. See your partner not handling the bowler well. Your task is to try and help him. So they did score it through for that single. So Vogel will just watch from the non-strikers end and see how it is done by Ware from the other end. And I show with the left and right hand combination again. Sealy has to continue to bowl at nagging line and length. He also has to do some thinking, Allison. Not many bowlers can bowl to the left and right handers.
And that's the end of the over. That's the end of 10 overs. And after 10 overs, the score is now 40 without loss. So they have pegged them back just a little bit. And after some comments from Sylvanus on, you will be joined by my replacement in the commentary box, Stanley Gunny Hines.
Yes, so Barbados replying to Jamaica replying to Barbados 182, going at 4 runs per over. At 10 overs, they're now 40 without loss. And they too have a solid start. So far, they have not given away anything. Barbados, on the other hand, are plugging away, trying to get their first break. We have seen the first change in skipper Sealy coming on and keeping things tight for Barbados, keeping the Jamaican run rate in check. And there is also another bowling change at the southern end. And we now see Worrell. Worrell will be picking it up from the southern end. We welcome back Stanley Gunny Hines.
Good afternoon to you, Sylvanus.
Good afternoon, Gunny. And his first delivery is played quietly on the offside. Yes, Gunny, and we have seen that a very solid reply to the Barbados total here by Jamaica.
Yes, very good response to 181 made by Barbados.
Worrell, right arm, driven back to the bowler. Vogel being very watchful here. Here's the delivery for which he's back and punches past, short mid-off. Batsman get a single. So far, Gunny, what do you think of the Barbadian ploy? They had started out with 2 seamers and now they have made 2 quick change, double change at the end. 2 spinners at both ends.
Well, the skipper is trying to see how he can effect a breakthrough. So, just hoping that one of his change or both changes would work. Nothing has worked thus far, but he is trying.
This delivery is played on to long off. Batsman also was able to get a single. Total goes up to 41, 42, 42. So it will be very important for Jamaica to keep this strike rotating. And here it is that he is out bowled. This one was flighted, Gunny, and he completely played over this delivery.
Yes, it's a flighted delivery there. And he was bamboozled by that one. It dipped, and he drove through the line, missed, and he has been bowled. So as I said, you just asked the question as the Barbados captain is trying to see if they will be able to effect a breakthrough. And he has gotten one. So
Yes.
as I said, nothing beats a failure but a trial, and he has worked well for him. He has gotten a wicket. So Barbados, Jamaica lose their first wicket at 42 for 1. The man out there, it is. Vogo has gone for how many got? 6. My goodness. Ball Warren for
Sonny,
6.
so Barbados really realizing that they will have to bowl out, they'll have to take wickets and get the Jamaicans out in order for them to win this game. And they making that double change now has brought them some success indeed.
Yes, and let me let our listeners know that Barbados got 181 whilst we await on the new batsman to come to the crease. Bolden a duck, Don 64, Braffett 40, Brong 5, Seeley 12, Boynes 4, Roberts 12, Folks 21, Leacock 6, Warrell 4, Springer without troubling the scorers. 181 or 45 overs. James, the medium fast bowler, 3 for 32. Hines 1 for 43 left arm spin, and slow medium Clark 4 for 34. 2 batsmen went by the run out route, and both were run out by James, the Jamaican fast bowler. In reply, Jamaica have just lost their first wicket at 42. That is Virgo, who was bowled by Warrell for 6. And not out on the opposite end, it's there seem to be.
There's some concern out there since the fall of Virgo's wicket. The batsman,
It's
where the
taken
ball
so
was
long.
now coming
It's
in.
taken so long to get to the
So
crease.
long
I
to
think
come
that
in.
is the Barbadians are well within their right. Once you play within the rules, there's nothing wrong with it.
Exactly.
Because you stayed a long, long time before he's gotten out into the square. And both umpires had discussion. The Barbadian skipper had a discussion with him also. So we can only speculate that maybe they were asking about timeout.
Well,
Maybe.
all well that ends well. He's there now and ready to take strike from Warrell, who has just taken that wicket.
So another left-hander come to the crease. But certainly, once you, one little excuse is that if you have to use the washroom to help yourself, you should be looking at the cricket to get out the moment a batsman is out. You ought not to be waiting and looking around and putting on pads and all this nonsense. You should be there ready. So there's a matter of focus on what you're here to do. Play cricket, to bat.
Correctly. Well said. Experienced legend, Stanley Gunny Hines. And he will bring you all the rules and tell you this is how it should be.
How it is, not how it should be, is the rules of the game. The problem with it is there are many rules in the game of cricket that we do not agree with, but we have to abide by them. That's why all the discussion about what spirit of what game?
I hear you, Gunny. Due respect to you.
Spirit of the Johnny Bass to run out. There's one way. He was out, run out. The laws or the rules of the game doesn't tell you about spirit of the game. They tell you about rules. You're playing under these rules. And you know what is frightening around the world? A lot of people seem to be missing it. After this delivery, I'll explain to you.
So, Captain CD continues from this end. Jamaica 42 for 1. This delivery pitch on about between middle and off. Striking the batsman on the pad, but he was well forward. Where backs away as not quite ready. Settles again. He's coming forward to a very good delivery. Well bowled by skipper Seeley. Yes, Gunny has something to say. We'll get him in a while. And here's a delivery that swept straight to backward square. Well fielded by the man there at backward square. No run resulting. Yes, Connie, you were saying?
When the over finished?
Okay, so we continue this contest between Barbados and Jamaica. Where is coming forward to a delivery that is well pitched, and turning away. We haven't seen any bounce and turn at that end. It's playing pretty low at that end, and where is squeezing it out. Here's a delivery played upishly but safely down to long on. Batsman get a single, pushes the Jamaican total up to 43. 43 for 1. Bright sunshine here at Annisville. And as we look around, there's still some repairs going on to these stands since 2007, since they were built for the World Cup. Time enough that they have some repair done. And hopefully we haven't seen cricket of the highest caliber in these parts for a while, Gunny. Don't know whether it's because of the stands not properly in good shape, or is it that we are not able to attract cricket of that high caliber for reasons that we don't have sufficient hotels?
Yes, well, it's the end of another over there. Just to win that over there as Jamaica continue to appear to be cruising at this particular point in time, trying to get 182 to win. 13 overs has been delivered thus far. They had 44 of those 182 to get. They are 138 runs away with 37 overs to go. It should be a walk in the park. But cricket at this level, anything goes.
Okay, a walk in the park as this delivery from Worrell is played by Weatherbourne in the mid-wicket region. Single. Understand that the wicket that has fallen was a stump. Yes, he was stumped. This one, the batsman had to come down very hard on it. It's well bowled by Worrell. And that would be a very ill-advised shot to play at this time. It would be well advised to play straight, Gunny. Yes, so we're having a wild swish at this one, missing. There's the delivery, the umpire signal wide as it spins down the leg side. Keeper collects. This time he's making the connection with the sweep shot, and it goes into the fence for a well-played shot. Welcome boundary for the Jamaicans. Gunny?
Yes, a good shot. It's a swept in the air, but over the man's shot, a square leg for 4. And once the boundaries do come, it eases the pressure on the Jamaicans and return the pressure to the Barbadians. But certainly, he played something like that a bit earlier, but it was clearly outside the leg stump, clearly from my position where am I here. And Worrell continues.
This one is short outside the off stump. Batsman's back trying to force in drive. Straight to short mid-off, no run. Gunny, your thoughts on Worrell bowling so far in this over? This one is plays up to long off for a single. Brings the over to an end. That's the end of the 17th over.
The 14th, isn't it 14th over? 13th over, yes. Scoreboard, you really look at the score. The score is next to you, Sylvanas. Forget about the score.
13th over, so it's now 51 off 13.
Yeah, just
51
check
off
on
13.
the score close to you, and you'll be far better off with your information than
51
of 13.
13. Your thoughts, Connie?
Well, the over is about to start.
So, Sealy will pick it up from the commentary booth end.
I think Warrell is flighting it quite nicely, you know. Limited score, but he's flighting it nicely.
Here's a delivery. Question has been asked by the umpire. Pitch on about starting middle, turning away. Batsman seems to get some bat onto ball. Here's another delivery, and the batsman is going to get, be a mix-up, and there's a ball that was played just on the outside, and the keeper run the wrong, had a shot at the stump. Had that hit Gunny, where it would have been struggling.
Well, it was non-existent single, and it is in really one of what we call the blind areas. He played it just around the corner, and he just took off without realizing and recognizing the ball hadn't gone anyway. Fortunate for him, the wicketkeeper who ran quickly had a shot at the stumps, and had he been a better marksman, he certainly would have hit the bullseye, but he missed, and he survives, so to speak. So the battle continues, but going back to Warrell, I think he's bowling pretty well from the southern end. He's flighting nicely, he's getting a bit of turn, and all he needs to do is persevere, be consistent with what he's doing, and see how it pans out. But going back to the Bairstow issue, too many people are making Bairstow seem like he has done nothing wrong. And they're getting at the wicketkeeper, Australian wicketkeeper, when he has done something right.
I hear you.
Right? So one is the villain who committed the crime, and the other one who sentenced him is being punished.
That's hard hitting Gunny for you.
That's a fact. It's the law of the game.
There's a delivery that is pitch outside leg. Surely this is going to be a leg by. Yes, leg by signal by the umpire.
Why get at McCarthy, the wicketkeeper? The man who committed the crime, he's out. All the law books, everybody's saying he's out. But yet still, but, the conjunction. There's no but in it, you're out. Simple.
Well, that is it. Gunny, the thing is about it, you have all these technology in now that helps the naked eyes. They also have Hawk Eye, which will tell you where exactly the ball was pitched. And if for some reason the umpire didn't see certain things, we have the advantage of the third umpire to assist. So there's no need to argue. Either way you look at it, the rule of the game is that the umpire says you're out, you have to go. There's a delivery that is played on the onside for a single. Jamaica moves up to 52. 52 for 1. Quicker one from the left arm, Sealy outside the off stump. Quicker and flatter. Batsman watch it goes through to the keeper.
Yes, another good testing over there from the stop end here and making the Jamaican batsmen work for their runs. Yes, it's just 130 more there about to go, but they're making them work for it. Yeah, so I'm saying to you, it's high time that people come to the realization that you do not punish the winner. To saying he's wrong, he's not wrong. He's out. I did it to Clive Lloyd in Dominica, and I was wrong. And I told Clive Lloyd that I couldn't tell you the choice was he used at me. Anyway, we'll continue about that.
Morel, the delivery on the line of the off stump plays out in the offside. The run resulting. Yes, I remember that incident, Gunny, and I think he did say that he played bush cricket.
Yeah, but the problem with it is I told him at the end of this play, you are a cheat. You are stealing. You wanted to run 15 yards and I must allow it to happen. He never said a word and I told him that.
Gunny, you and I There's something in sports called, well, football in particularly, getting the advantage.
What is advantage? He
So,
tried to steal. An umpire told me in Barbados one time, you know. I always remember it. Desmond Haynes was struck a plum. He couldn't have been plumber. You know, at the end of the day, we were having a Banks Bay. You know what he said to me? You do not send out Desmond Haynes and Greenwich on 98.
Here's a delivery that is pitch and take in the air, just dropping short of first slip. That should go down as a drop catch. Gunny.
Yes, it should go down as a drop catch there. And it easily should have been taken. But this is the name of the game for the day. Drop catches. Or maybe it have bounced before him or something, but it's a very close call. It was a very, very close call.
That was a very good testing delivery there. That Wade was just pushing forward. He was halfway forward. And the ball took the edge of the bat. And I think had the slip catcher been up a bit closer, a step or two up closer, he would have been in trouble. And here's another question being asked again. Worrell bowling a very tight line, Gunny.
Yes, and the Jamaican batsmen seem to be at sea with Worrell. To be very honest with you, they're not looking to play any aggressive shots. They're looking more to defend. Strong appeal for LBW again.
Appeal goes up. Gunny, is he bowling? Has some variation in his?
Yes, the problem with it is once you have a West Indian batsman to look up, once you're a spinner, slow bowler, you're always going to give problems. And they have really tied down the feet of the Jamaican batsmen. Worrell in particular said he was bowling well. He just has to continue to bowl the way he has been doing, be consistent, and maybe another wicket or two is not too far off. Yeah, so I was telling you, that particular umpire, I'm not going to call his name, you know, it's streaming and so on. And he said to me, you do not send these people out when they reach 98. I'm very sorry. But he admitted he was out. There's nothing I can do about it. But that's the name of the game.
That's the nature of the game.
That's how life goes.
Yes, yes.
I remember in Trinidad, Gus Logie snick one from Winston Davis straight into Teixeira lap at second slip. The umpire, again, no name, said not out.
Gonna want anything more blatant than that, Gunny?
Yeah, but he got some choice patois words, which he didn't understand.
I tell you. Gunny, you're hearing it from the man with all the experience and who would have played.
The experiences that one has gone through. It is not easy on that field out there. We are playing cricket.
It's a war out there, Gunny. No friends out there.
No quarters asked, none given.
Nathan Seeley picking it up from this end.
The enemies out there is the opposition. You are friends when you're off the field.
I hear you. Battle to the end. We played on the offside. So Jamaica have slumped into a very slow period. The Barbadian, have to give them credit. But the double change has really tied the Jamaicans down and have making them work.
Yes, definitely they have tied them down, and a bit of luck, a wicket or two can change a little rhythm here, but certainly they have really tied them down. And is a question, do they have an answer how to bat proper slow bowling? That is the question to ask. Because they definitely look at C.
Well, there's a question asked again. Umpire figure that one is doing too much.
If this is the trend of what is to come in the 3-day game, I can see the Jamaican batsmen having real problems against slow bowling. Because
definitely, they are at the stage now where they need to push on. They have shown that they are not handling the spin very well indeed, Connie.
Seem to have left their dancing boots in Kingston.
And here's the deal. And, Connie, we have just said it. We have just spoke about it. At least he tried dancing there, and there he pushed this ball just off his hip, straight into the hand of short mid-wicket.
I've just turned off the music button. And him trying to dance, he flicked it straight into the man.
Probably he thought he was hearing some reggae music there.
No, maybe some merengue. And it wasn't reggae, that's merengue. And he turned it straight into midweek, and he's on his way back to the pavilion.
How often we are seeing this, Gunny? Often that a team get bogs down, and then under pressure after a while, they give it away.
That's what I said. They just have to be consistent with what they're doing, both bowlers. And wicket or two and not too far off. I just said it. Because our young West Indian batsmen, that word patience seems to be far off from them. And they have lost their second wicket. And Barbados are in this game, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, in this game.
Game of great
is there a third spinner?
uncertainties.
Is there a third spinner? And a third spinner will create real problems for them because these two spinners have really been, setting the cat among the pigeons in terms of using their feet. That's why I use the terminology about dancing. And just as I spoke at the very next ball, what happens? Into the hands and he's gone. Yes. It's 50 what now for two? 56 for two?
So
54 for the loss of two. And Jamaica in a bit of a problem here. And it's a question how Barbados is trying to sneak their way back into this game. 138 more. It sounds a very small total, but the way that they are bowling, the approach by the Jamaicans tend to give the Barbadians tremendous hope in terms of dismissing them under this total. But these 20 overs here are crucially vital to the Jamaican response. It's a question of how well the rest of the batting lineup respond to these two Barbadian spinners. That is why I asked the question, is there a third spinner?
Well, you're not missing any cricket as the fall of weather-borne wickets. Jamaican second wicket. The players are having a cool down. That's gone, and this doesn't augurs well for West Indies cricket, as you rightly said.
Well, there's so
and
many
for
things.
The 3-day game to come.
There's so many things that we are seeing, and we're not being negative. We're being very, very positive. Things at this age group here that they ought to be able to master and show something far greater about the knowledge of the game. It is absent. And I bemoaned that fact along with Allison over at Sign Hill on Monday. So many little things that weren't right. That
basics are missing.
More than basics. And the funny thing about it, manager, coach, assistant coach, everybody sit down there with their hands folded. Nobody is having a notebook to say, look, A, B, C. So at a team meeting, be able to point out to them the flaws.
Perhaps they have a photographic memory. Everything is in the head.
Yeah, but the problem is you do not operate in this modern age photographic memory. You ought to be able to point out to them at this particular point in time, this is what transpired. It should not have happened. We have to work on this. And then you go to the next one, and the next one, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 points. And they'll be able to get the message across. And those who want to retain it will retain it, but you have done your job in getting the message across to the individuals. The feeling is sloppy, the catching is terrible, running between the wickets leaves a lot to be desired. These are the kind of little things you sit down and chat with your team with, always looking towards the improvement of West Indies cricket.
Well said, Gunny. Well, you're hearing it from one of the gurus of cricket who have played the game at the highest level here in the Caribbean. Played for a long time too and was very successful, very experienced. A good old hard-hitting Stan Hines.
The thing about it, what is also seeming to me lacking, is the intensity. You're not really seeing that from these teams. To be very honest with you.
Yeah, this is a lot of things that we have to work on if our cricket is to get back where it was.
West Indies has gone to bat against India. The last I saw was 102 for 5. We'll get an update. But where is the intensity? We are the underdogs. But he's saying, let's go and show some fight. That is the point. Show fight.
Okay, we are resuming here at Annisvale after a short jinx break. This ball from Nathan Seeley. Left arm over the wicket, just outside the off stump, beating the batsman. Yes, Connie, and I recall at England when they were beaten so badly by West Indies, when West Indies were very strong. They went on a talent identification. When they think it was, then we had tall bowlers bowling and was doing well, the Garners, the Marsh, the Crafts, the Holding. Yes, and they bring back the Harmison and those such players. Why is it that we are so taking so long to recover?
Very good over there from Seeley from this to top end. Continue to create that pressure for the Jamaicans, and they'll keep bowling away like that, 10 overs each, and let us see where we are at the end of these two slow bowlers, spinners bowling spells, and then reassess our situation. But certainly they have the Jamaican by the scruff of the neck at this moment. Have them, the boots are tied down, ship is anchored, they can't move.
Yes, the lads from the land of the flying fish against the lads from the land of wood and water.
Strange how things have turned. Barbados with their record of fast bowling. Now we see spinners turning out from Barbados and creating problems.
Yes, definitely. Yes, this using his feet well to this one, getting it on the fold and hitting it down too long on.
And the reverse goes for Jamaica.
Yes, Gunny. We have seen quite a lot of mixtures now in West Indies cricket, even in terms of the stature of bowlers. We're seeing some very, very short and diminutive figures seaming the ball now.
One thing I'll tell you, I honestly believe the only thing that can save West Indies cricket is divine intervention. I say that with no apologies to nobody. Divine intervention. Look at the socialization aspect around the region. Study it carefully. People walking around with the gadgets in their hand. They stop exercise. They stop thinking about the game. Chip, chip, chip. Their fingers are going. You stop and think exactly what I'm saying.
Barnes face up to Worrell. And for this delivery, he is driving down too long off. Who runs around to his left? Single resulting.
Yes, however, Cricket West Indies and the territorial boards cannot stop trying to do things to improve our cricket.
Indeed, they cannot stop, Gunny.
Just cannot stop. But
Just a matter of finding out what is the right
difficult,
thing to do.
difficult task.
There is a delivery. Flighted, Gunny. And this lackadaisical approach, we're just talking about the basics, Gunny. And here's a batsman who was set from the start, where just coming forward lazily and missing that delivery. A full toss.
I'm glad you saw it with your eyes. Because I have bemoaned the fact as to what is happening, and these 20 overs could determine the game because the Jamaican batsmen are at sea.
Connie was right on the money. Connie was right on the money. Barbados is definitely back in this game, and look at how things can turn here. Jamaica now reeling at 56 for 3, having lost Wade, who started off so well. And we are saying this all along. Would they be able to face up to the spin of the Bajan attack? We have seen them looking quite comfortable against the seamers, Gunny, but here it is. Double spin from both ends, and they have faltered badly.
Yeah, double whammy, 2 consecutive overs, they lost 2 wickets. And what I've noticed in this tournament, wickets tend to fall in clusters.
Very, very much so. And after every break.
So it's not over. I'll tell you that. It's not over. Bardish out in here. They really have to take...
So, Gunny, this has to do with some level of concentration with our players at this young age. I mean, we just had lunch. What exactly is really happening out there? Is it that they're not concentrating on the game? Everybody can be a captain. It's a team game. You have a role to play.
It isn't down to one area. It's a number of areas. Concentration, patience, being able to apply yourself properly, to fight it, as I said earlier.
Tough it out.
Got it out.
This one comes back a very long way from Worrell. Really mixing it up here.
As I said, he just
turning the screw on Jamaica.
Just had to be consistent. He's going to get wickets.
This one blooming off on the outside. It's run down behind the wicket keeper. No run. That brings the 17 overs to an end.
And the score?
56 for 3, Jamaica. 56 for 3.
Yeah. At the end of 13, they were 51 for 1. So in the last 4 overs, they've just gotten 5 runs and have lost 2 wickets. So the battle is really and truly joined here. It's really and truly the Barbadian spinners and against the Jamaican battler, and they're really down into the middle now of the Jamaican innings. As I said earlier, prior to Allison, runs on the board, they will have to try and get the runs. Barbados, not knowing their bowling attack, having not seen them with the 2 slow bowlers, spinners on, are creating problems for the Jamaican batsmen. And who knows at the end of their spell What the total will be, we really don't know. But what is happening, they have turned the screws on the Jamaican batsmen.
Yes, the game is like a pendulum now, Gunny. It has been swung to the Barbados half. We have seen when Barbados batted, they started off well and set for a big total, and then there was a halt. Then wickets start tumbling. Now it's the Jamaican turn, and we are seeing a similar pattern.
And there's no, let all viewers know, there's no prodigious turn and bounce. It's just flighty deliveries that's creating the problem with a bit of turn, albeit slow.
Cricket pundits must be concerned here in the West Indies, Connie. What do we do? What do we need to do? What else can we do?
Told you about the word socialization, you know.
There's a delivery that's short and was pulled to the backward square area. The batsman hurried through for two. Not often we have seen a short delivery from Mr. Sealy, Gunny.
Yes, it won just back of a length, and he gave him a bit of a room, and he collected 2 vital runs at this stage, because not only are they taking wickets, runs has been dried up, creating the problem. Another wicket here now, quickly, anything goes.
Well, if this is signs of things to come for the West Indies cricket in the future, Gunny, I tell you, one Calypsonian out of Trinidad saying, Haiti, I'm sorry. Are we singing West Indies, I'm sorry? And how long would we be singing that line? Sealy really gripping that ball and getting the turn from that delivery.
And to let our listeners know, this pitch itself is not the problem. It's a good batting surface. It just
Very good
needs
batting
application.
And here's a full toss. Chipping up to long on. 1 run resulting. The end of the 18th over. It's now 59 Jamaica. 59 for 3.
As the Barbadian spinners continue to work their magic here against the Jamaicans, trying to dig deeper into the inroads, trying to make more inroads into the Jamaican batting lineup here. And it's really a wonderful battle here when you look at the youngsters trying to do their best for their country. The spinners trying to effect breakthroughs, and the Jamaican batsmen denying them thus far. And it's crucial in relation to how this game pans out. But certainly the Barbadian spinners are on top at this particular point in time.
Yes, indeed. Our viewers need to know that. Barnes' captain is facing up now to Worrell. Trying to muscle that one through the offside. Didn't get hold of it. Just end up as far as short mid-off. There he is. Dabbing that one into the offside. 1 run resulting. Push the total on now to 60. 60 for 3. And we now have Beckford who will take strike. He came in at the fall of the wicket, the last wicket. Beckford facing up to Worrell, jaws him forward, using his feet quite well to smother the spin. Ball blooms out on the onside. The wicketkeeper just runs away from the stump and pick up. No damage done. Worrell continue to work magic around the Jamaicans. For this delivery, a wide beam signal. Pitch and turn, very low. Of course, let our viewers know we are looking at Barbados versus Jamaica in the Rising Star West Indies under 19. Future players for the West Indies.
That delivery, he was beaten in flight. Had he missed, it would have been an easy stumping.
Yes. And we can see definitely fighting to keep Worrell out of his stumps. Gunny, we have not seen these spinners jumping as in the days of spinners. Each spinner having their own different style. And here's a delivery, and he is bowled. Beckford is coming forward, a beautiful delivery. Flighted just outside the off stump and coming back. Beckford was coming forward and was completely mesmerized, Gunny.
Comprehensively beaten and bowled. Flighty delivery, I just said it previous delivery. He was beaten in flight, and had he missed, he would have been an easy stumping. Another flighty delivery, this time he allowed the ball to go through the gate, and he's been bowled. Jamaica sink deeper into trouble here now as they lost their 4th wicket, as the Barbadian spinners are really spinning their team into a position to try and see if they can win this game here this afternoon. But certainly Jamaica under tremendous amount of pressure.
Yes, tremendous pressure indeed. And here it is that Beckford should have been really covering that delivery. He just played straight down the line, Gunny, and went through the gate.
Dancing shoes has been left in Kingston, my brother.
And that brings now Williams, the wicket keeper, in at the fall of that 4th wicket. Trevon Williams is the new batter.
The pendulum has definitely swung to Barbados with these 2 slow bowlers on. There's no two ways about it.
Yes, and the Barbadians are very pleased with that fall of that wicket.
They are cock a hoop.
And they're flying. Land of the flying fish, Barbados, with the tail up this time. Or the wings out.
Afternoon, my good friend.
Andrew Mason.
Andrew Mason in Barbados. Good afternoon to you, my brother.
Good afternoon, Andrew, wherever you are and listening, following this cricket and the contest. Barbados, we like to hear, is making a comeback in this game, having been skittled out for 182. And the bowlers have been doing the job for him. For them, Captain Seeley and Worrell. Very, very valiant attempt there by the slip fielder. Run around after that ball. Bloom from the batter there. Attempted catch, but I don't think it had touched anywhere.
Yes.
It
It
come
did.
off the gloves? Well, had he taken that, it would have been a spectacular catch, Scotty.
It did. Seemed to have struck his batting gloves or mittens or something of the sort there. And a terrific attempt, but didn't hold on. But certainly, Barbados would have done well with that one to make it 5. But it didn't happen. Near miss there.
62 for 4, Jamaica. Up against it. And ball that pitch and spun. Perfect left arm. Gunny?
You are left arm spinning yourself. You should know about that.
Yes, that's the arm ball there. And again, this time a bit straighter, and the batsman was able to play with the full face of the bat.
Once the pipe is not broken, you do not call the plumber.
That's right.
And they have been bowling very well. There's no need to change. Continue to do what you're doing. A wicket is going to come by. I keep saying that. Wicket is going to come.
And Jamaica is in trouble. That one, a stumping chance. For a moment, I thought he was bowled, Gunny. Another well-flighted delivery.
I do not think it's a chance. It is a comprehensive beating and bowled, a flighted delivery, and in the exuberance of the wicketkeeper, he took the bail off. But I do not think he had moved out of his crease. But it is another well-flighted delivery, another dot ball, another bit of pressure on the Jamaican batsmen.
And we are seeing that the Jamaicans definitely not handling the spin. The Barbados will be advised to continue bowling their spin right through. And as I take my leave now, after the 20th over, Jamaica replying to Barbados 182, 62 for 4, as we welcome back Allison into the broadcasting booth. Good afternoon, Alison.
Yes, as we continue here, Alison isn't quite ready, but he'll be waiting a couple of seconds. And I believe he has on his dancing shoes from up in that part of the country, because certainly this is a good exhibition of spin bowling against people who are not so good at batting it. I never said that.
Yes, good afternoon, Gordon. Good afternoon to our viewers. A lot has transpired since I was on the last time. Several wickets have fallen. At the 10th over, they were 40 without loss, Jamaica. And now they are struggling in pursuit of this target. Web of spin being wrapped around them and weaved around them by the Barbados team. Sealy and Warrell, the chief protagonist here for the Barbadians. And then yeah, they're really struggling to get through this spell. Should be a good test for them, but so far they haven't come up trumps. Good use of the feet there by the skipper Barnes. He gets to the pitch, pushes it down to long on for a signal. That was good to see from him. West Indies are 129 for 8 in Dominica. Attorney is just out.
Let us focus on here, please.
Attorney is just short of his 50. So those who may be tuning into this one, I just wanted an update. But it is likely that the West Indies may not even cross 150 in this first innings. Unfortunate for the young debutant being dismissed just short of his first half century. Would have been a 50 on debut for him. But not getting much support from the others in the top and middle order. As we come to the end of this over here, we have the Cricket West Indies on the 19 competition. Rising Stars, Barbados versus Jamaica. Jamaica in pursuit of 182. They are 64 for 4 at the end of 21 overs. So in the last 11 overs, Gunny, we have had 21 for 4.
Yes, definitely.
24 for 4, actually.
24 for 4. They have definitely put a brakes on the scoring, and they're losing wickets as they go along. And with these 20 overs, I believe, will determine the game in terms of if Barbados is to come with victors. But another 2 wickets, if they before their spells are finished, can really spell disaster for Jamaica.
Yes, this one turned away there by the keeper. Williams is now at the crease as well with his skipper.
In your estimation, what do you think they're doing wrong? Why they cannot bat this spin bowling properly?
We'll get back to it soon. This one is a full delivery, but maybe going down the leg side. Yes. I think most of them have been quite static at the crease. And also when they want to go aggressive, they're trying to go square instead of down the ground. We have not seen a huge amount of spin. And so, maybe worthwhile trying to hit the ball a bit straighter, offering more of the face of the bat as opposed to playing all these sweep shots.
Do you think it's an effect of the lunch?
I think we all at the same lunch, so I guess that means something. It would have been visible over here as well. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing so far. But they are still out there, the skipper and his keeper. They will be looking to forge a partnership. One thing we can say is that years ago they used to say, well, in the Caribbean, we don't face a lot of spin, and so that's why, batsmen teams are struggling against spin. But that hasn't been the case for decades now. We do have a lot of spin bowlers, and so you would expect that with facing more spin, that the batsmen should be improving against spin, but that is not the case.
How many wickets has Ashwin taken so far?
Ashwin has 4 out of the 8.
That strengthens your point.
Yeah. baffling decision for me that they didn't play him in the World Test Championship. I think that's one of the reasons why they lost that game so easily, India.
That is Indian politics, cricket politics.
I suspect as much. As Sealy continues to Williams. Another good delivery, testing delivery. He has bowled a disciplined spell here, the skipper. And really has, put his team in a good position along with Warriel, who is really causing all type of mayhem at the other end.
Yes, and another beautifully bowled over again by Sealy. No runs added, batsman struggling, and this struggle will continue until those 20 overs are finished. They definitely are creating a tremendous amount of problems. And, I made mention, in fact, I wonder if they forgot their dancing shoes in Jamaica, because they definitely cannot bat the Bajan spooge that's been served up to them.
It's a good one there, Gunny. Sealy has 7 overs, 1 for 7. And his bowling partner now is bowling Warrell. He has 6 overs, 3 for 16. So they have really caused a lot of problems here for the Jamaican batsmen, as we see another shot down to long on by the skipper Barnes, who actually has looked more competent against the spin bowling than his teammates.
Well, Jackie Opel of Barbados sang a tune years ago. That's a little boy at the time. You got to pay. I don't know if you ever heard it. And the Jamaicans are really paying against the spin bowling here.
Morrell to Williams. That's a horrible looking shot.
Hot.
I mean,
Out. What behind?
it's a horrible shot. That's a horrible shot. That one was well outside the off stump, and he's looking to swing that through the. He's looking to swing that through the onside. It's a horrible shot there, and the judge to have come off the glove, caught behind.
And another wicket has stumbled. Jamaica in all sorts of contortions here. They are basically and truly in real problems here against the Barbadian spinners. Most of the world from the southern end, and really creating real problems. And the way things are going, as I said before the spell ends, if they capture 2 wickets, that's it. Barbados certainly win this game. They have got no one. They still have more overs to come.
And you know something, Gunny? When Ware was batting earlier, I said he has to realize that a lot in this particular game will depend on him against the bowling team, because they are without, I think, their best player in Johnson. Johnson for the exactly. So you have to think to yourself, yes, I'm probably giving a job at the top to go at the bowling, but in this case today, I have to try to temper that a little bit, because I'd have to bat longer missing one of our top batsmen.
Taking responsibility.
Yes, as one of the senior batsmen now in the team, in the absence of your top player.
None of them have taken responsibility has come to the crease. Basically, the way they are being dismissed, it's a matter of trying to defend, and they cannot defend properly because they're getting out. Nobody's attempting to use their feet to try and work the ball through the gaps. Hence, they are falling like 9 pins. 6 has fallen thus far for 50.
This time he goes for a big shot, should be caught
Should
again.
be caught, and is out. I just said 1 wicket or 2 wickets, and that's it. And Jamaica, like a deck of cards, they're tumbling. They're tumbling here at Annesville against the Barbadian spinners, Warrell and Sealy, most of Warrell. And then, to be honest with you, the reggae music has been turned down, and the Jamaicans have to be dancing to the spooge music out of Barbados. And my goodness, there's a ring bang here going on. Another wicket has fallen. Warrell is on a hat-trick. Barbados are cock-a-hoop. And certainly they are in real danger of falling even under 100.
Yes, and Morrell now has 5 for 17 in his spell, and he has several more deliveries left. So he has an opportunity to get quite a big haul here. Of course, he has a hat-trick ball this next delivery as well, Gunny.
Well, you'll have to describe it. I'll be watching just like you. But certainly, I think, to be honest with you, it's a bit early, but I think I can call it game now, because how many overs they got each? About 3 each, 4 each? And I'm certain.
I think he has 3 more after this one,
Well.
Warrell, and 3 more for Sealy.
6 overs, right? And then you're down into the lower part of the Jamaican batting. I really can't see how they're coming out of jail.
Yes, and it's almost a team surrender because really and truly they have not, in the last case, those last 2 deliveries, really just giving it away. And some of the others before, they really have looked at C against this bowling. And
Patience is absence.
slug sweeper of the first delivery.
The inability to bat spin bowling. That is definitely come to the fore here. Because there's no proper technique as to how to use their feet. They just stay in there and have a good slug, miss, bowled, caught. You know, so hat-trick ball.
And this is Warrior. He comes in now to bowl. This one is down the leg side. So anti-climax there of that hat-trick delivery. As in your batsman Hines faced up. Hines himself as well is a spinner. Should have some idea of what Warrior is trying to achieve against him. So the hat-trick is averted, but still in some trouble here as Warrell comes in, fuller delivery. That's actually well played by Hines. He got his front foot out and across to the offside. Throw is just a little bit off, so he gets back for 2. It was a close call, but he played that well because we saw a similar delivery bowl in Beckford. He came forward, but he didn't get across to cover that line.
Well, what? A direct throw. You certainly will mean his way back to the pavilion. It's a bit off, and the umpire had a long look and then decided not out. But certainly, the Barbadian spinners continue to tighten the screws on the Jamaican batting lineup. And then real problems is the question, how are they going to get out of jail?
Well, there are 2 ways that you get out of jail. Well, 3 actually, you get bail.
I love that.
The second one is that you break out, and the third one is that you have served your sentence.
I love those answers.
As he comes in once more, that's good. Well played there by Hines, using his height to cover and smother the spin. So 5 wickets to young Warrell, and he has been impressive. He really has caused a lot of problems for the Barbados team and for the Jamaican team, and his score is now 68 for 6. They have actually lost 28 for 6 in this period of play.
Yes, and I think interesting enough, I look ahead now to the fixtures of the 3 days with these spinners on at the Park Hill playing field where they played, where they are going to be playing Guyana.
Yes, this one is punched on the ground by Captain Barnes. Really now he's the last man standing. And has to show a lot of mettle here now to try to drag his team out of this position. Might not be able to get over the line in terms of a win.
Yes, and
but has to bring some respectability.
Yeah, their wrong 2 game would be here against Trinidad and Tobago. With these 2 spinners operating the way they are, I can see them posing really serious problems, especially the red ball that tends to turn and bounce more.
Yeah, they will get more turn with the red ball for sure.
That's right.
Seam is a bit more pronounced as this one comes up fuller, driven down to long off. Just a little bit too full on that occasion from Sealy, but played well enough there by Hines. He gets a single. Can they fight back here, get themselves some very important partnership? They only have 4 wickets in hand.
And interestingly, their 3rd round match in the 3 day again at Park Hill. And you know this Park Hill pitch, what happens?
Gonna be a baptism of spin for whoever plays up there. This one is coming off the bottom edge. He looked to go back. It was a little bit shorter, but came in quite sharply.
Could have easily lost his wicket again with that attempted forcing back foot shot. And What can the Jamaican batsmen do against these slow bowlers, the low order batsmen? What can they do? Try to survive.
Comes down the wicket this time. Plays a nice drive. The captain, Barnes, just a single. But that's the problem that he's faced with now. When he gets singles, he's exposing the tail to two bowlers who are on the rampage.
Yes, they're definitely on the rampage. And it's not an easy situation for him, to be very honest with you. He'll be trying his best, and hoping that at the other end they're able to survive. I think the word is survival.
Yes, that's definitely the name of the game at this point. As Sealy continues, he'll have other ideas. He has been quite tight, economical, hasn't gone for many runs, actually going at about 1 and over. This one is a beauty. That one touches down around middle stump, spins across him like a viper. Play that if you can.
Well, batter at number 9, you don't expect him to play that. To be very honest with you.
This one is a bit shorter. He has time to get back on it. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, the score is 71 for 6.
71 for 6. Jamaica trying to reach 182 for victory, another 110 runs. And the overs gone is about 30. About 30? 24. You divide that by that. You're under 3 runs per over. Under 3 and over, and with your cream of your batting, so to speak, back in the pavilion, they will really, the skipper will really have to play more than a skipper's knock here to extricate his team from this perilous position that they are placed into as a result of some very good spin bowling from Warrior from the southern end and Sealy holding it very tight from the top end.
So Warrior continues. And just to let those know who may be just tuning in that Jamaica were actually 42 without loss. So at this point, they have lost their next 6 wickets for only 29 runs.
29.
Wow.
But we have saw similar collapse to the Barbados innings.
Yes, we did. We did see
So
that.
it's a tale of collapsing, both teams collapsing today.
Single to Barnes. And again, that is what it has been the trend for the last few overs. He has gotten a single. And then you have to look to the other batsman, Hines, to survive. He has looked more short, Hines, against the off-spinner. But definitely Sealy has posed him a lot of problems as the right-handed batsman, as we see a short leg being introduced. Man coming under the lid there, Gatson Bowens. Actually a good ploy. Goes over the top, but should be fielded by the man at mid-wicket. This one was a bit fuller from Warwill. Warwill, he has 5 wickets already. This is his 8th over. Has a chance to pick up a few more at the Arnesville playing field. As he comes in now, flighty delivery, turns away from the left-hander, but left alone by the skipper Barnes. And really in some serious trouble here, the Jamaicans. So he plays it competently back down the wicket. And that's the end of another over by Warrior. And the score now is 73 for 6 after 25 overs.
The halfway stage, 73 for 6, 109 needed from 25, and scoring rate easing up, not out of the question, but the problem they are losing wickets left, right, and center here. But apparently there's going to be a change in bowling. Am I saying right? Yes, there's going to be a change in bowling. So we'll see. A third spinner. I was asking for the third spinner. Do they have a third spinner? And I think we are going to see who is the third spinner.
Folks is going to bowl.
If we'll have an extra 10 overs to deal with. Depending if you can keep the same type of line, the same type of drive, the same kind of intensity as folks from this the northern end, the off spinner.
Actually, leg spinner based on
The
that.
leg spinner. Yeah.
That action.
Okay, fine. His action appeared to me to be the off spinner with that loop, but he actually turned his wrist the opposite way.
So, folks, bowling to Hines. This one's up turn immediately for him off the wicket. And again, he's showing, well, I will be posing some challenges to you too. So nowhere to run here right now. Nowhere to hide, spin from every angle. This one is cut by Hines, just forward of the man at point. They think of two, but it really isn't on. And that would have been a suicidal 2 runs.
Seems to be no way out for the Jamaican batting against these 3 Barbadian spinners. Definitely seems to be no way out. They are in real problem. They're looking down the barrel. And sad to say, it is a difficult hole they have dug for themselves, and I don't know how they're going to get out of this hole, to be honest with you. Men from the land of wood and water.
He's again into... Ooh, and this one came in nicely. Watched it well. Did Barnes in the end. He's getting some turn off the wicket there. Some nice side spin. As he comes in again. This one is shorter. He's playing a nice shot to mid wicket. But again, that's what we have seen mainly. He gets a single or 2. And not much scoring from the other end. Hines really has a job here to survive. Still a lot of overs left. And a lot of time in the game if they can get through these testing overs. That's a beautiful delivery. Fizzing past the outside edge. That comes to the end of over number 27, sorry. 75 for 6. 26, 75 for 6. 26 overs. Stand corrected.
Yes, so the battle continues here. Survival for Jamaica. Barbados looking to, as we say, mop up, clean up the operations here. Set by Warrell and Seeley, as we are here to bring you the closing stages of this game. 24 more overs to go in this game. Would the game last 24 overs? The way things are going, I'm not too sure what is going to happen, but it will take more than a miracle for Barbados or Jamaica to win this one. Is they're really and truly up against it. Maybe if they were 2 down, 3 down, but they are 6 down.
This one is punched down the ground by Barnes.
Maybe they want to go and look at the test match.
I highly doubt that will be the case, especially given the score that we have seen. He's down the wicket again, is Barnes. So he has done that quite often. So he's the only one who has shown that he's willing to come down the pitch.
And use his feet properly. The others were leaden-footed.
Interestingly enough, he's a big man as well. So some of them should be much lighter on the feet than he is. Should be, theoretically. As we have seen from Warrell, he is an interesting type of spinner because he's bowling off spin for the main part, but every now and again he does bowl a leg spin in delivery. So he changes from an off spinner to a leg spinner and vice versa. As he comes in now again, this one is an off break, pushed nicely by Hines, got his foot to the pitch. Showing good technique against the off spinner, as I said in a previous over. Coming out to meet that delivery. Brings Barnes back into strike. As we say good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you may be in the world. From the unspoilt, scenic, multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one's turn on the onside. Let's wait for the signal from the umpire. Right, there's bat involved, no signal. So another single to Barnes.
A little bit of a resistance we're seeing here, albeit very slowly, by this Jamaican's 7th wicket pair. Albeit slowly, but you see how if they can continue, for how long?
So it's a short delivery down the leg side. Hines' eyes lit up as he thought that there was an opportunity to score, but doesn't make any contact. Wide signal by the umpire. Fuller, nicely driven there by Hines.
That's the leg spinner you're spoken about. Actually looking at his hand.
Yeah, his hand, he changes his wrist.
Yes, exactly. I was looking carefully. And that was definitely the leg spinner. But the batsman read it and he pushed it out with a plum and he collects a single.
It's something that we don't see as often in modern cricket, where you have a bowler who is bowling both off and leg spin. I used to see it more in the past, but it doesn't happen that often these days. Where you have a bowler who is switching from delivery to delivery like
Well,
that.
they have different names now for the different type of deliveries. Well, some of the names are what Cameron Ball, Gooster, Cameron Ball, all sorts of names they are giving the balls. But certainly another tight over there, continuing to keep the pressure on the Jamaican batsmen. Yes, they have not lost a wicket for a couple of overs, but the pressure is definitely on the Jamaicans. And the Barbadian spin bowlers, they are trying their best to effect another breakthrough and to keep the pressure, even sink them even further into the hole that they have dug themselves into. As to me, Barbados right now sensing victory based on what is happening. It can change, but based on what is happening, it will give one the impression that it will take more than a miracle for the Jamaicans to come out of this hole they into, because Sealy has some overs remaining, Warrell have overs remaining, the leg spinner from this the top end who has just come on there, he has 8 overs remaining. So it's a question, can they survive up until 50 overs? Can they? And if they do, can they reach to 182?
Well, they need another 102 runs to win. As this one is full and driven by Hines. Gets a single.
He's batting very sensibly, you know.
Yes, he is.
He is moving, using his bat towards getting closer to the ball, and he's batting very sensibly. Maybe is a good lesson for the other batsmen who have been dismissed to look at how he's batting the spin bowlers, bearing in mind you have 3-day tournament matches to come.
Yeah, the last 2 dismissals in particular.
Yes.
I would say that they really surrendered their wicket. Gave them away. With some almighty swings to the leg side. Leg spin off Folks to Barnes. Barnes is down the wicket and he makes that adjustment. I think he saw him coming. He was going to push it wide, but Barnes able to use his reach and cover that one. So good cricket all round by bowler and batsman. This one is shorter, it's pulled, and it's going all the way for 6. Barnes was into his wicket. He was down the pitch the previous delivery, expecting something just a little bit shorter this time around. He got it, and he was able to dispatch it over long on.
A very good strike from Barnes. Flighty delivery, but it held back a bit, and he waited until it was pitched, and he was right in position and hit with a lot of power over long on for 6. A really, really good shot.
See the response of the bowler. Goes down the ground this time, but should be cut off by the man at long off. Another fiercely struck shot there from Barnes, but didn't find a gap on this occasion. But that was a full toss on that occasion.
Yeah, he's not giving up. He is fighting for his country, and he's showing the others how it should have been done, rather than the position they are into this particular point in time. But he's not going down without a fight.
Absolutely. Hines to face now. This one is turning away nicely, but he plays it late off the pitch, reading it off the pitch. And at the end of over number 29, the score is now 28. Sorry, the score is now 88 for 6.
Yes, and the most expensive over we have seen for a very, very long time. And it was done with a really, really sensible cricket shot. Lifted, no chance whatsoever for the field man at long on. A really powerful strike there by Barnes. And he has decided, I am going to take this fight for my country to you, the opposition Barbados.
Yes, and what made the shot, I think, was the previous delivery where he advanced down the pitch. Bowler saw him coming, pulled his length back a little bit, and he probably was expecting something similar from him, and he stayed back in his crease and was able to get under that one, which was a bit shorter as expected. So, good thinking by him. And good execution in the end to get away with a shortish delivery over long on for 6. As Warrell continues, should be nearing the end of his spell now. Has 5 wickets. He's bowled very well for his team. Barnes pushes him down to long on for a single.
Five for 28.
So he has 5 for 28 off 9.2 overs. And that's very good going here from the young spinner. Seems like a pugnacious character. Showed some fight when he came out to bat. Was dismissed cutting. Yeah, he is now to Hines. This one is the off spinner. It's a top edge. Should be caught. Yes, that one was a bit too short for the sweep in the end. And the bounce there getting the better of him. And that's the end of Hines, who for the time that he was there was looking okay enough. I don't think that this shot was actually on. He probably could have just continued to support his skipper. But another wicket there to Royal, and he now has 6 wickets. Gone 6 for 28.
Best figures for the tournament thus far.
Yes.
So Barbados continue to tighten the screws as Jamaica slide to defeat here. There's no 2 ways about it because you're down now to number 9. It's only this Barnes alone who really remains between Barbados and their victory. And certainly we're down to number 9 in the who's the new batter there?
Well, he doesn't have a number on his shirt.
He doesn't have a number. So he's straight into the crease at 88 now for 3 wickets. And they need 93 more runs. So the odds heavily favors Barbados' victory here against the champions, Jamaica. But certainly all down to this wonderful spell of bowling from Royal, the off spinner from the southern end, and creating all sorts of problems. And he does have the little leg spinner as well to turn his wrists, and he has created all sorts of problems for the Jamaican batsmen as he is taking his 6 wickets. A well bowled young man as we're trying to ascertain who the batsman. There's no number on his t-shirt, so we really don't know. Somebody will have to try and identify. So the new man in would be, really don't know who the individual is.
Right, we'll find out soon from
We'll
our
find out.
scorers.
We'll find out.
Have some communication with those in the pavilion.
Who's the new batsman? He doesn't have a number. Well, our good friend Robert says Robert Haynes.
You say you're gonna call his name.
But he has moved away. Really don't know who it is, but it appears to be Mead. We're not sure.
Yeah, we get some confirmation from the dressing room soon.
Our
By our
defense at
scorers.
the end of a wonderful spell of bowling there from Warrell. 10 overs, 6 for 28, I think it is. And he has broken through the backbone of the Jamaican batting lineup, and he has left them in all sorts of problems. I think he has done enough for his team at the other end to try and win this game.
Yes, you would say that it should be a match-winning performance here from Warrior, barring a minor miracle, really. It seems as if there's one delivery left.
Maybe we missed one, or the umpire missed one because he actually moved away. So everybody have missed that one. So you have one more ball remaining. For our defensive, studiously for our defensive. Well, it remains the same, 6 for 28, and a fine spell of bowling from Warrior from the southern end.
Yes, excellent bowling by Warrior. He's taken 6 wickets in a 50-over game, which is not something that happens very often. A 5-wicket haul is already impressive in a 50-over game, and 6 wickets and anything more than that, that's extremely good. So we have to take our hats off to the young man for that performance. 6 for 28. Wonderful bowling, and he was ably supported by Sealy at the other end. We can't forget his contribution because he kept things tight.
His figures about plenty overs for a small amount of runs. We're trying to get his figures for you. Sealy, 8 overs, 1 for 10. Wow. So between both of them, 10 and 8, 18 overs, they would have taken 7 wickets for 38 runs.
38 runs, yes.
Yeah, this is very good bowling. To me, it should be match-winning bowling performance from both of them. And they're hoping now that their other bowlers will finish the job.
Barnes stands between Barbados and completing this victory. He has played well so far. That one defeating him a little bit in the flight. Came forward a bit late, but played it assuredly enough in the end. As Folks continues. This one, he's down the pitch, lofts it over long on is 6 runs. Another good shot there by Barnes.
Yes, flighty delivery, used his feet beautifully and lifted it beyond the ropes for another maximum. The second we have seen in the same area, and certainly he decided we are not going down without a fight, and he has hit. That is really another very, very good shot.
Yes, he was chipping down the wicket. Got to the pitch, lofted it straight over the man at long on. This time hits it on the ground to the man at long on, gets a single. So he'll just be telling his batting partner, just stay with me. Don't try anything rash. Just stay with me. And let's see how we can go from here, because I am in and I'm seeing it well.
Yes, and I believe what he's saying to the others. All I need is support. I can take this on my back as an individual and win this game for Jamaica.
Lovely ball. That one had a lot of flight on it. Dipping late, but played confidently enough by who we think is Mead. Still haven't gotten confirmation as to who the batsman is, but seems like him. Yes, there's confirmation now that it's Mead. Usually has the number 20 on his back. This one is a bit flatter, quicker, beats him as he attempts to turn it on the onside. Loud appeal there, but umpire is unmoved. As we have now come to the end of the over. And the score is now 96 for 7 at the end of 30 overs. So after a few comments here from myself and Gunny, we'll be joined shortly by our co-commentator Sylvanus. But Gunny, look at where we are, 30 overs, 20 overs to go. Can they pull off a minor miracle?
Well, what is actually needed, it's 86 from 20, 4.6 and over, but there are only 3 wickets.
Yes, that's the problem, the 3 wickets though.
Yeah, there's only 3 wickets. So overs I don't think is a problem. The problem is the number of wickets remaining. Would they be able to sustain this partnership, which is crucial, and particularly Barnes, if he stays there, they can get a decent total.
Yeah, and it says
Provided
something
he-
about the wickets that we saw falling with those cross-batted swipes. Really, if they had stayed there, going at this point, if they were 4 wickets down, then they would have thought that they still have a good chance of winning the game.
Yes, and they would have give him support.
As he punches down the ground, drives straight down to long off. Single taken, single to Barnes, adds one more to his tally.
I think he's showing his counterparts that I have confidence, self-belief. If you support me, we can get close to this total.
Yes, and that's good from your skipper. As Joshua Dawn has been introduced, he's bowling his off spinners. Single taken there by Mead. Brings Barnes back into strike.
The battle continues here with Barbados well and truly on top. Are we going to see a big fight back here from Jamaica in the person of their skipper?
Well, it's not impossible. He has seen off who has been the main threat so far in the innings. Down to bowl to him. Goes over cover, a little bit off the outside edge, but they come for one. They're looking for two. They're running on the throw. And in the end, they get too comfortably. The throw was a bit high.
Yes, so the others just need to look at how he's playing. If he has confidence in himself, I should support him to bat as long as possible. Try not to get out whilst he's there and see how close we can get to this total. It's not impossible. But Barbados is well and truly on top.
Yes, the 7 wickets down, that's the crucial factor here. At the Annisville playing field as Jamaica in pursuit of 182 runs for victory. They have already lost 7 wickets. We're in the 31st over. The skipper's still at the wicket, so once he's there, they will consider themselves as still being in with a chance. Flighted delivery, driven straight
Out.
and he's caught.
Bowl.
Didn't get over that one. He's caught and bowl. And is that the dagger in the coffin?
I think that is the final nail in the coffin. There's no two ways about it. With the dismissal of Barnes there, caught and bowl, not getting to the pitch, and I believe he was deceived. And it went back low to the right of the skipper. And Jamaica definitely, the fat lady getting closer and closer, singing Barbadian victory here now with his dismissal, because he was the lone light that appeared to want to take Jamaica close to the total.
All right, thank you very much, Gunny. And with that, we have Sylvanus. He's actually here now, so he can take his stint at the mic. And I'm thinking that this will, the way the game is looking, it seems as if it will be the last stint. It will be the last commentary stint. So, based on where the game is right now. And it's now 8 wickets down for Barbados. For Jamaica, sorry.
Barnes got 32.
So Barnes was dismissed for 32 runs.
Barnes 32. I think that's the final nail in the coffin, because you're already down now to the tail, so to speak, of the Jamaican innings. And there's a fish in the sea by the name of snooks. It's a long tail. So this is where we are. It's a question of how well the Barbadians will lap it up to finish it off. Eat the flesh and get rid of the bone. Forward defensive, and there is no run.
Yes, that's the batsman coming forward. There's Deshaun James.
That's James,
bowler.
yes, a decent little fast bowler from Jamaica. In. Forward defensive again, no run. The total remains at the end of that over 91 for 8. 91 for 8. 100, yes, we've been told it's exactly 100. So they got up to 100 for 8, as they need another 82 from 19 overs, thereabout?
Yes, exactly 19 overs remaining. And so we're about to have the commencement of the 32nd over, which will be bowled by Folks. He'll be bowling to Mead. Actually, Sealy is back. Left arm spinner, the skipper, Sealy. He places Folks at the northern end. As we welcome Sylvanus back in the commentary box. Good afternoon to you, Sylvanus.
Good afternoon.
And you took a lot of wickets when you were on the last time. Jamaicans will be hoping that you have lost your form, being off for those 10 overs.
Well, I'm wearing blue, so I hope I'll wrap it up for Barbados. Now that I'm back. Well, how the table has turned.
So you have seen that in this game, both teams at some point batting, being in the ascendancy. Oh, and this one is caught. Yes, he's caught. Looking to turn that one on the onside and getting the leading edge. And really and truly, it's just a matter of time at this point, as we will now have the last wicket partnership. And the batsman being dismissed there was Mead. Caught at a short extra cover. Fielder there just coming forward to take a look at. And that was the end of Mead.
Yeah, batting practice, actually. The ball just tossed up and he just ably just push, so to speak. Catching practice to the fielder there at short mid-off. So Barbados reeling into, Jamaica reeling into further trouble here. I've now lost the 9th wicket.
Yes, and we mentioned for Jamaica at the beginning of the day, they seem a little bit lackluster. They have already won the 50 over tournament. And when we saw that strong fight back from them in the second half of their innings, maybe if they had done that from the beginning, they would be chasing a much smaller score and they would probably been a lot closer to victory at this point. But hindsight is always the best sight. 2020, as they say, as we have the last pair now at the wicket, Sylvanus.
Yes, Alison, and we have seen when the Barbadian batted, we have seen so many singles that they would have been able to allow to get, and now it has come back to haunt them. It's really an uphill battle now for Jamaica's. With the final wicket to go, Barbados in the driving seat. Really and truly, there's no turning back here for Barbados as they continue to put the pressure on. Jamaica now will take a miracle. This one striking him on the pad, but clearly going down the leg.
Yes, they have a very attacking feel in place now. 2 slips. Maybe it's a case for bringing maybe even a short leg, taking everybody in. Still some players back on the boundary, not too sure why at this stage. Still see that there's a long off in place, a long on. Maybe they think that the low order will go down the ground or attempt to. This one turning away nicely. And taken by the keeper. That's the end of the over, is it? Yes. That's the end of the over. The score at this point is now 100 for 9. Still at 100. After 32 overs.
Yes, indeed. Barbados has definitely outplayed the Jamaicans here. In the early start of this match, Jamaica, when they bowled, seems to have things under control after they would have pegged back Barbados and then bowled them out for 182. And we thought Barbados would have scored a massive 180 something, 200 plus, but they were bowled out for 180 something, which has proven to be too much for the Jamaicans at this time. Worrell and Sealy has really spun web around the Jamaicans. And so right now, They are right in the doldrums, so to speak.
So single taken there by James. Dawn bowling his off spin. Brings Redwood into strike. Jamaican leg spinner. Batting at number 11. Leg slip in place, slip in place. They've brought up the square leg. Still a deep mid wicket, still a long on. Case maybe to bring these up. And this one tries to go over the top. Comes off the outer half of the bat. Gets 2 runs, but not where he intended it. So he'll take them, Redwood.
Yeah, he was trying to play on the onside there, and I think this one took the back of the bat and spilled off to the offside field. Luckily for him, dropped into no man's land, got 2 runs. Spinner to spinner. Let's hope that Redwood would be able to stick around, and we're hoping.
This one, the fuller delivery. Takes him on the pad. No peel. It was angling down the leg side. This one is faster. Flat outside the off stump. Another flat delivery there, straighter. Gets the single in the end. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Umpire saying that he really didn't offer a shot on that occasion. So dead ball signal. So that run will not add to anybody's score or to the team's score. It's a loud appeal there by the keeper for caught behind. Quite optimistic.
Alison, if Dawn is to loop that ball a little bit more, hold it back a bit, hold it a bit slower, surely you'll get the batsman in trouble, but he's really bowling it flatter and quicker.
Yes, Redwood looks like if he gets gets something with some air that he will go after it. We saw what happened with the full toss earlier in the over, and it may be worth trying to buy a wicket in that manner at this point just to get the game over and done with.
Well, whether they can bat out the other remaining 17 overs seems highly impossible now. Only take 1 ball to take a wicket. We have not seen a rare end guard from any of these teams in a long time, where 1 wicket is remaining, and they would have stayed at the crease for any length of time. So whether this can happen today, it's just left to be seen. It's before our eyes, our own analysis. It doesn't seem possible.
So Sealy will continue. He's bowling to James. This one edges past the man at second slip. Time for 2. Quite comfortably taken in the end. Was in some trouble there was James, but didn't go to hand.
Yeah, that was well bowled by Sealy. Pick outside edge. This slip fielder there wasn't able to hold on to that one. Batsman was lucky. Got 2 runs. Sealy, how well he has led from the front as captain. Yeah, he is tossed up on the leg. Batsman hitting to the onside. Deep mid wicket comes off the boundary. Throws back to the keeper, 1 run. Jamaica, slow match. Finding 182 and just 103 for 9. Very much an uphill task for them now. I guess what these batters need to do now is just to take some batting practice for the 3D game.
And he's out. Go ahead.
That's the end of the game here. Jamaica winning handsomely by some 100. Barbados, winning handsomely by 78 runs. 76 runs. Barbados bowling out Jamaica for 104. 106. Sealy just taking the final wicket there as the players shake hands with each other. And indeed, this has been a very chilling and grinding match today. But again, we can look at it as being a one-sided affair, Alison.
Yes, I think that, up until the 10th over, they were 40 without loss. And Jamaica, in pursuit of these runs, they, at that time, would be thinking to themselves that they're in with a good chance. But from the fall of the first wicket at 42, everything went haywire for them thereafter. They lost wickets in regular clusters. And at one point, you had bowlers on hat-tricks and so on. So that really told you that it wasn't a case of a wicket here and there, but they kept losing wickets and really stymied their momentum. It was only at the end coming towards probably the 8th and 9th wicket partnership when Barnes was there. You saw the 7th and 8th wickets partnership actually. You saw some shots from him that actually put a little bit more pressure back on the Barbados team. But really and truly, other than that, it was really smooth and clean sailing for them on the way to this victory.
Yes, so Jamaica, winning this format of the one-day tournament, 50 overs, have faltered badly to Barbados and was unable to come out as victors here. So Barbados winning handsomely, they would have played a very, very good game indeed. Having struggled when they batted after a good start and then was bowled out by the Jamaicans from 182. I thought that was gettable, but then at their turn of the crease, they too started out well and then, as you would have heard, lose wicket rapidly in the middle, and from there on was not able to get back into the game. Barbados operating with twin spin on both ends proved difficult for the Jamaicans.
Yes, so the Jamaican on the 19 scope here, they're all out for 106. Adrian Ware bowled for 33 of 53 deliveries. Vogel, he was dismissed for 6 of 35 deliveries. Really struggled at the top. And maybe that was a sign of things to come for the Barbados, for the Jamaican team. Stephen Wedderburn, 4 from 11 deliveries, not being able to back up his 40-odd not out from the last game on this occasion. Brian Barnes, captain, really gave it a good fist, batted right down with the tail. He made 32 of 45 before he was caught and bowled. Beckford was dismissed for duck of 6 deliveries. Williams, 1 of 13. Michael Clark, not able to score off his solitary delivery. Bowled well this morning, but really played a shot that he would want to forget coming out to bat today. Alex Hines, 8 from 16, and he gave some support to his skipper for a while. Nashane made 1 of 10 deliveries, and Deshaun James, he was not out on 4 of 5, and the last man dismissed was Tamari Redwood. He made 2 of 10 deliveries. Leacock, he bowled 2 overs, none for 15. Springer, 4 overs, none for 8. Roberts, 3 overs, none for 14. But it was all down to the spin twins of Sealy and Worrell. Sealy, 9.4 overs, 3 for 13. Worrell, 10 overs, 6 for 28. Folks also backed up with leg spin, 3 overs, none for 17. And Joshua Dawn taking the important wicket of the Jamaican captain, 2 overs, 1 for 7. We still have the bigger picture to look at, which is that Jamaica have won the tournament. They have won the 50 over segment of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 competition. And we still have another segment to go, which will be the 3-day competition, which begins this weekend. We have 4 rounds for our viewers starting this weekend. So please tune in, and we will invite you to be a part of the remainder of this tournament. And we thank you for viewing on behalf of myself, Alanson Cruikshank, Sylvanus Horn, and also our co-commentator Stanley Gunny Hines, and all the production team here at ITFX SBG and everyone else at the West Indies Cricket. We thank you And we say a wonderful goodbye.